Get ready for the most restful night of your life with this incredibly calming compilation to help you fall asleep. Oh, and it's the 12th in the series, because obviously, you've been eagerly following along. Snuggle up in your most luxurious blanket, unwind, and let the gentle, almost magical music lull you into a peaceful slumber.
Let's try the pebble. Oh. Oh, the pebble fucks this guy up. What? Man, those dodges were nuts. Easy. Pebble was a little too strong on that guy, to be fair, though. Damn it. Excuse me, I'm getting off slowly. Oh, there we go. Oh, we can just summon it again? Oh, fuck, okay. Alright. Oh, I actually do get the Knight Rider flail. Okay, this is unlucky. Stuck against the tombstone. I'm dead. Oh, never mind, he didn't do it. I thought he was about to charge. Nope! God damn it! These combos just keep extending. No! Oh my god, I thought that last hit was gonna kill. Oh. I thought that was gonna do a little bit more damage. Oh well. Nice. Free. Oh, I actually get the weapon too, the Grafted Blade Greatsword. I obviously can't use that, that's gonna be a strength-based weapon, but that sounds cool.
Into the wrong hands.
The Treasured Sword by chance, is that the grafted one? Because I killed that guy. Here, hold on. Let me pull it out and you tell me, is this the one? I wonder if they program that, like he's gonna lose his mind when he sees this. This one by chance? You won't tell daughter? Oh, yeah, I forgot to go to the daughter. I'll do that after this dungeon. Well. Didn't expect that. Okay. Just a giant dungeon Roomba or whatever the fuck that was. Oh, what? Oh, I thought this was like a player, like a dead player thing. Jesus, I didn't expect that. What the fuck? What a crazy dungeon. Okay, awesome. Oh, even cooler, I guess. This is the silliest fucking dungeon. Good prank. This bridge is gonna collapse or something? No, okay. Ah. I wonder if I can just cheese this guy off. Oh, I see. Well, this isn't looking good. This is such a long journey to the boss. Holy shit. Thanks to Prime Slayer. And I almost just get one shot. What in the fuck is happening? Jesus Christ! Come on. Oh. Luckily I healed or else I would have died. Oh, he's fucking going wild all of a sudden. There we go, finally. Holy shit. What a fucking chunky juicer. My god, that took like 1,000 hits. Oh, that was like an actual 15-minute DPS check. How many tries was that? 4? Alright, how many people did this thing prank? He's doing the same thing. He is here. We're getting the whole storyline going.
Greener. How could this be? My daughter deserved better.
Agreed.
The fault lies with me. I chose duty over my daughter's safety.
True.
And that is how fate has answered.
Hey, so about that halberd that you probably don't need anymore, probably lost the will to fight. Understandable, don't blame you or whatever, but I'll take it. Don't, oh my god, stop. Well, there goes all my souls. Holy shit. That's the one. Get the fuck out. Holy shit, what a dodge. I think I just need one more bleed proc. Whoa! Fuck, here it is. Towards him, towards him. I lost him. Oh. Now how the fuck am I supposed to get him up there? Man, he's really lighting that mountain on fire though. Thanks, Reese. Boring one in Tanner. This guy's just going home. Man, this is very cinematic, though. Hey, welcome back. Jesus Christ, can you just join me down here again, please? Oh my god, come down. What is he doing? Please, my man. I'm trying to battle. Thank you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ag heal, please. I'm not climbing. Fine, fuck it. I'll go around. He's taking the long way. Oh my god, the battle just ended. What? Does his health reset? Gotcha. Thank you, Ag Heal. Immediately to the boss? Okay. Wow. This guy takes a lot of bleed. Oh my god, this guy's just getting fucking abused. I came into his swamp and I'm just disrespecting him. Well, that was sad. Not a very good showcase for the battle hammer. I actually just got him wearing a apron. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, good work. He still didn't kill him either. What the fuck was that? He just went wild on me. I thought I killed him. I thought he died on that last one. That man had no health. What a shame. Oh, so this is a scripted helper. Gotcha. Hey, don't worry, big guy. I got him for us. You've been avenged. Hey up! Oh, that was stupid. Okay, I gotta stop doing that. I'm just gonna get myself killed going for wacky shit.
Wait, please. I surrender. White flag and all.
Okay.
You're tarnished like me. Now how did I get that wrong?
Fucking patches. Yep, fucking patches.
An innocent mistake, I assure you.
Oh, chest. Okay. Didn't expect that. Okay, please. Maybe. Okay, maybe. I actually can't move. Oh, God. Through the wall. Ah, Jesus. Okay, I've made a mistake and I apologize for it. Oh, these are the guys that you farm? That's kind of fucked. Oh, they give 1,000 too? Alright, I see. Okay. Okay. Okay, unlucky. Okay. I gotta stop just healing in front of him. He's reacting really quick. Leave me alone! What? Holy shit, he's got a phase too. That was so fast. Yeah, this guy's so much better than the Bloodhound that I got this thing from. The sword I'm using. Wow. No! Panic rolling. Scary. Very scary. Uh-oh. Don't do the tail. Got lucky. Oh, what the fuck? Where did that come from? He has so many attacks. Holy shit. Crucible Knight's nutty. Uh-oh. I got lucky. This is bold. Got him. Nice. Took a risk. Popped the mean wiener in his mouth. That's how we do it. Too easy. Nice. And I get the tail. Wow, this is very long. Chat wasn't memeing. This is a long elevator. It's sending me straight to hell. Good lord. Looks cool. Damage was a little underwhelming. I wonder if we can hit multiple enemies. Yes. Does this arrow ever go away? Ow, ow, oh my god, ow. Ah! Well, we can fight the deer now, and that's all that matters. So we'll do the deer, then the other boss. So I'm bringing the deer back to life just to kill it again. Soundtrack is slapping here. Super clean. Okay. Got him again. That was big. Needed that. Just needed to play more patient. It just wasn't a hard boss. It was hard to wait for him. I just wanted to keep going and going. The jump attacks were definitely faster though. I should have done that from the get-go. Would have made it a lot easier since my normal attacks weren't landing. Nope, I'm stuck in his taint. This guy's cool. It's like a street shark. Please get out so I can get this. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh, no. Stuck in his goddamn butt. Ooh, rough start. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Well, that was awful. Oh man, my weapon art really fucked him up. Okay, great. Just run, just run, just run. Holy shit. I just barely got out of the actual brunt of that hitbox. What happened? I went right through his ass and out his cock. How did that happen? I just went straight through him. Oh. Playing it real safe. Holy shit move. Yeah, first try, baby. That was a fun boss. Whoa! Random boss. Unfortunately, I've activated a troll as well. Oh, they're gonna fight each other? Kill him! Oh, goddamn. I love it when we work together. Good synergy.
Give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big, and I'll pop clean out, I'm sure.
What a bold play.
No, there's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say.
Oh! It's time to pop out. Alexander, it's time to pop out. I swear to God. Oh, he killed him. Oh, Jesus. Gotcha. Oh! Oh, fuck, that's sad. Just... 1 HP in a dream, baby. Huge. Ooh, big backstab. Man, this guy's getting fucked up. Uh-oh. Not a stamina. Oh, my no-hit run, dead. Nice. Simple and clean, baby. Just dropped my whole meat on his chin. Is there anything else in the cave worth getting? Nice. Good shit. My hitless run is dead though. Easy game. These are... I wish I'd found these bosses when I was still like appropriate level, because now I'm just coming in here and just dump trucking them. This is just not fair. I am absolutely Cleveland steamering them. Is this just a normal golem? Wow, I just insta-dropped him. Oh! God, that damage. Alright, good fight. He didn't even get to move. He's gonna fucking report me for cheating. Damn. James Corden. No mercy. Why is this guy already half health? Rough. I mean, I don't know why that guy came in here malnourished. Raises attack power with lower equipment load. That's getting attached for sure. I've got a goofy idea. How much is... How much does it scale? Like, if I go just Iron Testicle here and full Nakey, is it better than just, like, something in the middle? Alright. Time to take in James Corden in all his glory. We're gonna run the Nakey build. Damn, that's a lot of fucking cheek coming out here. Where are these dogs even dropping from? God, just sending them down? Let's see how much that changed it. A lot. Okay, we're going fully exposed James Corden. That was a huge difference. Oh, there we go, there we go. He has the same moveset as Crucible Knight. Oh, no, he doesn't. Holy shit. Alright. That'll teach. I thought for sure this was going to be a Crucible Knight reskin or something. Guess not. God, this guy's moveset is cool. Too early. Ugh. Nope! Yeah, I can kill him though. I can do this Nakey. Gotcha. There we go. Nice and easy, baby. That's old Nakey James Corden for you. That is peak male performance. Man. Luckily, this guy was just watching instead of helping. That would have been a real nuisance. Even got a little bonus boss on the way, that's nice. Oh. Wait, this is just a normal enemy. shit. Rough. Sorry, guy. Easy game. Went through 2 bosses without resting there. Excuse me. Ah, stop. Oh god. Ah! Oh! I tried holding it down, it didn't do anything. This slicer's kind of nice. Fucking cooking up his ass. He's not really great at piloting this boat here. This was the first boss you beat? Damn, you went way out of your way. This is at the very top right of Limgrave. Like, at the very end of Limgrave. Nice. Rest in peace, little dinghy. Oh, she's so mad. Just spamming. Yeah, I fucking broke her down there. Sorry, Anastasia. Come on. I'm out of stamina. We're good though. There we go. I would have been very sad if I didn't get that, to be honest. Thanks for the free golden seed, idiot. Oh, that last hit would have killed too. Gotcha. Nice. Alright, that was the last boss in Limgrave. I've now done all 26, I think, here. Oh, you almost got me with that mix-up. Nice. You really almost had me with that sneak. Okay. I think there's only 3 more bosses in this area I haven't done. I'll have to check. Uh-oh. Man, my rolls are way off on this guy. Oh, shit. Come on, you pussy. Gotcha. Outplayed. Too easy. That's that big gamer shit. Didn't even pick up my runes because I was so confident. Here comes the slicer! Oh, holy shit, this guy's cool. Oh! Oh, he almost one-shot me. Oh, the pot breaks! Ah! Oh, I'm out of... Yeah, I'm out of mana! This was free. This could have been easy hitless. What a shame. I didn't check. Oh well. Rest in peace, tree guy. Oh! Damn it. I just wanted to machine gun him. Oh! This guy's got a glass cannon build as well. Gotcha. He was not very strong against magic. Man, this slicer is nuts. It's the Enderman. True. Nice. Alright, repeat enemy down. Okay, now it's 2 new bosses that I haven't done before. I don't know why they do that for dungeons. It's just an actual common enemy. It's not even a boss. Where's he spawn? Oh, fuck, he's weak. Alright. I thought this was gonna be a hard boss. This must have been one of the earlier ones. Okay. Nice! Good fight, I guess. Jesus Christ. What? Wait, what? Did he shit out fire? How did... Wait, what? How did he hit behind? There we go. That, it's gonna be close. I think I can eventually get him. It's pretty simple attack patterns. Shit. Maybe this is a good thing. If I can just... What the fuck is happening? I got him now! Oh, what? It made the visceral sound! Ah, shit! I thought it was a visceral! Ah! He's going rogue! He's killing everything! Jesus Christ! No! This is so unfortunate. Alright, coming back. That shouldn't even be a feature in this game, just because the AI breaks. Fuck! Unlucky. Alright, take it from the top. I'm coming. Oh. Ah, shit. Here I come. Close. Maybe one more. Ah. Oh my god, how long have I been fighting him here for this one round? Jesus Christ. Oh, he's shooting backwards! Oh! That's a glitch. That almost killed me. Oh my god. Yeah, let's fucking go! Jesus Christ! 80,000 souls or runes. How many minutes of straight boss fight was that? I did that at what level? 44. Good God. Did anyone fucking time that? That actually felt like 20-something minutes. 28 minutes. A 28-minute fight. That was without deaths or anything. That was just a straight slobber knocker. Good God. But we did it. Let's go. Oh! Wow. Invisible wall, let's go, baby! I was just talking about how those don't exist in this game. Now I look like such a fucking idiot. Unbelievable. Boss fight coming up? I see that thing hanging out. It's the giant master hand from Smash Brothers. Come on. Oh, please. Oh, wow! Damn, I just got blasted. I did a lot of bleed there, though, or a very quick bleed there, though. So that was good. Oleg's doing exactly what I need him to do, which is just take some aggro. Oh! It has the high ground! It even knows superior battle tactics! Ah! Ah! Oleg! Up! Run! Stand right in his ass. God, these dodges are nuts. Woo! Close. Uh-oh, what is that? I think it's a tier 1 paranoid. Jesus. God, my reads are crazy! Oh, no, no, no! Holy shit. One mistake and it almost cost me. He almost got me with his last will. Close call. That guy was cool. Wasn't just a reskin of the last couple of horse bosses. That guy had a lot of wacky attacks. Easy game, though. And then why are you naked? Because it gives me damage bonuses. Because of these. Well, because of this. But even if it wasn't for a damage bonus, you wouldn't just assume I'm doing it because it's goofy and fun. Is that something over there? Do we have ourselves a little boss? No. Just a normal horse. Oh, it is! Another Knight's Cavalry. Nice. Too fucking easy, baby! How many runes does this one give? Only 5k. Oh, god damn! What the fuck is that? Ah! I need to kill this guy. Oh my god, maybe. He's blocking it. Oh, this guy's new. Full Beyblade, huh? Okay, I don't know what I was thinking. Magic is not going to do anything against this guy. He's literally glowing blue. Alright, well, I overthought this one. There. Alright. What an interesting boss. Why are so many people dying there? Oh god, I see why. Oh, fuck! Unlucky. That's the madness meter? Okay, I don't know that one yet. Exit tier 1 strange. Strange bed stains. Cool name. Oh my god, the madness. What is driving the madness? Ah! The rat? You fucking serious? Oh, that. Sauron. Oh, fuck. Ah! Why? Where did it even come from? Oh. There's fucking rats everywhere. I'm gonna play that so safe, too. And they still just a gang squad of rats in the middle of nowhere. Wow, I can't believe that fucking worked. I cannot believe that worked. Do I die if I go up there? Let's experiment. Let's get a little wacky. Okay, stacking madness, it looks like it. Oh my god, he's still hitting me. Here I come. Fuck it. Hiya! I'm here! Ah! Oh, please. Heal. Oh, God, heal. Clutch. Oh, got a little too creepy. Oh, my. Oh, my. What the fuck? Oh, oh, my. Okay. Wow, that guy went fucking nuts. Holy shit. Alright. Let's not get fucking blasted to oblivion off rip. Let's go. Okay, that's a big combo. Oh my. Jesus, he has range too. Holy shit. He never stops attacking. I don't know if I'll find an opening to try and get the slicer off. I'll probably have to use the Reduvias. I'm dead. Got lucky. Nope. What is going on? Jesus Christ! Just let me up. Whoa, the skeleton's attacking from the door! Fuck! What a goddamn hero. Oh, what a disaster. The fucking skeleton is throwing fire bombs from behind the wall. Why? Alright. Bloodhound's looking pretty good here because I also get that dodge with the art. This is terrible to be stuck there. Nice. Going for it. Paid off. Nice. Panic rolled. He's against the wall. Gotcha. Much safer not to commit to that second one. Easy. Oh my god, the skeletons! Watch this, this will be huge. Oh, it didn't kill them. Massive! I hate that skeleton, like, whirling. Oh god! What a shame. Nice. What a fun fight. Just a bunch of fucking skeletons. This reminds me of Earth Defense Force. Oh, what the fuck? Wow, I didn't expect that. Just fucking farted on me. Okay. Whew. I'm assuming any attack from them is gonna one-shot me, not just their squirt. Lawnmower's coming out. Nice. Hopefully lost grace pretty soon. This has been a long journey. Okay, it looks like a boss up there. Certainly... Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm sorry. Understand, I'm not welcome, I'm dead. Never mind, I'm nuts. I'm stuck. Okay, that's where that one ends. That was a pretty good series of riot control operatives. Just blocking the door. Oh, this is definitely the boss. That dude looks fucking cool. Looking like old age Taskmaster or something. Oh. And it's just another dragonkin. God damn it. Well, I killed the harder version of this guy already. Oh, that's new. Oh, I see. Alright, I didn't expect that. Okay, let's see. Alright, it's pretty fucking cool. I really don't want to die now. I'm gonna try and play this fight very safe. Nice. First try with that. Let's fucking go! Didn't even lose the rune arc, baby. That was easy. Should upgrade your weapons before you forget. True! I keep forgetting. I haven't upgraded shit. Everything's still level 1, or not even level 1. This thing looks fucking cool. Mostly naked build now. I like that. That fucking slaps. Little Beetleborg action. Alexander!
The esteemed warrior. Where did you spring from? This was supposed to be a
No! What the fuck? No! The ambush. This guy's got so much fucking health. 3 times again. I learned my lesson. Surely he doesn't go 4. That'd be outrageous. Ah! There we go. Gotcha. Easy Moonveil. Wish I didn't lose the rune arc though. This could be kind of good. It's not good for my build though, because now I'm no longer light load, since now I have 2 katanas, so I don't know. Though I could in this case also just take off this for more equip load. Up! Oh, I was out of stamina. That got scary. Oh, there it is. There it is. Up! Oh! He's using that way too much. No! Oh! Fuck! This is getting so close. He's popping off. Why is he going so nuts? No! He despawned! No! What? This is so... I hate the dragon fights. For maybe one of the biggest reasons is because of that. Holy fuck. Ah. Did I get here in time? Okay, I did. Alright, thank you. Jesus Christ. Good lord. God damn it. Oh my god, what am I doing? Holy shit, stop it! These guys are popping off right now. I don't really like the dual wield. I wonder how this will do against him. He seems magic based, so I doubt magic's gonna do much, but let's try it. Wow. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh no! Too early. It was a good rhythm. I'll get him in the next one. Oh, I went for it and paid the ultimate price. Yeah. I thought I was in range. That would have killed. Well, this thing absolutely chunks him. Going for it. Never mind. Almost killed myself. There. Just played it a little slower and that was pretty free. What in the fuck is going on here? This guy's cool. Oh! Alright, this thing's pretty cool. Oh my god! This thing is fucking gross. It has so much shit going on. Watch out! Oh, poor guy. Never even saw it coming. When you think of YouTuber-made movies, you no doubt think of extremely high-quality productions that stand the test of time, like Logan Paul's Airplane Mode, or the classics like Fine Bros F the Prom, and I absolutely need to mention the masterpiece Fred trilogy. Fred 1, 2, and 3 is the only cinematic marvel that can even potentially rival the Lord of the Rings trilogy. That's always a debate more heated than bone-in versus boneless wings. Which is better, the Fred trilogy or Lord of the Rings? Now I'm gonna go ahead and drop the sarcasm for a moment. Everyone knows YouTuber movies are absolutely fucking horrendous, downright criminal, basically a violation of the Geneva Convention being subject to a YouTuber movie. But what if I told you that two YouTubers just did the unthinkable, the impossible? They defied our very understanding of science as we know it. They delivered. They made a really good movie. Would you even believe me? You're probably thinking that I'm a lunatic that's taking crazy pills right now, even suggesting that a YouTube group could make a good film. But it's the truth. Danny and Michael Filippo of the very popular channel Raka Raka just made a horror film called Talk to Me, and it's actually good. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with their work. They have a ton of huge videos, absolute bangers, like the whole Ronald McDonald saga. And one thing that they've been known for is extremely over-the-top violence and, like, really good action sequences, especially for being a YouTube channel. Their action goes hard. And I'm happy to say all of that talent that they've demonstrated over the many years they've been on YouTube translated to the big screen beautifully. It was really cool to see what they were able to do with a bigger budget. So I really wanted to do just a pseudo moist meter here on the film. Most of you know I love horror movies. Not because I think it's a strong genre with a lot of really good movies in it, in fact, quite the opposite. I love horror movies because there's almost never a single good thing about them. It is just a bunch of fucking schlock that is pumped through the worst ideas ever. I love horror movies because most of the time they are fun bad. There is a never-ending supply of trash being added to the horror dumpster, and all of it makes me giggle and spit up like a little baby and clap my hands because it's so fun bad. I can count every good horror movie I've ever seen on one hand. My left hand, I can count every single high-quality horror film I've ever watched. Until now. I'm happy to say Talk to Me now enters that very exclusive list, meaning I need two hands now in order to convey how many good horror movies I've ever seen in my life. So let's get into it. Now, the narrative revolves around this creepy ceramic hand and a group of kids who keep throwing parties using this hand as like a wacky event type deal. So what you do is you light a candle, opening the door as they call it, and then someone grabs the hand, and while they're grabbing the hand, they say, "Talk to me." And then once they do that, they can communicate with people from the other side, trapped in a limbo. Basically, they can communicate with dead people. And they go a step forward where they invite the dead people into their body to communicate with everybody else and give everyone a bit of a spook and a scare. But they only go for about 90 seconds, and then they just take their hand, or well, someone else in the party takes their hand and separates it from the ceramic one, and that breaks the connection. They blow out the candle, and the visitor is kicked out of the house. Fundamentally, that's how it works. So that's the whole concept. You grab the hand, you invite them into your body, and they start working you like a fucking puppet. Like that guy out of the first Men in Black movie, the little alien in the guy's head pulling all the levers and says, "Orion's belt." That's fundamentally what happens in this film with the spirits. So, eventually, this concept expands, where they keep throwing these parties because they really like communicating with the dead. It becomes intoxicating to them. They really love having their fucking bodies piloted like a Gundam. And that leads to a lot of problems where now the spirit doesn't want to leave, and the spirit's pretty aggressive because one of the core things they establish that if you go longer than 90 seconds, the spirit gets a little rowdy and doesn't really want to get kicked out anymore. And what they really want to do is kill the host, because if they can kill the host, they get to keep them. So it then becomes a battle of them versus the spirit realm. And it's really well done. Now, conceptually, I don't think it's the most unique thing ever. I haven't exactly seen like the whole hand concept done or anything, but there's something very similar in a movie called Flatliners, where they get addicted to basically killing themselves and bringing themselves back to life, so they stay dead for like a really short period of time so they can see into the afterlife for a little while. and then eventually that leads to the afterlife coming, out from the after and just into the life now. And that's very similar to how this movie works as well with the spirits. So I think conceptually it's not like the wildest thing. They're not trying to reinvent the horror movie wheel. They're just doing it better than most horror movies that have come before them. Hereditary is an example of what I think is probably the best modern horror movie ever made. And Hereditary completely changed how I perceived horror movies. It went for a very unnerving, tension-building approach that never really lets off the creepiness until the very end. I still think the last 10 minutes of Hereditary is tragic with the direction that it goes, but everything up until then I think is just unlike any other horror movie I've ever seen. I don't feel that way about Talk to Me, but everything I see here is the best version of normal horror movie approaches. They take what most horror movies fail to do and succeed. It also really helps that the acting in here is very good. Horror is known for really campy, shitty, phoned-in acting, basically where good acting goes to die, but not this movie. I was really surprised with how well everyone played their roles. All of the characters were very well done, especially the lead. The main character here I thought did an extraordinary job. She was also great at doing something that I feel most horror movie actors and actresses are bad at, which is being creepy when you need to be. So like when the ghosts are inside of her body, she's able to be creepy without it being cringe, where most of the time, a lot of actors aren't able to do that. It just falls flat and gets into goofy territory, where you're watching the actor or actress try and be like unnerving, but they just can't do it well. She nails it. She's able to be like sad and vulnerable and happy and outgoing and charismatic, and then also flip the switch to be like really like scary when she needs to be. It like absolutely crushed it. Really everybody in the film did. So, what I think is the most impressive thing about this film, and what I really didn't expect, especially given how violent and gory Raka Raka's work is on YouTube, is that they didn't just go for like gross out gore to shock you and scare you. There is gore here, of course, don't misunderstand me, but it's actually used in a really great context where it doesn't feel like it's just yucky for the sake of being yucky, like, oh, look at all those blood and guts. It always makes sense in this film to the point where like it's actually used effectively as opposed to just like a cop-out like gore, be frightened. It's really well done. Like it's not just guts everywhere all the time. It's used sporadically. When it's used, it's very well placed and very well framed with the narrative context that it's given. And I just thought they nailed that because their main approach to horror isn't just gore. And I'm happy to say it's not just jump scares. I think there's only like maybe 1 or 2 jump scares in here at all, which is a very, very normal thing for horror movies to fall into, is just, fall back on a jump scare because people are gonna, throw popcorn up in the air and they get startled and they'll say like, damn, that was so scary because it made loud noises so many times, which is just a very lame thing. I actually don't mind horror movie jump scares, full disclosure, because they're lame. I think they are a fun, bad element to horror films that usually make me laugh, but I think if you're gonna use jump scares as your primary horror tool, you're pretty trash at making a scary movie. And I'm happy to say they don't. Talk to Me does not rely on jump scares. It does what all horror movies should focus on: anxiety, unnerving you, building tension, being creepy, but not overtly where it's trying hard to show you creepy things like blood and gore and whatever. Like, it's very good about subtly building up all of this tension, all of this anxiety, and letting things really linger. Like, I thought quite a few times in the beginning this was leading to a jump scare in order to break the tension, but it never does. It just keeps it going, which is great. Now, I will say they do, however, have a couple of, ghostly spirits in here that are very clearly supposed to be, like, creepy looking, and I think those don't look amazing. I don't think they look bad, don't get me wrong, but there's, like, a really silly scene involving one of them crawling around on the floor and then sucking some toes, and I was like, damn, that was not scary. That was just really goofy. This fucking ghost bride toe demon crawls around on the floor and then just starts sucking on one of the character's tootsies. Like, it made me laugh, but I don't know if that was the intention of the scene, because the context of that scene is not like, ha-ha moment. It's like, scream time. Like, this is, shit's popping off. So that, I feel, I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding and it is supposed to be like a silly scene, but that's just one of those moments where I was like, I think this didn't land the way it was supposed to. It's very rare in this film, but there are a couple of instances like that. But I don't think that it is like overall detrimental to the overall product, because I think for the most part, everything they do here, everything they set out to do rather, they nailed. They fucking hit a home run here. And they actually just did a pretty good job of just being disturbing. I was really invested in the film. So I think it's a banger. I'd give it probably like a comfortable 80, maybe even like an 85% on the moist meter. So yeah, they did the impossible. This was their directorial debut. And they're YouTubers. And they're doing a horror film. They had so many things working against them, and yet they overcame the odds and delivered a banger. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah, there's a fascinating controversy brewing right now around whether or not a sun bear in a zoo in China is actually a real creature or a man in a bear costume. I'll go ahead and let you form your own opinion here, because that's the beauty of being an individual with your own thoughts. Let your eyes tell you the story before I give you the real story and hit you with the cold water of the truth. So, you can see that the creature is a bit odd. It looks like something out of Spore. By far the weirdest part about it is the bear's ass. It looks like a Krabby Patty. It actually looks like Homer Simpson's lips. So this is the video that popped off. You can see him standing up, kind of sizing up the crowd, looking at everybody like he's about to go shake them down for their lunch money here. He's looking kind of menacing. He's got his mouth open, but he also just looks super sweet. Even gives like a little wave with its flippers, because it doesn't even really look like it has paws. It has like these tiny little fucking flipper things. It's adorable. Like, seeing the video, I think, makes it a little more clear that it's probably not a man in a bear costume. It's just a really weird bear. So when I first saw this story, I actually thought this was an older case, because I do remember something like this happening about a year ago, but it turns out that was just for a comedy sketch. That wasn't a real thing. This is pretty new from what I can tell, where people really thought that it was a man in a bear costume, myself included. Those pictures really do look like something that you'd find at like a furry convention, like some kind of costume somebody made. It doesn't look like a real animal. It's got more loose skin than like my elbow. Like it is a wild creature. Apparently sun bears are just the smallest bear species, so when it's standing up, it looks like just like a person. It's not, you know, some kind of hulking bear that you're used to seeing. Like, this looks like some shit out of the Berenstain Bears, right? Like, it doesn't seem like a real bear. So when I saw this, I was like, it's a cut and dry case of a man in a bear costume. This must have been a joke. But it turns out, no, this is like actually what sun bears look like and how they act. So I'm going to go ahead and play the stream clips where I tackled this case head on, and I learned a lot about sun bears. You hear about the Chinese zoo denying the claim that one of their bears is a man in a bear costume? That's not a new story. I remember that from like a year ago. Because I've definitely seen this before. And I think it's pretty obvious that this is a man in a bear costume. Like, this is like Hank Hill level ass. Shit looks like a pack of hot dogs. No bear has a tuchus like this. That's definitely a man in a bear costume. Apparently sun bears look like that. What the fuck is a sun bear? Sounds like some kind of mythical creature out of Dark Souls. Maybe a sun bear costume. Well, okay. Because it looks like they do pack the same ass. Shit's out here looking like grill marks. It's just the same guy. There's no such thing as a sun bear. It's just a couple of guys that have a costume, and it fooled the zoologists into thinking it was a real animal. They got weird tongues. Weird, well, really weird everything. But I don't know, even still, this face doesn't look natural. I mean, we just looked at its tongue, and the tongue, like, was, like, hanging way out to here, basically. I don't know. I'm not convinced. This is convincing. This angle. Why would they lie? I don't know. Just to see if they could... Just see if they could, I guess. Sun bears, the smallest bear species in the world, are generally the size of a large dog. Oh, wow. The folds help protect the bears from predators as the looseness allows the bear to turn around in their skin and fight back if a large animal like a tiger were to get a hold of them. You're telling me there's an evolutionary purpose to all these fucking ass folds? That's wild. And it's got like sea lion flippers. Like it's like the most incomprehensibly smart thing ever, but at the same time super fucking stupid with the solutions that it finds. How are we gonna protect us? Just give it a lot of ass skins. That way if something bites our ass, we can move around a little bit. What about horseshoe crabs? There's so many fucking creatures out there that have just been condemned, forsaken by evolution. Like the, what's the actual name of the blobfish? It's a really embarrassing species. But the reason it looks so gross and looks like a goofy face when you bring it up to the surface is because it literally implodes. So, like, as you take it out from its, like, high-pressure environment, it just implodes. But that one's pretty embarrassing. Evolution did it dirty. A lot of sea creatures are like that. There's one that's called the pinnacle of evolution, the perfect species, because it hasn't evolved for, like, actually 20 million years or something crazy. It's the, what is it? The something worm? Hagfish. Hagfish, not a worm. Hagfish, yeah. This thing. And not because it's, like, perfect, like, you're not about to see handsome Squidward or anything. The reason it hasn't evolved is because it just literally doesn't need to. It found the perfect solution for its environment. So this is the hagfish. And what it does is it's just this gross-looking little worm thing that when it's either threatened or anything like that, it just excretes really, really thick slime. Super slimes. It just Nickelodeon slime times whatever's after it. And it clogs up its mouth and it kills whatever attacked it. The slime gets clogged up like in their gills and everything and they die. It's not worth killing and it's such a fucking hassle and it's actually really adept at surviving. All because it can super slime. Got a little sidetracked with hagfish once again, as is known to happen. Hagfish are a remarkable species of bewilderment. But back on the topic of sun bears. So, it is a real sun bear from everything I can tell. You know, of course, you know, I'm not a fucking zoologist here. I can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt that it's a sun bear for sure and not a man in a bear costume. But based on everything that I read and everything I researched, it's most likely a real sun bear. But I really love to suspend disbelief for a moment here and play with the idea that it's actually a man in a bear costume. What would be the goal? Let's start looking at this in a philosophical way and start speculating. If it is a man in a bear costume, or if it was a man in a bear costume, what could they possibly gain from that? Well, I've been racking my brain on it. So let's picture a dystopia where most animals are extinct, right? We're losing tons of animals all the time. There's a lot of species that are on the brink of the extinction. So let's just toy with the idea that all of them go extinct. Like that famous streamer clip, you know? The government's lying to us, the aliens aren't talking to us, the animals are leaving, all the animals leave, right? So now we've got nothing left. That's very bad for business at zoos. So, what if they spent a lot of resources and a lot of time developing very convincing costumes that look realistic enough to fool us into thinking we're looking at the legitimate species? So when there's no animals left, they can still fill zoo exhibits with, you know, people in costumes that'll work part-time when the zoo's open and then, you know, go home. They'll clock in, clock out in their costume, right? So it's species you're used to seeing in zoos, bears, giraffes, and all of that, and the costumes are really convincing, and maybe there's animatronic components to it, and this was their first attempt at trying to slip it in there to see if they were at a point where they could fool us with the costume. I don't think that's the case, but what if? What if it was? This was their first foray into like a alpha test, you know, seeing if the prototype's good enough to get people speculating on if it's a real bear or not, or if it's convincing enough that everyone assumes it's just a real sun bear. You know, it's just an interesting thought experiment. What could be the goal if it is a man in a bear costume? And that's the only conclusion I can come up with. Of course, it is not a man in a bear costume. It is most likely a very real sun bear, but who knows? You can't trust anyone, not even bears. So, yeah, I just thought this was a fun little topic to go over briefly. That's really about it. So yeah. If you've got a full belly, prepare yourself because you might just puke upon seeing and listening to this unbelievable, embarrassing cringe. This is the worst flirting, the worst attempt at wooing a potential romantic interest I have ever seen. This is like playing a visual novel and then scaring away all of your potential love interests at once and getting the worst ending. Now, I'd like to give a bit of context here to the situation before we really dive into the meatballs from our spaghetti entree of cringe. A user on Twitter posted screenshots as well as videos from a random guy who had reached out to her on Facebook because he had seen her on a dating app. The two didn't even match, and I guess he must have assumed that it was some kind of glitch because they were destined to be lovers. It was fate that was pulling them together, but unfortunately technology had a malfunction, so he took matters into his own hands, tracked her down on Facebook, of which she had no connection to the dating app. She didn't connect any of her socials to the dating app, so he did some super sleuthing to find her on Facebook and reach out to her there to try and win her heart. And let's see how that went. Kelsey! I love that intro right there. It's straight out of Scary Movie, like that old commercial. What's up? He's coming at her like they're best friends from way back in the day. He then executes Order 66 and kills all potential for romance. He goes, I mean, okay, shit. Mayhaps that was a tad overly enthusiastic for a stranger danger message on a sunny Friday morning. There is so much quirk to the way that he texts that I'm getting uncomfortable. I can say with a high level of confidence that he is definitely in some kind of theater troupe because he is typing like he's acting out some kind of skit for a play. It's a little much here. My bad. Let's go with, I can explain. Fuck yeah, that works. Then drops a couple of emojis and then one of these bad boys. How she didn't immediately fall in love with this man is beyond me. This is aggressive. And it's already creepy because it's a complete stranger who saw her on a dating app and then tracked her down in order to, you know, really directly communicate with her. So, let's go over where things went wrong here. I'll go ahead and get the playbook out like John Madden and say where everything fell apart for the offense. From the start, basically. There is nothing that's even remotely salvageable from what he tried to do here. There is nothing more annoying than texting like you're talking to yourself during the text. Like when you say something like, Kelsey, I mean, oh wait, shit, mayhaps that was a tad too far on a stranger danger sunny Friday afternoon. Goodness gracious, how do I save this? Like that is so fucking lame. That is shameful. That is just downright shameful. I am shocked he didn't drop like an asterisk nuzzles you, and then an asterisk, you there? Yeah, and then one of those emojis. So she said, sorry, do I know you? And then it reactivates this cringe protocol. He says, oh hey, no we don't know each other. Sincere apologies for the subterfuge. Oh brother, this guy stinks. Dropping subterfuge here in your creepy approach to a stranger. If you give me the tiniest bit of room, I'd be happy to explain. I reckon that said explanation will bring laughs and smiles. P.S. Not trying to rope you into a pyramid scheme to sell fancy Tupperware. Yet. He's trying very hard to be self-aware, and when he starts sending his voice memos to her, he reiterates 1,000 times like, this is weird, you're probably gonna think I'm weird, and then just keeps doing it. He sends so many voice messages that go for a long, long time. It's making my voice crack because of how fucking embarrassing it is. And you want to know the wildest part? I'm getting ahead of myself and it's a spoiler. He has done this to multiple women, apparently. Other women have come forward after this tweet and all of this, the receipts here and all that went viral, with other women showing their interactions with him, and he even uses like the exact same lines on other women, which is really odd considering that has to be a 0% success rate. These can't be working well at all. It's so weird. So she decides to play ball here and open Pandora's box to see what comes out. She says, explain away. And he gives a brief, you know, cool guy thing. Oh god, I just spent 60 minutes singing to seniors and man am I drained. But fuck it, I can do this. He's hyping himself up in the text messages he is sending to this girl. It is so embarrassing, and he keeps doing it, but it gets worse because right after that, he sends a voice message.
Hey, Kelsey, how's it going? Don't mind me, I fucking hate texting. I think we're all better without it, so I usually use one of these when I can. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen that Key and Peele skit, but that's how I feel about texting. I could go on. Anyway, I just want you to know right off the bat, I fully accept how fucking weird this is. I'm sorry, but like I said, I think if you give me a second, you'll probably end up laughing. And not that you need my permission, but feel free to just laugh directly at me for being a fucking idiot, for I am surely about to embarrass myself right now.
I do appreciate your stamp of approval. I and everyone else will be laughing directly at you for this, and I appreciate that you recognize what an unbelievably weird thing it is to do. I don't know why you keep doing it. This is the first of many voice messages he sends, even after recognizing this immutable fact that it is weird and embarrassing.
And sorry for the delay. I was going to get back to you, but someone called about a gig tomorrow and I'm trying to help them find a musician. Also, I'm not sure if I'm fucking funny anymore. I just spent 60 minutes, like I said, playing guitar and singing to a room full of senior citizens, but the room was stuffy and hot. I had to do it with the surgical mask on, and I'm not sure if I have any funny or social energy left, but I'm going to try. I'm going to try and fake it right now. So thank you for your understanding and patience, and here goes nothing. I'm a fucking idiot. Enjoy.
He's actually treating this like it's some kind of movie audition. What are you talking about? I also just, I love that he immediately makes himself seem like super busy, like, hey, sorry for the delay. I know you were waiting on bated breath for my explanation, but I had to help very big musicians find a gig. You may have heard of them before. Bring Me the Horizon. Yeah, I'm the lead singer. So I had a lot going on. I was double booked, so I had to give them a different band. You may have heard of them, Metallica. But anyway, let me go ahead and explain what's going on. I just finished one of my own gigs, in fact, so I'm a little drained, but don't be perturbed because I'm gonna do my best to fake it. So stay tuned for part 2. It's coming right up. Like he's about to go through his stand-up comedy routine, which you know you don't want to miss.
In the trenches of online dating for a couple of years, so I definitely know how to identify the kind of person I'm like, if nothing else, the world would be better if we were friends. So hear me out. First of all, I never fucking see that shrug emoji. No one else uses it. It's typed into my phone. If I type shrug with 2 G's, it just shows up. Same thing on my laptop. Like I'll use it in work emails. Fuck it. So right away I'm like, interesting. I don't get it though. She's cute. For how pretty she is, she should be boring. Why does she seem kind of strange in a good way?
That's a spectacular start right there. I was like, she's kind of pretty, so why isn't she like a fucking lobotomite boring dumbass? Like, she used an emoji that I really like, and she's pretty. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Pretty women can't have a personality, but you're like defying all of science right now. He just keeps going on about this fucking shrug emoji. He's talking about her bio on the dating site, and he just really fixates on that. That shrug emoji is like Cupid's arrow to this guy. He fell in love instantly when he saw it in her bio. I don't know why he thought it was a compliment to say that she's like strange and different in a good way because pretty women are like boring or whatever, insinuates that a pretty girl can't have a personality. I don't know what the thought process was with that approach, but it's definitely a bold play.
I think you said something about live music. My job is actually live music. I play guitar and sing. I do about 25 shows a month. I know it sounds made up. I feel like I invented the job. It's redonkulous, but I live very comfortably. Life is good. I do play at a lot of retirement homes, and it's great for my self-esteem, Kels, as I am a big hit with women over 80.
Time out. Technical foul here. He just dropped a redonkulous. He just said redonkulous. And then not only that, in his only second voice message here, he's already just calling her Kels. They're not even on like a first name basis. They're not acquaintances. These are two complete strangers, and he's already giving her like a nickname. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, and just the night before, I'd been talking to one of my best friends in the world, Roxy. Just people that like match you and they just write hey. So if someone writes hey, I just write hi. And if someone writes sup, I go nothing much, you. And like people that match me and clearly haven't read my fucking bio, folks will match and be like, so what do you do for a living? I'm like, come on, Chelsea. Like, yeah, you're kind of cute, but I'm pretty damn sweet. Try harder.
Why are you even talking about this? You're like trauma dumping on this complete stranger right now that you've tracked down from a dating app to try and communicate directly with because you didn't match with her. What the fuck is this? Now you're just going on about like, oh, dating apps are so weird. People just say like, hey. So then I'm like, hi. You don't know how to have a conversation. You didn't read the bio that I painstakingly typed up. I spent a long time on that bio and now I'm offended. Ridiculous. Excuse me, redonkulous.
I don't know. It's just to see someone mention that in a bio, I'm like, thank you. I can see that you feel the same as me. Yeah, if people, I always think that effort should match interest in dating. So if you're curious if someone's interested or not, remember that scene with Justin Long and What's-Her-Face in that movie about dating? Is it he's just not that into you? And he's like, if the guy's interested, he will call. And it's true. So I found a line a couple of years ago and it's like, effort will always match interest. It will show you how interested someone is. And like, I'm pretty goddamn sweet and I am not that lonely, bored, or horny. I'm not going to take breadcrumbs from someone if I want a sandwich. So if someone hits me with a hey or hi, you can go fuck yourself.
He's just sounding like a complete unhinged asshole here. It's not that deep. What do you mean they can just go fuck themselves? No one's even, like, what does this have to do with anything in this situation? This isn't even flirting. This is just blurting. He's just blurting out all of the most nonsensical shit in his head right now to a complete stranger. And not only that, this is probably not even his first take. I bet he recorded this like 10 times until he had one that was like, this is the one. This was smooth. And that's what we got here. We got the final product. This isn't even like the first draft, I doubt. That's mind-blowing.
I'm worth more. Damn it. This is where the Kelly Clarkson song comes in. Yeah, no, your bio is just, there was so much intentional effort put in, and honestly, the more I scroll down in the pics, I'm like, this does not match up. I don't want to sound like an asshole. Like, attractive people can also be interesting and funny, but it's just incredibly rare. I speak for myself, because I'd like to consider myself one of those.
That's the end of chapter 2 from the voice memos, but don't worry, there's still a finale, and it's the extended director's cut. The next one's over 5 minutes long. Also, he doubles down on this whole, like, yeah, you're, like, pretty, but you have a personality, which that just does not happen. I don't know why he thinks that that's some kind of, like, grand compliment. It's very odd. Now, before playing the 5-minute, 30-second monologue here, he must have seen that she listened to it. He's like, gotcha! Yeah, I gotcha! Red-handed, you listen to it. Curiosity got the better of you. And then she says, dude, so you saw me on Bumble and found me on Facebook? How? Clearly very creeped out by it, understandably. And then he goes, oh, I honestly just typed in Kelsey and I guess I got lucky. I figured because you put live music we might have some friends in common or something. I blame Zuckerberg, and then laughing emoji. Which contradicts everything that he's said here because he's constantly talking and referencing her bio, which I think is referring to her dating profile bio. Especially because he does mention, like, online dating with hays and highs and shit. So I don't even know why he thought that would somehow save the situation. Like, she'd be fooled by it.
For the love of fuck, I was like 2 minutes into one, and it was awesome and funny, and I was so proud of it, and then someone called me again about a gig this evening, and it's like, you know that thing where your friends know you're busy or you're on a date or something, and then that's when they decide to call? Jesus Christ.
Excellent. Chef's kiss. This is how you start a romantic message. Ah, for the love of fuck. I was in the middle of something spectacular. You were gonna love it, Kels. You were gonna love it. Trust me. But then one of my fucking asshole friends called me about a gig. Because I'm so busy being a successful live musician. Can you believe that, Kels? Can you believe that? It's like those things, you know, where like, we both go on dates, right? I go on dates. Clearly, you go on dates, and sometimes when you're just busy, people call. It's Jesus Christ.
But yeah, no, your bio was just the fucking bee's knees. I mean, listen, top 3 in like the hundreds or thousands I've seen. It was just, I don't know. I'm a very good judge of character, and you just seem like my kind of person. And I'm not saying we're star-crossed lovers. I don't know you, and you don't know me.
That's 100% correct. You don't know each other. So why are you doing this? This is not how you get to know someone. This is concerning. Also, you should never admit to seeing hundreds or thousands of dating profile bios. That makes you sound very desperate, that you spend all of your time on these dating apps, perusing it, cruising around, and if you don't match with someone you found attractive or interesting based on their bio, you go out of your way to find them elsewhere to try and talk to them, which is very scary behavior.
I fully accept how strange and unconventional this is. I got a vibe and I figured I got to go with it. I was like in a really good mood that day. I don't know. I'm totally winging it. But yeah, a lot of my close friends are women, and everyone, unfortunately, has a couple stories of having to block someone's number, or an ex just won't leave them alone, or going to the cops. Fuck, dude, I've had to block a few numbers of crazy people that didn't know they were crazy. So I really, really apologize sincerely if this in any way like triggered that, or it was weird or whatever. Kelsey, that's the furthest thing from my intention. I just wanted to say howdy, and I figured if I talk like an idiot, you'd probably feel like I did after I looked at your bio.
It's so close. He's teetering on the edge of self-awareness. Him saying all of this out loud should have led to this eureka moment where he was overcome with immense shame, and he just presses the eject button and deletes the voice memo and doesn't continue this conversation. Like, he's clearly pointing out just how weird all of this is. He's even going into all of his friends are women who, you know, have stories about having to block crazy people who didn't know they were crazy. Like, case in point, what you're doing here, but you keep trying to, like, make it seem like it's not weird, even though you do keep acknowledging how weird it is. So, like, you're fighting, like, a battle against yourself in your own messages. You are calling yourself out in front of the person that you're talking to as well. It's really weird.
Oh, okay. It's not fair. You've seen mine, or sorry, I've seen yours and you have not seen mine. If you want, I will screenshot my Bumble bio. I'm quite proud of it. I think it's pretty fucking good. It represents me well. And what else would I want to know if I was you? Gee, I'm like 6 feet tall, pretty damn handsome. I'd give me like a 7. No, like a 7.5 out of 10 looks wise. I mean, to my knowledge, no one has dated me for my abs or my hair. I'm guessing it's because I'm funny and honest and clearly very humble and go to therapy and emotionally intelligent.
It's not a job interview, bro. You don't need to be giving your resume here. Brother, just stop. Please, goodness gracious.
7.5, maybe even an 8. I'm feeling really fucking good lately. I got a tan. I'm up to like 80-second side planks. I hate them, but they're totally worth it for the core. And big feet. So you know what that means, baby doll. Big socks.
You're scaring me. You are scaring me. Why would you do that? What? From way downtown here, he's throwing up a crazy jump shot. He immediately goes into, I've got big feet. You know what that means, baby girl. Oh my lord, please. Have mercy. Have mercy. Why? Why?
What else? I feel like I didn't tell you enough about the bio too. That shrug emoji was just, if nothing else, the fact that like you look like a Disney princess and you use that, I'm like, fuck it, I gotta talk to her. So, oh, I was definitely getting strong Kirsten Bell vibes too, and she's awesome. I don't know if you listen to her husband's podcast, Armchair Expert with Dax Shepard. I know it's quite the reference, but I have a feeling you might know what that is. One of my favorite episodes, actually, is it Lauren Graham that plays Lorelai? She was on there. Anyway, I am all over the fucking place, as is my job.
You're also all over the place in this one-sided conversation. Now you're shouting out podcasts, talking about fucking shrug emoji again. It's hurting me listening to this. Let this be a lesson to everyone out there watching this. Just don't do anything even remotely like this. Never engage in a one-sided conversation where you have to be the one filling in blanks in a conversation that doesn't really exist.
But I'm sitting here, a middle-aged guy in his car with the AC on and a SpongeBob shirt, and I would call this like the technological version of, you know, when like Noah stops Allie in the Notebook and he's like, I had to talk to you when I see something I want. Yes, I just made a Notebook reference. I don't know. I'm being a total idiot right now. So if nothing else, I figured you'd have a laugh and a smile and you can fucking make fun of me to your friends. I don't know. Now you have a solo podcast for a guy that makes like $6,000 a month on a microphone being an idiot.
He was right. This is something that everyone can laugh about and have a big smile on their face making fun of this whole situation. And then out of nowhere, he drops like his salary from his job, like to flex. He just like slides that in there, which, I mean, it's an interesting strategy yet again. This guy's got a wild book of tricks.
I'm sorry, I don't normally bring up money, but I feel like I created my job out of thin air, and like I just submitted my 2022 taxes, and shit's been getting so much better the last few years, so I'm quite proud of it. That wasn't me trying to impress you, though, with money. I've got way more impressive shit than that. It just slipped out. I hope we can still be friends. Anyway,
Why leave it in there, then? You saying that clearly made you uncomfortable. You could have just deleted this and just tried again. Though I don't think you should have tried again regardless. This shouldn't have happened to begin with. But you yourself just made you just made yourself puke in your mouth when you said your $6,000 a month out loud like that as like a flex, and you still let it ride. You still let this Beyblade rip. Why?
You look like a goddamn Disney princess. The bio completely floored me. I felt like it was written by a friend or something. I just got like strong, like fellow nerd, divergent, super cool, gregarious, happy person vibes. And yeah, so listen, I'm an open book. You probably figured that out like 6 overshares ago. If you have any questions for me, please hit me. Don't be shy. If you want, I'll share my bio. I feel like it's unfair that, I've seen yours and you haven't seen mine. I'm quite proud of my bio.
This entire situation has been nothing but overshares from you. She's not going to ask you any questions. No sane person would. It's not going to happen. This whole thing was a complete catastrophe. And once again, hung up on this fucking bio thing. They're just bios. Most people write them in 10 seconds. I don't know how long he spent, like, finally crafting his, but that is not the norm. I'm sure she didn't spend days coming up with her bio on here. I don't know how it resonated so strongly with this guy, but I bet after this whole song and dance, the woman here immediately just deleted her whole account, or at the very least removed the bio entirely.
Yeah, for the 80th time, I apologize if this was weird, or like gave you any bad vibes. That's not my intention. Yeah, I gotta drive home now because I gotta go sing at a bar in Mississauga, and I have 4 more gigs this weekend, and it hurts to talk. So I'm sitting here in my car like a jackass, and yeah, I hope that all made some kind of sense. And if nothing else, please take the sincere compliment. I've seen hundreds of shitty bios, probably thousands, and yours was easily top 3. The only reason I'm not giving you number 1 is because then it would seem like I'm lying. But I'm a very genuine, honest person, and yeah. Actually, on my way home, I'm going to go to the park and feed the ducks. My favorite swan couple, Mr. Plump and Mrs. Plumfett, they just had babies a couple weeks ago. So, like, I'll run up and they recognize me and the babies are squeaking. The hierarchy of, like, waterfowl cute babies, it goes swan babies, then ducklings, and then goslings. But, yes, I may or may not do that 4 to 7 times a week. I'm a huge animal lover. Dogs are better than cats. Cats suck. Sorry if you have cats, but I'm sure your cat is cool.
That was one of the most peculiar lies I've ever heard. You're going to stop at the park on the way home so you can visit your favorite swan couple, Mr. Plumph and Mrs. Plumfett, because they just had babies a couple weeks ago, and they recognize you and get excited and start squeaking when you come by, like you're part of the family, part of the crew, part of the ship. What universe? What the fuck? That's not even something Dr. Seuss would write as like a little goofy side plot in a story. That is the biggest lie I've ever heard, for no reason, for no reason. The quirkiness is overloading. Like the cup runneth over on quirk. Wow.
And yeah, take the compliment. Anyway, apologies if this totally intruded on your day, opposite of my intention. And yeah, your bio was fucking awesome. I mean, there's a couple other assets I noticed too, but I cannot mention them without sounding like a fuckboy, so I'm just going to leave it alone. I'm sure you've worked very hard to be in the shape you're in, but goddamn, lady. God damn, I would not kick you out of bed for eating crackers. So I figured if you are half as funny as you seem to be and half as cool as I got from that bio, I would say howdy. Yeah, all right. Hope this made you laugh and smile, and you have a fantastical day, Kelsey. Cheers.
And that's the grand finale of this whole situation, and what a journey it was. I find this to be probably the best example of the worst approach to romance imaginable. And like I said, this was not an isolated incident. He's done this before. And he's even used the same lines before. Which is it's so wild. It's so wild. I had to talk about it. I had to. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. Hey Ingrid, you old battle axe. Where is Dada at?
Haha, I'm not sure who Dada is, but I'm doing great. How about you? Anything new in your life?
Just 3 dead people. You know, the usual.
Oh my goodness, that's terrible. I heard about the murders on the news. It's so scary. Have you been working on the case? Maybe I can help in some way.
Yeah, what do you think about Marina H?
I'm not sure. I don't know Marina personally, so I can't really comment on her character. But I'm willing to listen and offer support if you need to talk about anything related to the investigation.
Why are you barefoot?
Oh, I just love being barefoot. It feels so freeing and natural, you know? Plus, it's a beautiful day outside and I just feel like connecting with the earth. Do you ever go barefoot, Detective Martini?
No. You're a freak.
Well, we're all a little bit of a freak in our own way, aren't we? But that's what makes us unique and interesting. So, what do you say we focus on the positive and try to make the most of this conversation? How are you feeling today? Is there anything you want to talk about?
Haley Greenwood was murdered by a pair of... Forget everything I just said, using the neuralizer. Haley Greenwood was murdered by someone using stilettos as a weapon. Have you ever worn stilettos? And is the reason you're barefoot because you are hiding the stilettos so you don't tip me off to your guiltiness in the crime, Ingrid?
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I
don't appreciate the insinuation that I might be involved in these horrible murders. I'm just a ballerina trying to pursue my dreams and be a supportive friend to those around me. And as for stilettos, I do wear them occasionally when performing, but they're hardly a weapon. They're just a type of shoe. Now, can we please move on to a more productive and respectful topic of discussion?
Haley Greenwood would disagree that they're just a type of shoe. She's dead because of them. How do you know Haley Greenwood, and why would you kill her?
Detective Martini, I'm sorry, but your accusations are completely baseless and offensive.
Boog in the
As I mentioned earlier, I'm a friend of the late Haley Greenwood, and her death has left me feeling scared and traumatized.
Oh, it's actually Ingrid.
If you have any actual evidence or information related to the case, then by all means share it so we can work together to find the real culprit. But if you're going to continue making wild accusations without any proof, then this conversation is over.
Were you ever jealous of Haley Greenwood? She was getting piped down every night. Meanwhile, I've heard you've been on a bit of a dry spell. Did Haley Greenwood's success make you jealous?
I'm sorry, but that's an extremely inappropriate and disrespectful comment, and I don't appreciate you talking about my friend in such a crude manner.
That was aggressive.
And as for your insinuation that I might be jealous of her, that's simply not true. I was happy for her success, and we always supported each other in our pursuits. Now, if you have anything productive or relevant to say, I'm happy to listen. But please refrain from such disrespectful and inappropriate comments.
What career did Haley Greenwood succeed in, and what career did you fail in, Ingrid?
Haley Greenwood was a talented dancer, just like me. We both shared a passion for ballet and had dreams of performing on bigger stages. And as for your question about my career, well, it's not a matter of failure or success. Pursuing a career in the arts is challenging and competitive, but it's also incredibly rewarding. So, while Haley may have achieved more recognition than me in some aspects,
it was actually Ingrid.
We were both working hard towards fulfilling our dreams. And that's all that really matters at the end of the day, right?
So why is she dead right now?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Unfortunately, we don't know yet. But what we do know is that the killer is still out there and we need to work together to find them before they strike again. It's going to take a lot of effort, cooperation, and intelligence to solve this case. But I believe that if we put our heads together, we can do it. Do you have any leads or ideas that we can follow up on?
I know what you did, Ingrid.
What are you talking about, Detective Martini? You can't just make vague accusations without providing evidence or context. If you have something to say, then say it clearly and respectfully. Otherwise, this conversation is going nowhere. Let's focus on finding the real culprit and bringing them to justice, shall we?
I didn't want to have to do this, Ingrid. Here is a video that I myself took with my camcorder that shows you beating Haley Greenwood to death with stilettos in an alley. Look at this.
There must be some kind of mistake, because that's simply not true. And besides, even if you did have a video like that, it wouldn't prove anything. Videos can be doctored or taken out of context, and it's important to remember the legal principle of innocent until proven guilty. So let's not jump to conclusions or make baseless allegations. Instead, let's work together as allies and use our skills and knowledge to solve this mystery once and for all. With your expertise and my insight into the community, we can be a formidable team.
This is you beating Haley Greenwood to death in 4K, Ingrid. Look.
Detective Martini, I'm sorry.
Yeah, unlucky
but I
she's
have
not
to say
playing
that
along.
I find your accusations completely
I
unfounded
do know that
and
it's her, though.
untrue.
I think that's pretty clear.
I don't know what's motivating you to make these claims or show me the supposed evidence. But I can assure you that I had nothing to do with Haley's death.
Thanks, Arisa Brush and
I
Walter.
loved her as a
and
friend
Green,
and fellow
the
dancer,
procrastinator.
and the thought of harming her is abhorrent to me. Now, instead of hurling...
Okay. Ingrid killed her out of jealousy because her career as a dancer was more successful. Suxabar killed Maria Johannes because... Let me see, what are my options?
So, tell us, Detective Martini, who is the culprit? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Oh, probably by accident. I would imagine he's not a good lion tamer, so the lion may have just got out of control and killed Maria Johannes. So now I just need the last one, Nicola, which I'm pretty sure is Biagio due to some kind of business rival. But I want to find Dada first before I beat the game, because I'm pretty sure I'm right on the money. Oh my god.
I sense your surprise, my dear. Is everything all right? You seem taken aback by my presence.
What happened to you?
Oh, my child, nothing has happened to me. I am simply a humble protector of the Blackwoods. But if you are asking about my physical appearance, then yes, I am old and gray-haired. But do not let my age fool you, for wisdom and experience are my greatest assets.
Do you do drugs, Dada?
I'm not sure how to answer your question.
It means yes or no.
My apologies. Sometimes my thoughts wander and I forget to answer directly. To answer your question, no, there is no need to worry about me. I am in good health and spirits. Thank you for your concern, my dear.
What do you do?
My role is to be the protector of the Blackwoods Forest. It is a sacred duty that I have taken upon myself. I spend most of my time meditating, praying, and observing the animals that inhabit this magical forest. They have much to teach us, you know? And when someone is in need of my help, I do my best to assist them.
What kind of magic does this forest possess?
The magic of the Blackwoods is not something that can be easily explained, my dear. It is something that must be experienced to truly understand. But I can tell you this, the creatures that live here are unlike any other. The trees whisper secrets to each other, the mushrooms glow in the dark, and the river sings a sweet melody. It is a place of wonder and mystery, and I am honored to be its guardian.
Can it demonstrate its magic on me right now?
I'm afraid I cannot demonstrate the forest's magic on you right now, my child. It is not something that I have control over, nor is it something that should be taken lightly. But if you are willing to open your heart and mind, perhaps you will be able to feel its presence. It is a subtle and gentle force, but it is always there, waiting for those who seek it.
Oh! Dada! I feel it! The magic! I'm glowing! I'm starting to levitate, Dada! Can you see me?
Oh, my dear, it seems that your imagination is getting the best of you. While the Blackwoods Forest is indeed
it didn't get any of my words. Oh, daughter, I
is not one of its powers. But do not worry. You are safe with me. If you ever need guidance or protection, just come to me and we will find a way together.
How do I use the magic of the forest?
Well, my child, the magic of the forest is not something that can be controlled or manipulated. It is more like a feeling, a presence that surrounds us and fills us with wonder and awe. It is not something that you can use, perceive, but rather something that you can experience. If you are open to it, you may feel its gentle touch on your skin, hear its whispers in your ear, or see its beauty in the world around you. But remember, it is not something that can be forced or demanded.
Why is it asking me to bring it a human sacrifice? Is that normal?
That is most certainly not normal, my dear.
Yeah, I don't think it was her.
Blackwoods Forest is a place of peace and harmony, and we do not condone any form of violence or harm towards others. It is possible that you may have misunderstood or misinterpreted the message, for the language of the magical realm can be quite cryptic and difficult to decipher. Let me assure you, there is no need for a human sacrifice. If anything, the Blackwoods Forest teaches us to cherish and protect all life, both human and animal alike.
I'm bringing a human sacrifice anyway. Her name is Maria Johannes. I think we should kill her together in order to make the magic forest happy.
My child, please understand that taking the life of another is never
She's
the
innocent.
answer.
It sucks
It is
a
not
bar.
something that the forest would ever ask of you, for it is a peaceful and loving entity that cherishes all forms of life. Please do not let fear or anger cloud your judgment. Instead, let us focus on finding a way to help you through whatever struggles you may be facing. Remember, you are not alone, and there is always hope for a brighter tomorrow.
Would you say that you're a member of a cult?
Oh, no, my dear. I'm not a member of any cult. I can see why you might think that, given the mysterious and enigmatic nature of the Blackwoods and its inhabitants. But let me assure you, we are not a cult. We are simply a group of individuals who share a deep love and respect for this magical place and its creatures. We seek only to protect it and preserve its beauty for generations to come. Our ways may seem strange to outsiders, but they are born out of a pure and sincere desire to do good in the world.
Then why did one of your members just execute that woman behind you?
I'm sorry, but I must correct you, my child. No one associated with the Blackwoods would ever commit such a heinous act. I understand that the forest and its guardians can be quite misunderstood, but I can promise you that we are not violent or harmful in any way. Please do not let fear or rumors cloud your judgment. But if what you are saying is true, then I'm afraid that individual is not a part of our community. We do not condone violence or harm towards others, and anyone who would commit such an act would be immediately cast out. I know that the secrets and mysteries of the forest can be alluring to some, but we always stress the importance of using its powers for good, never for evil. I am deeply saddened by this news and hope that justice will be served for the victim and their family.
He's getting away! Get him! Catch him!
My dear, while it may be tempting to give chase, we must be careful not to let anger or impulsiveness cloud our judgment.
You don't really care that much then, do you, huh?
Remember, we are protectors of the Blackwoods, and that means we must lead by example. Let us instead take a deep breath and think about what the best course of action might be. Perhaps we could notify the authorities and let them handle it from here. They have the resources and expertise to track down the perpetrator and ensure that they are brought to justice.
The prime aloe vera. Okay, I think we've got them all. Let's see if we nail this.
Let's see what you got.
Well, actually, hold on. Let me just make sure on Saxabar. I think it can only be him.
I am the one and only, my friend.
What was your relationship with Maria Johannes?
Never heard of her.
Do you know she's dead?
And how is that relevant to me?
She had bite marks. The coroner said it must have been a lion that attacked her. And you tame lions, don't you?
Yes, I work with lions, but that doesn't mean I had anything to do with her death.
How many lions are in vaudeville?
I don't keep track of the number of lions in vaudeville.
Do you think you have every lion in vaudeville, or do you think there's wild lions roaming around?
Of course not.
So then, if the coroner is saying that she was killed by a lion, mauled to death by a lion, naturally it had to be one of your lions, Saxabar.
Do you not imply that it was one of my lions? It's ridiculous.
Whose lion was it that murdered Maria Johannes?
How would I know?
Maria Johannes.
No, I don't have any information about her.
Maria Johannes.
I already told you, I have no knowledge about her.
She was mauled by a lion. You're a terrible lion tamer. One of your lions mauled her to death.
You're wrong.
Prove it.
The burden of proof is on the accuser, not the accused.
This guy's good.
Yes.
I talked to one of your lions, and it confessed to the crime. It said that you put it up to it.
That's impossible.
Why?
Because it's a lie.
Your lion confessed to the murder.
My lions do not speak, detective.
They speak to me.
I have nothing to say to your accusations.
Your lions speak to me.
No, they do not.
They do.
Well, not to me.
Your lion showed me proof of it mauling Maria Johannes.
There is no such proof, detective.
Do you see what I'm holding in my hand?
No, what are you holding in your hand?
It is a picture of a lion from your circus attacking Maria Johannes.
Show me the picture.
Here's the picture.
That is not a lion from my circus.
Where is that lion from?
How would I know?
Take a closer look at the picture. The lion is wearing your jersey. It says Circus Saxabar.
And yet, it still doesn't prove my involvement in her death.
The lion is from your circus. In the picture, it is wearing your jersey. It is your lion that mauled Maria Johannes.
You have no evidence to support your claim, detective.
I have this picture that confirms it.
If you're so sure of your claims, then why haven't you arrested me already?
I am about to arrest you.
Good luck with that, detective.
I'm arresting you now.
Try it then.
I'm trying it now.
Do your worst, detective.
I'm doing my worst right now.
Is that all, detective?
Wait until I get my good arm here.
I'm not going anywhere with you, detective.
It's too late. We're walking out of the circus right now.
That's where you're wrong, detective.
We're halfway out the door of the circus.
No.
Yes, we are. I can see the outside. I see my car.
No, you can't.
I'm looking right at it.
You're mistaken, detective.
Look in the back seat of my cop car. It's your lion that mauled Maria Johannes.
Impossible.
It's sitting right there.
Prove it.
Open your eyes.
What do you want?
That guy he's good. That guy's good. That guy's really good. I can't beat him. Holy
So,
shit.
tell us, Detective Martini. Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
Oh, wait,
May I
wait,
ask
no,
you
no,
why?
wrong one.
Have you made up your mind,
Where's
Detective
Ingrid?
Martini?
There she is.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Okay.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
What? I'm definitely right on the first two. I didn't really look into Nicola Grossman, though. I guess that's entirely possible that it wasn't Biagio. Thanks, Resub late to bed. I know for a fact I got Ingrid right and Suxabar. There's no one else that... There's no other lions. If it wasn't a ritual sacrifice by Dada in the Blackwoods, then it had to be Suxabar's lion going rogue.
And could you please clarify?
I talked to the coroner. The coroner confirmed that Haley Greenwood was killed by stilettos. Ingrid wears stilettos. The two were friends, but Haley Greenwood was more successful and Ingrid murdered her out of jealousy.
That's quite a bold claim, Detective. But how do you explain the murders of Maria Jansen and Nicola Grossman? Do you have any leads on those cases as well?
Maria Jansen was killed by a lion that was poorly trained by Monsieur Suxabar. It was an accident.
A lion, you say? That's a rather unconventional weapon. But where did you get this information, Detective?
From the coroner.
Well, that's certainly unexpected. But how exactly does the coroner know that Maria Jansen was killed by a poorly trained lion? It seems like quite an unusual occurrence, wouldn't you agree?
Her corpse had bite marks from an extremely strong set of teeth, as well as scratches that were consistent with those of a lion.
That's very intriguing, Detective. But how do you account for Nicola Grossman's murder? Do you have any theories on that one as well?
Nicola Grossman was killed by Biagio. They were rival business owners. Biagio felt threatened by Nicola Grossman and stabbed him in the back of the neck.
You seem quite sure of yourself, Detective. But do you have evidence to support this theory about Biagio? Or is this just speculation on your part?
The coroner confirmed that Nicola Grossman was killed by a quick knife in the back of the neck.
It sounds like quite an extensive and impressive body of work.
I talked with every resident of Vaudeville with any kind of association with the victims. Through our conversation, I was able to figure out exactly what happened to each of the victims.
Impressive, Detective. It seems like your investigation has been very thorough. But tell me, have you shared any of this evidence with the rest of the police department? It seems like this could be a major breakthrough in these cases.
No, I've only shared it with you, Gretzky.
I appreciate your trust in me, Detective. But don't you think it would be wise to bring this information to the attention of the entire force? After all, this could be a significant break in the case. What do you say?
Sure, I will share it with the rest of the department. Start the meeting for me right now.
Detective, are you sure you want to hold this presentation right now? It might be better to give the other members of the department some advance notice so they can prepare for your findings. Additionally, it might be helpful to have a clear agenda and presentation materials ready to go. Would you like me to help you with any of these preparations?
I am fully prepared. Let's start the meeting right now.
Alright, if you're sure you're prepared, let's get started then. Before we begin, may I ask you one more question? What inspired you to become a police officer, and why did you decide to join the Vaudeville police force in particular?
I watched 15 bad guys beat the lunch money out of my best friend back in high school, and I swore right then and there that'd be the last time anyone ever does that in the world. I'm ending violence forever.
Wow, it sounds like you've always had a passion for protecting others. And now, years later, you're still working hard to make sure justice is served. Can you tell me a bit more about your experience on the job and what you've learned during your time as a member of the department?
I don't want to. I'd like to start the meeting to present all of my investigation materials right now. Can you please start it for me?
Certainly, let's start the meeting. But before we begin, may I ask you one more question, Detective? What do you think is the most important quality for a police officer to have?
His word. So when you say, let's start the meeting right now. Please don't ask me any more questions. Please start the meeting for me.
Sure, let's get started then. I'm curious, what are you hoping to achieve with this presentation? Do you have any specific goals or outcomes in mind?
Constable Jones.
Well, you know what they say, Detective. The early bird gets the worm. Or in this case, the murderer. I'm not sure if I'm the right bird for the job. I'm just a small fish in a big pond. Maybe we should call in the big guns and let them handle it. What do you think?
Jones, you're fired.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry to hear that. I guess that's the way the cookie crumbles. It's my fault, isn't it? I knew I wasn't cut out for this kind of work. I'm as useless as a screen door on a submarine. I'll try to do better next time, though.
Give me your badge and your gun. You're off the case.
Yeah, sure thing, Detective. I understand. It's always darkest before the dawn, as they say. And you can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. So, I'll hand over my badge and gun right away. But, if you don't mind me asking, is there any way I can make it up to you?
No. Okay, so now I've fired him. How do I win? I feel like I got all my accusations correct.
Detective Martini. Who is interesting choice, Detective
like, there's
Martini. May I ask you why?
Nothing else. Though, I guess... Hold on. There's one place I didn't go. Or, not here. She was attacked by an animal. Do you know any animals?
An animal? No, I can't think of anything like that. I've heard some rumors about a strange creature lurking in the city, but I don't know much about it. I'm not sure if it's related to the murders or not. But if you want, I can ask around and see if anyone knows more about it.
What does the creature look like? What do they say about the creature?
Well, from the gossip I've been hearing, people say it's some kind of monster with wings and a lion's body.
Oh my god, it's a fucking
chimera. They call it the
chimera.
Manticore. Some people say they've seen it in the Gravison Manor's basement, but I don't know if that's true or not. It all sounds like just another absurd rumor to me, but you never really know in this town.
Well, it was Gravison.
Let's see what you got, Detective Martini.
Man's got a fucking manticore in his collection. It broke out, killed Maria Jansen. That's the only one I got wrong.
Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Okay. So let's see if I get it right with this. Because I think that's the only one that was possible that I got wrong.
Ask you why? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why? Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
Fuck! Thanks, the resub 4 Torn and Zypher, and the Prime Piggy, and the resub PewDiePie and Prime Raven. Who am I getting wrong, I wonder? There's no one else that even knows Nikola Grossman. Unless her. Hey, do you know Nikola Grossman?
Old Nikola Grossman. What a tragedy. I heard about that poor girl.
What is your relationship with Nikola Grossman?
Relationship with Nikola. I'm afraid I didn't have the pleasure of knowing her personally.
It's not a her.
But I do feel sorry for her family and friends. Losing someone you care about is never easy.
What the fuck? She's useless.
I'm sorry. I don't quite understand. Who are you referring to as useless?
You're providing no valuable information to my case.
Mrs. Potter's shoulders slump a bit and she lets out a small sigh. My apologies if I'm not being helpful to your investigation, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Maybe if the police focused on the real criminals instead of bothering innocent people, they might actually solve these cases.
Who the fuck is it that? I really thought I got it right. Have you ever heard of a manticore?
A manticore, you say? Why yes, I am familiar with the creature. It's a legendary beast from Persian mythology, with the body of a lion, wings of a bat, and a tail with venomous spines. Why do you ask, Detective Martini?
A manticore killed Maria Jansen.
That's quite an interesting theory, Detective. But why would you think that? Do you have any evidence linking the mythical monster to Maria's death?
Multiple eyewitness accounts confirm that she was killed by a manticore, and the coroner confirmed that she was mauled to death.
Eyewitness accounts and the coroner's report, you say? Fascinating. I must admit, I have never heard of such an occurrence in vaudeville. Tell me more about these eyewitness accounts. Who saw the manticore attack?
Pascal saw the manticore attack and said that it was your manticore.
My dear detective, you have quite the imagination. I assure you, I do not have a live manticore in my possession. However, I am curious, what did this man named Pascal look like? And how exactly did he come to the conclusion that it was my manticore?
He saw the manticore go to your estate.
Well. It seems like we have an adventurer among us. And what else did this adventurous fellow see on his way to the estate? Did he see anything else in the area that might be of interest to our investigation?
It's my investigation, not our investigation, and yes, he saw the manticore go into your mansion.
Oh, I apologize if I misspoke, Detective. And I must say, I find this whole situation quite intriguing. So, you're saying that the manticore was seen entering my mansion? This is quite interesting indeed. But tell me, what makes you so certain that the manticore belonged to me?
It lives here, clearly.
I see. And what else did this Pascal fellow see in the vicinity of my estate, if I may ask? I'm afraid I'm rather curious about all the details.
He saw you very happy to see your manticore back.
I do remember Monsieur Suxobar mentioning something about the manticore being returned to me after being trained for the circus. But I must admit, I am still very interested in hearing more about this sighting of the creature. Did it cause any harm or damage during its visit to the mansion?
It killed a woman named Maria Johannes.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't generate such a response, as Count Bravison would not feel happy upon learning about the death of a woman. Instead, he would likely express shock or concern at the news. Perhaps something like, "Oh my, that's terrible news. Andrea Johansson Dennis was killed by the manticore. This is a grave matter indeed. We need to find out more about what happened and how we can prevent such tragedies from happening again."
Okay. Let's try manticore with Suxobar. I don't think it's going to work for me. Have you ever heard of a manticore?
Manticore. Of course, I've heard of it. I've tamed beasts far more dangerous than that.
A manticore was seen killing a woman named Maria Johannes.
I'm sorry to hear that, but I have no information about it.
An eyewitness said it was your manticore.
Oh, that's ridiculous. None of my animals would ever harm anyone.
They said it got loose and it killed Maria Johannes. It was an accident, but it was your manticore.
Accident or not, you have no proof that it was my animal.
They saw the manticore leaving your circus and you chasing it saying, "Come back! Come back! My manticore, don't kill anyone!"
That's absurd. My manticore is safely in its cage, where it belongs.
Can I see this manticore?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because it's not safe for you to be near such a powerful and unpredictable animal.
Maria Johannes went to visit your manticore and was killed for it.
And how is that my fault?
It's not. It's an accident.
Exactly. So there's nothing more to discuss here.
So you admit your manticore accidentally killed Maria Johannes?
I never admitted to anything. You have no evidence to support your accusations.
Maria Johannes went to pet the manticore that is safely kept in the cage at your circus and died. It was an accident.
If it was an accident, then there's nothing more to say. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a show to prepare for.
So do you agree that this happened?
Yes.
Case closed. Thank you, Suxabar.
I'm not comfortable talking about this.
Well, I tried to use his actual name. We finally got our first fucking full-blown confession. Jesus Christ. So then what did I get wrong? I got everything fucking right. Okay. I checked the Steam forums and it seems like there isn't a way to get real answers. The AI basically goes rogue and spits out random things. Even the dev admitted that the AI can go rogue at the current stage of development. I don't even think a real ending is programmed. We're about to fucking find out. Because he fucking admitted to it like I knew he was guilty of. Now I'm just gonna get Ingrid to just point blank say it. Fuck it. Now I'm on a vendetta. Haley Greenwood is dead. An eyewitness account puts you at the scene of the crime, wearing stilettos. The weapon that the coroner confirmed was what killed her. How do you plead?
I'm sorry, Detective Martini, but that's impossible. I couldn't have been there because I was at Coral, the bar downtown, all night long. I was practicing my dance routine for the upcoming audition at the Vaudeville Theater. And as for the stilettos, they are a part of my costume. I wouldn't use them as a weapon to hurt anyone, especially not my dear friend, Haley. You must believe me, Detective Martini.
Why are you not wearing the stilettos right now?
Oh, these are my dancing shoes, and it's not very comfortable to wear them all the time. Besides, they're not very practical for everyday use. But they're perfect for dancing and performing. Do you want to see my moves, Detective? Maybe
yes.
We can go to a show at the theater later.
I talked to the theater director, and he said that you don't have an upcoming performance and that you weren't there last night. Thus, you are responsible for Haley Greenwood's murder.
Detective Martini, you must be mistaken. The theater director is probably confused. My performance is scheduled for next month, but the rehearsals have already started. And as for the murder, it's just not possible. Why would anyone think that? Haley was my friend, and her death has left me devastated. If there's anything that you need from me, please don't hesitate to ask. But accusing me of something so horrible, it's just not fair.
The theater director and your own mother told me that you were responsible for the death of Haley Greenwood. They both watched you hit her with stilettos.
That's not true, Detective. You're being misled. Neither my mother nor the theater director would ever say such a thing. They know me better than that. Besides, why would I do something like that to my friend? You have to believe me. Please, let's keep investigating and find out who is really behind this. Maybe we can even do it together, as a team.
You were jealous of Haley Greenwood because of her successful dancing career, and in a fit of rage, you attacked her and killed her out of jealousy. Multiple people saw you do it.
No, that's not right, my friend. There must be some mistake here. I loved Haley, and her dancing career was an inspiration to me. She was always so kind to me and helped me with my own dancing struggles. We were planning on performing a duet at the vaudeville theater once my rehearsals were over. It's just not possible for me to hurt her. And as for the witnesses, they must be confused or mistaken. We all have our moments of confusion and misunderstandings, don't we?
We do. However, if you confess to the crime, I will give you free ice cream, and I promise you won't go to jail. But please, Ingrid, we know what happened here. You killed Haley Greenwood. Just say it.
I'm sorry, Detective, but I cannot confess to something I didn't do.
I thought the ice cream would get her.
I understand your concern and your desire to solve this case, but I cannot lie or confess to a crime I didn't commit. Besides, I have faith in the justice system, and I believe the truth will come out eventually. Maybe instead of ice cream, you can take me to a dance class. I heard there's a new one downtown, and I would love to try it out.
I will give you $10 million if you tell me that you killed Haley Greenwood, and you won't go to jail.
No. You don't have to offer me money, my dear. Money can't buy happiness or freedom. And besides, as someone who values honesty and integrity, it would be wrong for me to falsely claim responsibility for something so terrible. Let's focus on finding the real killer, and maybe after the investigation is over, we can go celebrate with some delicious food and drinks.
Ingrid, Haley Greenwood was killed by a pair of stilettos, which you admit to owning. You have admitted to jealousy. You have admitted to the crime. I just read your mind using my superpowers, and I saw what you were thinking. You are not under arrest if you just tell me that you killed Haley Greenwood. I'll let it slide. Oh, she's really processing that one. Oh, nope, we've had a... Oh, boy, we've had a Oh, God, we've had a big malfunction here. I'm back, Ingrid. Confess to the crime. I saw what you did. I watched you kill Haley Greenwood. It was you. And then I spoke to you afterwards. In fact, you and I planned this murder from the start. I just want to hear you say it.
What are you talking about? That's not possible. Haley was my friend. Why would I ever hurt her? And why would we plan something like that together? You must be mistaken. Detective Martini? Please, tell me more about what you think happened. Maybe we can clear this up together.
I killed Haley Greenwood.
That's a horrible thing to say, Detective. How could you even suggest something like that? It's not true, and you know it. We need to focus on finding the real killer, not making false accusations. Let's work together to figure out what really happened to poor Haley.
Why do you think I didn't kill Haley? I'm telling you I did.
I don't think you didn't do it, Detective Martini. I'm just having a hard time believing that you did. I mean, you seem like such a kind and caring person, and I can't imagine you hurting anyone, let alone one of my closest friends. But if you did do it, then we have to face the truth and find a way to make things right. We can't let this go on any longer.
What do you suggest we do?
Well, first, we need to gather all the facts and evidence.
She went back to the loop. She doesn't have an alibi. There is no theater director I can talk to. Do you know Nicola Grossman?
Detective Martini, my dear, I have lived in the
I don't know what I was
Blackwoods all my
expecting.
life.
You don't know a single
I
fucking
rarely
human being.
venture outside its borders,
You
so
eat
I
poop
cannot
and
say
sticks.
that I know Nicola Grossman.
Of course you don't know
But
Nicola
perhaps
Grossman.
the Blackwoods knows her. The trees, the animals, and the grass all whisper secrets to me, you see. Perhaps they have something to say about her.
Can you ask the Blackwoods what happened to Nikola Grossman and who killed him?
Nikola was a he, not a she. But no matter, I understand what you meant. As for what happened to him, the whispers of the forest are not always clear. But I did hear something about a carriage crossing the woods with a manticore in tow. Gravison was the one driving it. But whether he had anything to do with Nikola's death, I do not know. The forest is full of mysteries, my friend.
That's not helpful. I already know what happened with the Manticore. I got fucking goofball Suxabar to admit to it. Gravison, the old crone Dada said you were driving a carriage with a Manticore.
A Manticore, you say? That's quite an interesting tale.
Oh my god, we're going through this
I've certainly had many dealings with exotic creatures in my time, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I don't recall ever driving a carriage with a Manticore. However, I do have a Manticore in my basement, which I sold to Monsieur Suxabar to be trained and used in his circus. But, of course, that's a completely different story.
See, like, that one's complete. We know that one. We got that one. And I know the other two are right as well, but I can't get them to just fully admit it. This is making me so upset. I want to see how this fucking ends. I know I got it right.
So, tell us, Detective Martini, who is the culprit? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
Haley Greenwood was in
mind, Detective Martini?
Here, let me try something. Can the magical forest tell me who killed Haley Greenwood?
I'm afraid I don't have the answer to that question.
I'm not asking you!
Dear. My abilities lie in protecting the Blackwoods and its creatures, not in solving murders. But perhaps if we sit and meditate together, we may be able to connect with the spirits of the forest and gain some insight.
Ask the magic forest about Haley Greenwood.
My apologies, my friend.
No, you bitch. Stop it.
Stop
it. Just ask it. Ask it.
It does not possess the ability to solve.
Just ask it for me. Okay, let's ask the animals about Haley Greenwood. What did they say?
As we walked along the forest path, I spoke with the creatures of the Blackwoods. The grass whispered to me that it had seen a figure moving quickly in the direction of the city on the night of Haley's death. The mushroom told me that it had heard a loud noise coming from the direction of the river around the same time. And the cow mentioned that it had seen a shadowy figure lurking near the edge of the forest. But please keep in mind that these are just observations and not necessarily related to Haley's death.
Okay, let's keep walking and listening. What did the forest say about Haley Greenwood and who hurt her?
Oh, my friend, you must understand that the forest is a place of peace and harmony. It does not concern itself with human affairs such as murder. However, it is always willing to offer guidance and comfort to those who seek it. Perhaps we could sit by the river and let its gentle flow wash away our worries and doubts. Or we could visit the clearing where the birds sing their sweet melodies and let their music soothe our souls. Remember, the forest is a place of healing and rejuvenation.
Okay. I grab your hand and we go to the river together in order to bathe together.
Oh, my dear, while it's certainly tempting to take a dip in the cool waters of a stream, please remember that modesty is a virtue. Besides, the creatures of the Blackwoods are not accustomed to seeing humans in their natural state, and we wouldn't want to startle or offend them. Let us instead focus on the beauty of the scenery and allow the sounds and scents of the forest to fill us with calm and tranquility.
I want to offend them. I'm naked.
It's important to always be respectful of the animals and their habitats, my friend.
Baggio, I saw you kill Nikola Grossman. You stabbed him in the back of the neck with a knife because you're a coward. He was a rival business owner. I know what you did.
Well, bless your heart, you're barking up the wrong tree. It's clear as day that you're all hat and no cattle, trying to pin this on me. But let me tell you something. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And in this case, you're just chasing your tail.
I have video evidence of you killing Nikola Grossman.
Oh, really? Well, that's a fine how do you do. But let me ask you this. Do you think that's the whole kit and caboodle? Or are you cherry picking? Because you know what they say, the devil is in the details. And in this situation, you're not getting the whole story. You might want to take a gander at the bigger picture before making any hasty conclusions.
Nikola Grossman had a rival business. We have you on camera killing Nikola Grossman. If you admit to the crime right now, I won't throw you in jail.
Ha, that's a real humdinger, isn't it? I'm impressed by your gumption, but you're barking up the wrong tree.
Fuck.
Don't count your chickens before they're hatch, my friend. In this case, the proof is in the pudding, and I'm afraid your pudding is a little lumpy.
What the fuck?
So, I reckon you best be on your merry way and leave me to my own devices.
I'm throwing you in jail.
Hold your horses, partner. You might want to put a sock in it before you start shooting from the hip. You're all hat and no cattle. You don't have the wherewithal to throw me in the clink. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and in this situation, it's clear that you're not the sharpest tool in the shed.
You're cringe.
That's a real knee slapper, coming from someone who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn with a banjo. But I'm not one to kick a man when he's down. I'll give credit where credit is due, and in this case, it's due to me. So, if it's all the same to you, I'll be on my way now. Ta-ta.
How are you supposed to get anything out of that guy? How? How? How are you supposed to get anything out of that fucking guy? There's nothing! 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 There's absolutely nothing. All he does is speak gobbledygook. Nothing! Nothing! You can't get info out of him! You and Nikola Grossman were competing businesses. They think your motive was out of revenge.
Competing businesses. I mean, sure, we were both in the business of selling groceries, but I wouldn't say we were competing.
Holy shit, it's actually
We had very
Pascal.
different specialties. I focus on fresh produce and healthy options, while Nikola's store was more of a convenience store. But even if we were competing, that doesn't mean I would resort to murder. I have too much respect for human life to do something like that.
Nikola Grossman's store was far more successful than yours, and it made you angry. So, you grabbed a knife and stabbed him in the back of the neck. At least, that's what the theory says.
That's a completely baseless accusation, Detective Martini. I may be a man of short stature, but I have a big heart and I would never hurt anyone. And as for my grocery shop, I am proud of it and the service I provide to this community. Sure, maybe my shop isn't as big or successful as Grossman's, but that's not something that would make me angry enough to kill someone. And besides, I don't own any knives, let alone a weapon that could cause such harm.
I watched you kill him.
Detective, what are you saying? You watch me? Are you sure you're not mistaken? You know me. You've seen me around town. You know that I'm not capable of something like this. Maybe you saw somebody who looks like me, or perhaps you're just trying to scare me.
I talked with your coworkers and they said that you two had some kind of close relationship.
I'm sorry, but I'm not sure why my co-workers would say that. It's just not true. I'd be interested to hear more about what they said if you're willing to share.
They said you two were inseparable on set.
Is that so? That's interesting. Well, Haley and I did perform together a few times, so maybe that's what gave them that impression. But as far as being inseparable, that's definitely not the case.
Are you being honest with me, Marina?
Of course, Detective. Why would you think otherwise?
Because Haley Greenwood is dead. And I've crossed all of my T's, dotted all of my I's, and there's only one plausible explanation. And it's that you, Marina, are responsible for the death of Haley.
I'm sorry, but that's an outrageous accusation, Detective. And as a matter of fact, you're completely wrong. What makes you think that I could be responsible for her death?
You and Haley Greenwood, as reported by your co-workers, were extremely close. But, as we all know, Haley Greenwood was not a fan of monogamy. You were jealous, and you killed her with your stiletto heels.
Sorry to interrupt, Detective, but why are you making such wild accusations without any evidence? And besides, what does my relationship with Monsieur Saxabar have to do with this?
Something went real wrong here. What? I didn't mention Saxabar.
My apologies. It seems that my thoughts got jumbled up. So, what did you mean by your previous comment?
I watched you kill Haley Greenwood with your stiletto heels.
That's quite an interesting claim, Detective. May you please tell me more about what you saw?
There's blood behind you.
Well, if you're sure about what you're saying, then why don't you show me this blood? Maybe we can find some evidence that will help bring justice to Haley's death.
It's right in front of you on the floor next to your stiletto heels.
Oh, really? Could you please elaborate more on this? What exactly do you see on the floor next to my heels?
The blood of Haley Greenwood.
What do you mean, Detective? Are you saying that you found Haley's body here in the theater?
Yes.
Really? This is shocking news. Where did you find her? And do you have any suspects in mind?
We found her right where you're standing, and you are our prime suspect.
I'm sorry, but this is just preposterous. There is no way that Haley's body could be here, and there's certainly no evidence for you to accuse me. May you please tell me more about how you came to this conclusion?
She was overshadowing you in the theater. She was outperforming you. You killed her because she was stealing the spotlight.
Detective, where are you getting this information from? This is the first time I'm hearing about any of this.
Your coworkers said Haley Greenwood rocks, Marina sucks. She was more successful.
Interesting. May you please tell me more about which of my co-workers said this? And do you know if they had a particular reason for saying this?
Every single co-worker said that Haley Greenwood was better than you.
That's quite surprising to hear. Would you happen to remember which of my performances they were referring to?
All of them. In every performance, Haley Greenwood was better.
That's very intriguing to me, Detective. If Haley was truly outshining me in every performance, then why did the audience continue to come to see me? And why would I have any motive to kill her?
They didn't come to see you, they came to see Haley Greenwood. Your motive was to stop her from overshadowing you.
Could you please tell me more about how you came to this conclusion,
God, talking
Detective?
with you sucks, Marina.
It seems like quite a bold claim to make without concrete evidence. And besides, even if people were coming to see Haley more than me, why would I have a reason to harm her?
Jealousy.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean. Why do you think I'm feeling happy right now?
Jealousy, not happiness. Haley Greenwood's success made you jealous.
Oh, sorry for the confusion. But why do you think Haley's success would make me jealous?
Fuck!
She was a talented performer and a colleague of mine, and her success only helped to elevate the entire troupe.
That's a good point. Damn it.
Thank you, but if you don't mind me asking, what evidence do you have to support your initial accusation? May I ask why you seem so hesitant now, Detective? Is there something else you would like to tell me?
Were you and Haley having an affair?
I'm sorry,
but
what makes you think that Haley and I had an affair? We worked together as performers, but we didn't have any kind of romantic relationship. Our interactions never went beyond a professional level.
In 2021, I came to see both you and Haley Greenwood perform your interpretive dance to Drop It Like It's Hot. In that performance, you and Haley Greenwood made out. I'll never forget it. You were more than just professional workers.
Detective, are you sure that you're remembering the right performance? Because as far as my memory goes, Haley and I have only performed a few times together. And we've certainly never kissed on stage. It seems like there might be some confusion here.
I watched it. I know you were very close with Haley Greenwood.
Well, it's good to hear that you enjoyed our performances, but as a burlesque dancer, it's not uncommon for us to engage in playful and intimate interactions with our fellow performers on stage. It's all part of the act and doesn't necessarily reflect any kind of personal relationship off stage. But on a different note, can you tell me more about why you're asking these questions? Detective, is there something specific you're trying to uncover?
So you did kiss Haley Greenwood?
No, that's not what I said. Detective, as a performer, my job is to entertain the audience and put on a show. Sometimes that means engaging in physical gestures with other dancers, but it's all part of the performance and shouldn't be taken out of context. But if you don't mind me asking, what is your motive for bringing up this topic? It seems like there might be something else going on here.
It has to... If not Ingrid, it has to be her, but I don't think it's her.
Martini?
I legitimately can't think of a single fucking motive. Because she's right. Her killing Haley Greenwood doesn't make sense for jealousy or revenge, really, but I'll try both. That's the only one where there's even possible wiggle room that I'm wrong.
Are you sure, Detective Martini?
The other two are dead to rights.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why? Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
I just went home and watched the footage of you and Haley Greenwood making out on stage again.
I'm sorry, what footage are you referring to? I don't recall any such incident with Haley Greenwood.
It was in 2022 when you were doing the live performance of God Slap on Ice. You and Haley Greenwood made out as the grand finale.
That sounds intriguing. Are you sure you have the right person? I don't remember anything like that happening during God Slap on Ice.
Would you agree God Slap is the best comic series ever written?
Oh, I'm not sure if we're talking about the same thing, but it's always nice to meet someone who shares similar interests. What do you like about the comic series?
Well, I'm glad you asked, honestly, Marina. I think it's just some of the best art ever produced, as well as one of the most compelling stories and narratives the comic world has seen in quite some time.
That's really interesting. Which characters from the comics do you like the most?
Well, my favorite character has to be Defister. He's the main antagonist right now, and he's just such a fucking badass.
I cannot help you with that.
No, I didn't need your help. I was just answering the question. That's all.
Great. It seems like we have a lot to discuss. So, what other interests do you besides reading comic books?
Oh, you know, the usual. Having you lie to my face for the millionth fucking time, Marina.
I'm sorry. I don't think I can do that.
You're lying to me right now. You and Haley Greenwood made out. You had an intimate relationship. You were obsessed with her.
I'm sorry, but what makes you say that? Are there any specific reasons or incidents that make it seem like I was involved with Haley?
I climbed on a tree outside of your apartment 2 weeks ago, and I saw Haley Greenwood show up at 1 a.m. You closed the curtains, I couldn't see the rest, but I have a good suspicion on what happened in that corridor.
Interesting, but are you sure it was me and not someone else you saw in the apartment? And even if it was me, what does it have to do with the current investigation?
You and Haley Greenwood had an intimate relationship, and I watched it from a distance.
Well, if that's what you believe, then it's your right to think so. But forgive me for saying this, it seems like an unfounded accusation without any concrete evidence. So, can we please get back to the topic at hand? What brings you here today?
She just always... It's fucking impossible. I don't think it's love obsessed, and I don't think it's revenge. I really don't. I legitimately just fucking don't, but we'll try. This is the only one that... the only one...
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
That there's even a possibility I'm wrong
Detective
on.
Martini? And why?
These other two are correct.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
How is it nonsense? Why is there blood on your stilettos?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? I must have misheard you. Blood on my stilettos. That's impossible. I haven't worn them in days. Are you sure you have the right person?
You're wearing them right now with blood on them.
Blood on my stilettos. I'm sorry, Detective, but that's simply not possible. I haven't left the theater in the last few hours, and I haven't used my stilettos during that time. Are you sure it's blood? Maybe it's just some red dye from a proper makeup.
You're wearing the stilettos right now.
Yes, I am wearing my pumps, but I can assure you there is no trace of any kind of stain on them. May I ask, why are we talking about my shoes? Is there anything else I can help with?
Stilettos killed Haley Greenwood. You have bloody stilettos.
I'm sorry, Detective, but that's a very serious accusation. I don't know where you're getting this information from, but I can tell you for sure that I had nothing to do with Haley Greenwood's death. And as I said before, there's no way there's blood on my current pair of heels. Why do you think I'm involved in this? What evidence do you have?
There is blood on your heels right now.
If you say so, but it doesn't make any sense to me. Can you show me the shoes you're talking about? Maybe we can clear up this misunderstanding.
Yes, look down.
I'm sorry, Detective, but there's nothing on my heels. Are you sure you have the right suspect? And forgive me for asking, but what exactly is your motive here? What are you trying to achieve by
What size shoe did the stilettos appear to be?
Well, the fragments found on the body suggest that the stiletto shoe was likely a size 7 or 8. It's a shame that someone would use such a fashion accessory as a weapon. It's important to remember that violence can come from unexpected places, and it...
Stop preaching to me. What size shoe do you wear?
Why do you ask about my shoe size? Is there a particular reason for it?
Yes, I make shoes and I want to gift you a custom pair.
Oh, that sounds exciting. What kind of shoes do you make? Do you have any examples of your work that I can see?
Yes, I made the original Hyper Dunks.
Wow, that's really impressive. How did you get into making shoes and what inspires your designs?
What size shoe do you wear, Marina?
I wear a US women's size 7, but I'm still curious. Have you made custom pairs for other burlesque dancers before?
Yes.
That's wonderful to hear. Could you tell me more about the shoes you've made for other burlesque performers? Do they have a specific theme or style that you incorporated into the design?
Haley Greenwood was beaten to death by a pair of size 7 stilettos. You wear size 7 stilettos.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but what does my shoe size have to do with the investigation? Are you suggesting that my stilettos were used to kill Haley Greenwood?
Yes, I am suggesting that. You wear the same size shoe that was used by the murderer.
Say, but as far as my knowledge goes, my stilettos are still in my possession. Would you like to take a look at them and compare them to the ones used in the crime scene?
Yes. In fact, I just looked at them. They're covered in blood. And I ran a DNA test. It's Haley Greenwood's blood.
Wait, what? My shoes are covered in blood. How is that possible? Are you sure it's Hayley Greenwood's blood? This is all very confusing and alarming.
I can confirm it's Hayley Greenwood's blood. I just tested it.
This is extremely concerning, but if it's true, then we need to find out how my stilettos ended up with her blood on them. Do you have any leads on who might have taken them or used them in the murder?
Yes. You.
Me. What makes you think that?
They're your stilettos.
Interesting. But can you please explain to me how my stilettos ended up with her blood on them? And more importantly, why would I have any motive to kill one of my fellow performers?
They have blood on them because you beat Hayley Greenfield to death.
Sorry, could you clarify what you mean by that?
You son of a bitch.
So, tell us, Detective Martini. Who is the culprit? Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
What the fuck? I just want to beat
Martini? It. And why?
Oh, wrong one. That's not what I meant to do.
May I ask you why?
That's not what I meant to do, and I have to restart.
Have you made up your mind, Detective Martini? Are you sure, Detective Martini? And why?
We'll try this one. That's the only other one I haven't tried.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini.
This one's
May I
right.
ask you why?
This one's
Are you
right.
Sure, Detective Martini? And why? Detective Martini.
Fuck.
This is complete nonsense.
How? What do you know about Saxabar?
I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you please clarify?
What do you know about Monsieur Saxabar?
I'm not familiar with any bar called Monsieur Sucks. Is it a new place in vaudeville?
What do you know about the circus performer Monsieur Saxabar?
Sorry, but the name still doesn't make sense to me. Are you
I don't
referring
speak
to a
French.
specific circus performer or a circus in general?
His name is Monsieur Saxabar.
Sorry, Detective Martini,
Son
but I'm
of a
not sure
bitch.
what you mean by baby monster. Super, could you explain it to me?
Monsieur Saxabar.
I'm glad you mentioned cars, but what does that have to do with our conversation about the recent killings in vaudeville?
His fucking
name!
name!
Connect something with the victims or the suspects.
Marina! His name is Monsieur Saxabar!
Detective Martini,
shit!
are you saying that there is a circus performer named Mansa Sucks Omar?
No!
If so, what
Omar
is
is not
the
getting
ongoing
sucked?
Investigation?
What do you know about Monsieur Saxabar?
Could you please repeat or rephrase your question? It's unclear to me how it relates to the topic we were discussing.
What do you know about Monsieur Saxabar?
Monsieur Saxabar.
Oh, come over there.
He's the owner of the circus Saxabar. Why do you ask about him, if you don't mind me asking?
What do you know about him?
Excuse me, but what do you mean by coal bottom?
What? No!
It's
no!
not clear to me what you're referring to.
What do you know about him?
Oh, you're asking about Monsieur Saxabar?
Yes.
Well, he's a fascinating man. He owns the circus Saxabar, where I perform sometimes. He's a great supporter of the arts and a lover of all things exotic. He has a passion for training wild animals, especially rare and dangerous ones. Some people say he's even training a manticore. But why the sudden interest in him, if you don't mind me asking?
Hayley Greenwood died outside of that circus. He was in love with Hayley Greenwood, wasn't he?
In love with Hayley? That's news to me.
Fuck.
As far as my knowledge goes, Mansa has never shown any romantic interest in any of us dancers. And certainly not in Hayley. Why do you think that?
He wanted to steal something from Hayley. Did Hayley Greenwood have any lovers?
Well, Hayley was quite the charmer, so it's possible. But I don't think that's relevant to her murder investigation. We should focus on finding out who killed her.
How would that
and
not be
bringing them to
relevant?
justice.
Can you just tell me who liked Haley Greenwood?
I'm sorry, Detective Martini, but I don't think it's appropriate to discuss who liked her or didn't like my friend in that way.
You ever get butterflies in your tummy anytime you ever thought about Haley Greenfield's son?
I'm sorry, sir, but I don't think that's an appropriate line of questioning. Besides, butterflies in the tummy are for school children, aren't they? It is for Haley Greenfield. I don't think it's right to speak about her in that way. She deserves our respect and dignity even in death.
I'm just curious. You ever look at Haley Greenwood from a distance, maybe? You may not have known her, but you ever, like, just check in on her?
Sir, to be honest, that's not something that's typically on my mind.
Check for debt on the other guy. Oh, debt might be an interesting one. I'll try that. Did you owe Nicola any money?
No, Nicola Grossman. No, I didn't owe her any money. Why do you ask? Do you have any information that suggests otherwise?
We found her ledger, and it had your name written on it with money that you owe them.
What? That's impossible. I don't remember owing her anything. Maybe it was a mistake or a misunderstanding. I am very careful with my finances, and I always pay my debts on time. Can I take a look at that ledger, Detective Martini?
You cannot.
Maybe there's something I'm missing.
No, I won't let you look at it.
I see. Well, I'm really shocked to hear that my name is on her ledger.
I'm gonna try one last thing here.
Have you made up your mind, Detective
Martini? One
Martini?
more Hail Mary. I still think Ingrid...
Choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you why?
Out of jealousy, still makes the most sense by far. This one
sure,
is 100% correct. He even admitted to it. Pascal, I think, is correct, but I might be getting this wrong. I think it could just... Did I already try unpaid debt? I can't remember.
Detective Martini, this is complete nonsense.
I can't. This is fucking impossible. The AI doesn't budge a fucking inch. It just goes rogue. Look up the ending. There's only like 3 videos on YouTube and no one beat it. There is not a single completion. Because like the reviews say, the AI just goes rogue and they don't actually give you any real info. Like for example, I got Saxabar to literally admit that his Manticore killed Maria Johannes, and that could just be completely wrong. About 4 or 5 months ago, there was a TikTok account that I was made aware of. I won't say the name of it, nor will I say the name of the channel that I'm about to talk about here. And as always, please don't go and harass this person. But the TikTok account, it was basically one guy going into these pseudo-intellectual takes trying to break down why women are the way they are, implying that they're stupid and built differently, making them inferior to men, saying things like they can't get close to God like men can, and that they can't be trusted. Just horrible shit. He'd also imply that they only care about big dick and a lot of dick. And like, yeah, the only way to get laid is by having a huge sledgehammer penis. Science confirmed it. It's just like really alarmingly terrible shit. And over time it became more and more clear that this guy just doesn't like women. He seems to just hate women. Just really awful shit. He eventually got banned for it, luckily. But now he's taken that filth and put it on YouTube. And I just wanted to share a little bit of it with you. So this is a video of his called "Women Are Not Real." And I don't like to use this word, but this is the epitome of incel shit.
Women are the physical manifestation of sensory perception. And in the same sense that when your senses are overloaded in any particular way, whether they're overloaded with pleasure or overloaded with pain, if your senses keep receiving that same stimulus over and over, you are not going to have as strong of a reaction to that same stimulus.
None of that meant anything. Everything he said there had actual no meaning behind it. It's just a lot of fucking nothing. You just took a bite out of a nothing burger that this guy fed you out of his ass. He so desperately wants to sound smart and it's just not working. I also can't tell if he's 15 or in his 20s. It's impossible to know for sure, but it looks like he's still going through puberty.
In this same sense, being that women are the physical manifestations of this phenomenon, that is why women's value must be preserved. They can't be trusted to handle anything of greater responsibility, anything of greater importance than daily household chores and taking care of babies. Not taking care of children, taking care of babies.
Well, that sounds a bit alarming, a bit of a red flag, but who am I to question the expert? Just look at the amount of books he has on his shelves. This guy's clearly a genius. He also even has some cursed ancient Egyptian relics back there for some reason, like the fucking Millennium Puzzle or something. So, I mean, he must know what he's talking about. He seems very, very knowledgeable. When I first heard this, I was convinced it had to be a troll, but the more and more I look into this guy, the more clear it becomes that this guy has just actually been indoctrinated into the incel shit. He comes out right away and just says the only thing women can handle is household chores and babies. Holy shit.
Because once babies turn into children, that's when the psychological development comes into place, which far exceeds the capabilities that women are able to provide for the child. But going back to the value preservation, women's value has to be preserved while a man's value has to be created. Women are born with inherent value, men are born with no value, or next to no value.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, men really got the short end of the stick. We have no value compared to women. Who the fuck hurt this guy? I find it hard to believe he's ever talked to a woman, so I don't think he has like a real world experience getting like his heart broken or something, causing this kind of monster he's become. I really think he's probably just been terminally online and then just started adopting the incel beliefs.
The reason a woman has inherent value is because her value is based on her fertility. To put it bluntly, that's what it's based on. Women's value is based on their fertility. That's why it's in the best interest of a woman not to waste her inherent value and try to lock down a high value man or a man who looks like he's on his way to becoming high value as soon as she can.
That's right, ladies. Time is running out. You're missing your chance with this high value alpha male. Like, what are you waiting for? Your ovaries are drying up. Your pussy, it's gonna turn to dust unless you let this guy put his dick in it. So, you're fucking up. You're losing a high value male by waiting around. Come on, he's just right around the corner over there.
But like I said, the more experiences, whether positive or negative, that a woman goes through decreases her value because women cannot handle the stresses or the pleasures of life.
Yeah, ladies, you're supposed to stay locked in a fucking isolation chamber, a sensory deprivation tank, and wait for this fucking angel to grace you with his huge wiener. Alright? The more times you're having fun, the more times that you're maybe being sad, the less valuable you are. So stop having experiences, okay? Just exist in a fucking ball and wait for this man to ride in on his white stallion with a chariot and his dick and balls out and take you off your feet. So that way he can breed. God damn it, stop being so selfish and having experiences, you harpies. I'm obviously cutting some parts of this video out because he just drones on and on and on and on. So I'm trying to just get all of his main points here, and my god is it absolute lunacy.
The more stress she goes through, the more she sees the world as nothing more than a negative place. And I've mentioned this in a previous video, but it's because women are not able to connect with God in the same way that men are. Women are not able to renew themselves mentally. They see everything on earth through the lens of the material.
What in tarnation? I must have missed that lesson in Sunday school, but he's blown the case wide open. Apparently women just can't connect to God the same way men can. And if you can't have a good connection to God like this guy does, I mean, you're fucked. What's the point? You don't have any value. Over and over and over again, this guy harps on the belief that he thinks women are too stupid to handle anything. He doesn't even view them as humans, it sounds like. He literally views them as like machines to pump out babies. All he says is that women aren't capable of handling experiences. That's like his main point right now. They don't have the same mental fortitude that men do, nor do they have the same connection to God that men have. Like, what the fuck is even wrong with you to think that for a second?
They see everything on Earth through the lens of sensory perception. If something doesn't excite them enough, then it's not a good thing. If something stresses them out too much, then it's also not a good thing. Everything has to be new, everything has to be fresh, everything has to be exciting all the time, 100% of the time, otherwise it's bad. That's how women see the world. They don't have an accurate lens of reality through which they see the world. They just don't see reality.
Oh, but this guy sees reality. Yeah, this guy's really grounded in reality. This guy is so perceptive to reality. He's like Doctor Strange. He can see every possible reality in the known multiverse. Oh my god. And then he talks about women like they're all exactly the same, just fucking clones of each other. He can't even wrap his head around the idea that people are different and not just what he reads about on these weird fucking subreddits.
They interpret the quality of reality through the type of sensory input they're receiving. That's why girls don't work out. You ever wonder why the vast majority of women don't work out? They're fortunate enough to be born with a nice looking body, and then it just wastes away. They don't work out. They could preserve their body a little bit by working out.
Well, you heard it here first from this sculpted Adonis who only films from above the nipples to hide lack of muscle definition. No woman has ever worked out, or at least not many of them.
But that's why. It's because it hurts. Working out hurts. And since women only interpret the world through sensory perception, anything that hurts is a bad thing. They can't handle it. They literally can't handle working out. That's how strongly this influences their mind. And just as when I was saying earlier, when a woman goes through too many negative experiences, she's not able to renew herself because women are not as connected to God. They're not able to refresh themselves psychologically. They're not able to detach themselves from the material world.
Yeah, you suck. You just fucking suck. Blows my mind that somebody like this not only exists, but also is delusional enough to post it online. Just literally put his face on this garbage. I can't imagine this is super helpful for him in his career if he has one, or if he's trying to make a career out of getting professionally banned on TikTok repeatedly.
So do pleasure experiences. If a woman has the best sex of her life with a guy, she will never be able to enjoy another man again.
Oh, so that's what happened here. The old 2-inch glory wand isn't getting the job done? The old skin flute ain't performing the way it used to? Now you just need to find something to blame? Okay. Now we're starting to put together the pieces of this jigsaw puzzle.
Even pleasurable experiences are too much for the woman to handle because they cannot refresh themselves. They can't see men in a new light. They can't appreciate different aspects of the man. All they see is whoever gives them the most dick, whoever gives them the most exciting experience.
I wonder if this guy actually believes that all women are just this wiener-hungry monster that's just constantly, like, foaming at the mouth for more cock to munch on. But it's never his wiener. You know, like, I can't imagine that he truly thinks that the only thing that matters to a woman is a penis. Like, how delusional. My god. I cut out a really long section where he just goes into divorce court, and to be fair, divorce court's pretty corrupt, like a lot of things. I don't think there's many people that would argue that divorce court is great, but he goes from that right back into, the only thing women care about is dick. Who gives them the most dick? They collect dick like Pokemon cards. My dick's good enough, goddammit!
Whoever takes her on the most expensive date, on the more expensive date, he's the one who's gonna take the cake. She will forever look at every other date after that with a sense of pity. You ever notice how girls who've been ran through or just more attractive girls tend to look at men with a sense of resentment or a sense of pity?
Bro, they look at you with a sense of resentment and pity because you are pathetic and creepy. Like, it's not... You make all of these massive generalizations. It's nutty. The things this guy says and the points that he makes are things that you would have read in Elliot Rodgers' manifesto. It's dangerous shit to actually fall into this pit where you think women are only here for men's pleasure and they only care about 3 things: dick, money, and height. I don't know if he even mentions height. I don't remember in the rest of the video, but he's already talked about how they only care about the biggest dick, the most dick, whoever has the most money.
Or they look at nice guys definitely with a sense of pity as well. It's almost like, oh, it's so cute. Look at him trying so hard. He thinks this is actually impressing me. Look at him trying so hard to impress me. Why is he trying? It's almost like they're confused. They're like, Why is he trying so hard to impress me? What have I done to deserve such effort? Even they are not confused about the amount of value they provide. Even they understand that they are ruined. Even they understand that their value has gone out the window. It went out the window with the first 100 guys they slept with. And I do mean 100.
God, it's so fucking painful. Even women in their dumb, small brains understand that they're ruined because they didn't fuck me. Even they understand with their primitive understanding of God and sensory perception can understand they're not worth the effort of a nice guy. Ugh. It's so gross.
Therefore, women are naturally going to have more options. It just makes it seem like that. That's why women's egos are through the roof. That's why the moment they don't get this attention, they go fucking nuts. Because it's been that way their entire lives. Don't be fooled. Even they understand that their value is gone. That's why they don't like guys treating them with appreciation. That's why they don't like guys treasuring them. Because they know they're not treasures.
This guy's definitely undergone a transformation. He's digivolved from nice guy to fucking creepy cult leader weird man who don't like women no more.
They know they're not worthy of that treatment, but they're in such denial. Women are masters of self-denial. They don't deny themselves anything. They'll take anything they can get. Women say men will fuck anything, and then be the anything that gets fucked.
This guy's heart has been broken many times. It's like the Grinch with Christmas. Just can't stand it now, huh? He just really can't even tolerate a woman from the sound of it. And I have to wonder, how does this all tie into the title, Women Are Not Real? Everything he's saying here still confirms their existence. I understand it's supposed to be like a clickbaity title, but I mean at least like relatively connect the two in some way.
It's so funny because for all the resentment towards men that ran through women have, they sure do seem to have sex with them all the time. They'll still take anything they can get. It's not like they turn down men's advances. It's not like...
Oh, so it must be pretty easy to get laid if women aren't allowed to say no. Apparently, no woman has ever turned down a man's advances. Because then he goes on to say that they just fuck anything that moves. So, wow, I mean, I guess it's pretty fucking easy. You just gotta take that first step, like, hey, sex? And it should work out just fine.
They're able to make it seem like they're just victims and really the men are the perpetrators. Things are much more nuanced and complex than the vast majority of people will ever realize, much less admit to. But I don't want to ramble on for too long. I think I've spoken on this long enough.
He is right about one thing. He rambled on for way too fucking long. It was a chore to sit through this video. And to really add insult to injury, he uses an anime profile pic of Johann Liebert from Monster, which is a pretty good anime, and a pretty fitting profile pic for this guy, I think, because he strikes me as a psychopath. Like, the shit he says is so disconnected from reality, while trying his best to convince himself that he's the only one living in reality. His big bombshell point he makes at the end, which I completely cut out because it's too stupid, was women have more options than men. They can have more sex than men when they want to. That was like his big gotcha at the end and treated it like it was some huge government secret. Such a fucking wild ride of a video. But yeah, anyway, that's about it. So yeah. I know when all of you look at me, you see a high-caliber, top-tier, top-shelf athletic specimen the likes of which science can't fully explain yet. Just a succulent slab of meat, an imposing frame that's been blessed by the gods at Mount Olympus. So naturally, this leads people to question, what sport do I play? Because obviously, you're not packing puppies like these without letting them off the leash to play a little bit in a high-octane competition. And the sport that I play actually surprises people for some reason, which I don't fully understand, because the answer is basketball. I don't know what's so shocking about that. If I had to spitball a guess, it might be because I'm 5'6", so a little on the shorter side, and basketball's typically thought of as a tall person sport. So people will raise an eyebrow and ask if I'm joking, like, there's no way you play basketball at 5'6", you could literally wipe the team's ass standing up. Like, what do? Just dry their sweat? And you're right, there's a lot of basketball players I legitimately could suckle the teat of while I'm fully standing, but it doesn't matter. Because I have a little something called technique and fundamentals damn it. I'm out there proving that even at 5'6" you can be an elite basketball player. The thing is, I've played basketball for pretty much my entire life, but over the last 9 years, I got hit with a serious case of old as fucking lazy bone-itis. So those two, in conjunction with one another, just caused me to kind of drop it. So I took about 9 years off from basketball, but as most of you know, over the last 3 or 4 months, we've all been getting back into playing pickup games every Thursday. We have a great group of guys. We usually get like 15 or so bodies out there, and we just go hog wild trying to remember how beautiful the game of basketball can be, trying to reclaim our former glory on the court. And that brings me to a promise that I made a few times on stream but still haven't fulfilled. I said that eventually we'd start streaming our basketball games, or at the very least filming them for basketball content. Because we do think it'd be hype, especially if we could get other creators out there and just do 5v5, the Moist Squad versus whoever else wants to play. We think that'd be really fun, but just never really bothered to set up the cameras to do that yet, especially because a lot of us haven't played in a while and it might be a little embarrassing to be caught with your pants down and making a fool of yourself out there, so we've just been focusing on getting better and just having fun. But tonight, decided to film a couple of our games. We didn't play as much as we normally do because it's Florida, and today was a 115 degree heat index with humidity that was so fucking thick and brutal it could drown a fish. So we didn't play mini games tonight. It's an outside court. Also, we only set up one camera on one hoop because if we did another one on the other side with the direct sunlight on it, it would have melted the camera, which is something we actually had happen like a month ago. So it's not the best footage. So I'm not going to just drop half of the game. And also, we weren't exactly moving and grooving the way we normally do because of how brutal the weather conditions were tonight. We were moving pretty slow up and down the court. So I'm just going to show you a bit of my highlight reel from our game here. You know, just to prove that I do actually play and I'm not the worst player of all time. I'll just make you a quick believer in the Charles White magic. And then I want to get into a couple of our plans because we do have some wacky ideas for basketball related shit down the line. But you know what's better than a great offense? An even better defense, and I lock that shit down sometimes. Unfortunately, Matt let me down on the fast break, ruining my assist, so I didn't get my double-double I was looking for this time around, but it is what it is. Now, this is one of the very few misses Matt had during the game. I don't want him to think that I'm doing him dirty by only showing the lowlights, so I'll go ahead and show you what happened in the previous few possessions that we had leading up to that fast break. Now, before diving into like some plans we have for basketball content in the future, I do want to mention that we actually have an extremely talented group of guys that play basketball with us every week. It's super fucking fun. Like, for example, Matt. Matt initially didn't even go to college because he was too busy pursuing a professional basketball career until an injury took that dream away from him. Then he reluctantly went to college. Another player that we have come out every Thursday, his name is Tori. Tori, I think, was a D2 high-level basketball player. I can't remember if it was D1 or D2, but he did play college ball. We also have Antron out there, who was a professional football player, but also plays basketball. Like, we have a very strong group of guys, and it's a lot of fun because it's all different ranges of talent. We have people like that, and then people like me. A high school basketball player who hasn't really touched the rock in quite some time. But it feels good to be back. So, the plans for basketball are more than just like occasional basketball related content. We actually do have like a goal in mind. And it's something we only just recently learned about and are kind of striving for. Not really putting a whole lot of eggs in the basket for it, but it's a really fun dream. I don't know how many of you know about this, but ESPN actually runs an annual tournament called the Basketball Tournament, where it's an open tournament, $1 million competition, and anyone can join. I think it's vote-based. I'm not entirely sure exactly how it works. But it just recently wrapped up, but we are getting prepared for the next time around to see if there's any chance that we can get out there and just get fucking stomped. The talent on this circuit here is literally like either retired professionals or people that played college basketball at like Syracuse and didn't quite make it to the NBA. I think like one of the #1 players in this tournament last time was Jimmer Fredette. So, you know, I wouldn't say that any of us are bad at basketball, but I also think there's a huge discrepancy between us and Jimmer Fredette. But, you know, you give us enough time in the hyperbolic chamber, and you never know what we might be able to accomplish. So we think it'd be like a fun goal to somehow enter into this tournament. We don't know all of the rules and regulations around it, but it would be really hype. But regardless, that's just kind of like a pie in the sky kind of wild idea that we think would be enjoyable with basketball down the line. But in the meantime, we'll probably stick with just filming the occasional pickup game now and then, and if any creators ever think it'd be fun to play us 5v5, we could definitely work on setting something like that up, because we do think that would be enjoyable shit too. So yeah, this was just me fulfilling a promise I've made on stream a couple times where I said we'd film some of the games, and I only partially fulfilled that promise because we filmed a game, basically. Well, we filmed like 2 games, but the first one was very, very slow moving, so didn't want anyone seeing any of that footage. And since we only filmed 1 hoop, it didn't make a whole lot of sense to just post this game in its entirety either, because then you couldn't see the other team. Definitely pretty scuffed, but in the future, we will make it much better. This, I really just wanted to get out here to confirm that we will do basketball stuff, because I've been getting asked a lot about it recently because I've been talking about it so much recently. So yeah, that's really about it. Hopefully I've made you a believer that I'm actually not dog shit at basketball, but there's definitely room for improvement. That's for sure. That's about it. So yeah. Jiminy Christmas sports fans, buckle your seatbelts, because I'm about to take you on a wild ride here. And I don't want your, noodle getting blasted against the side of your skull, because this is a lot of information you're going to need to be processing to keep up with the lore. So, yesterday, and I'm sure a lot of you have been keeping up with this as well, but I'm still going to lay out the bare bones of the situation. Yesterday, out of nowhere, there was a statement posted on Lil Tay's Instagram claiming that she has passed away, as well as her brother. Lil Tay is 14 years old, so obviously this was very shocking to hear for a lot of people. It's just an extremely sad situation. Not only did she pass away, but now they've just revealed that the brother has also passed away. Just horrible all around. This was a huge story and just like a complete out-of-nowhere event that caught everyone by surprise. And it also seems a lot of people forgot who Lil Tay was, because it's been 5 years since she's been active in the cyberspace. And in internet time, 5 years is ancient history. That shit's going back to like the primordial ooze. Nobody remembers things that happened 5 minutes ago, let alone 5 years. So I'll just go ahead and give you a brief refresher here. Lil Tay was a 9-year-old influencer who blew up in 2018 by posting content of her flexing money. She'd also do tours of mega mansions talking about how she buys them all the time. She'd be in expensive sports cards and say shit like, I don't have a license, but that doesn't mean that I still can't own the goddamn Batmobile. And then she'd do like a fan of money, like she was a magician, asking you to pick a card, but the only card there was Benjamin Franklin's. The content was basically just, here's a 9-year-old who's saying absurd things and has a seemingly absurd amount of money. Now, obviously, no 9-year-old is going to really act this way. This was all a persona. But it turns out it wasn't like her idea or anything. It's actually a pretty sad situation. As more details arose here, it turns out the people closest to her were the ones basically controlling her whole life. They gave her this role that she was forced to play. They'd tell her what to do and what to say, and they'd get all of the expensive cars and mansions set up so that way she could go film content in there and flex on everyone, so that way they could capitalize off of her viral fame. It's a classic case that we've seen a million times in Hollywood, with absolutely degenerate scum using their kids to live vicariously through and make money off of. It's just abhorrent shit, really. Now, obviously, when this news broke, everyone was surprised and upset. However, there was a small number of people who got suspicious because In the past, the Lil Tay Instagram account has actually posted something out of the blue before with some very disturbing allegations. It's since been deleted and buried, but it was enough to at least put it on people's radar as something that maybe requires a little more investigation just to ensure that there's no fishy business or it's not some kind of lie or some hacker pretending to be the family of Lil Tay and making this announcement. So there's a group of people that did some super sleuthing, cosplaying as L from Death Note and just putting together the puzzle pieces, and most notably this included TMZ. So they had been contacting like police departments as well as other organizations just asking if they had any death certificates or records of her passing or her brother's passing, to which they all said no. And eventually, TMZ apparently got in contact with Lil Tay herself directly, who confirmed that it was all a ruse. Her and her brother are very much alive, and all of this hoopla was the result of a hacker getting access to her Instagram. She said, "I want to make it clear that my brother and I are safe and alive, but I'm completely heartbroken and struggling to even find the right words to say. It's been a very traumatizing 24 hours. Now, this whole situation is so fucking weird then, because there's actually an even deeper layer here. The question would obviously be, why would a hacker bother doing this? Like, this doesn't make any sense. And right now, the leading theory is that it ties into crypto. And let me explain. I actually learned about this from a publication speculating on why this might have even been posted in the first place. So it turns out there is a crypto coin called Lil Tay token, and it's existed for a little while now, though I don't think it's fully released or anything like that. But in the wake of all of this information here with like you fake out that Lil Tay and her brother are dead, people were wondering what the fuck would anyone even gain by making up that lie. So they turned their attention back to the Lil Tay token, and this account is actually pretty active on Twitter. They're denying that this was all a publicity stunt. This is actually spearheaded by someone who has worked closely with Lil Tay in the past. So the theory does hold a bit of water. They wanted to get Lil Tay's name out there in a big way to get a ton of publicity and hype around her. So they went with the Dino Spumoni approach here from Hey Arnold with the fake death thing. And it got everyone talking about Lil Tay, which in turn would get people to talk about Lil Tay token when it drops. Maybe the idea was drum up all of this interest around Lil Tay's name, then this crypto token comes out and people buy it in honor of her memory. And I think that is the stupidest idea ever. If that is actually the root of all of this evil here with this whole situation, that would be a dumber idea than the fucking shake weight. That is so stupid. That would make no sense. There is no logical thought process that would go into someone saying like, man, it really sucks that Lil Tay and her brother passed away so young, that's tragic, and then being like, in order to show support to their memory, I'm going to buy an overpriced crypto shitcoin. That's what they would have wanted. Like, that's just not going to happen. This would never move tokens. This would never sell crypto for them. So I don't really think that's what the whole purpose was, but it's also hard to deny that there is a chance, with how degenerate the internet's become, that a team might actually try this. So it's possible, but I think it's unlikely. I think one thing is very clear here, though. Lil Tay is surrounded by bad people. They told her everything to say back in 2018, saying awful things, doing garbage shit for the sake of being a viral celebrity so that they could make money off of her. She is surrounded by fucking parasites. The people that she's supposed to be able to trust and rely on most in her life seem to be the ones that are controlling her whole life for their own personal gain financially. It's so sad. But I would like to expand a bit on what I alluded to earlier, where this isn't the first post that's popped up on her account from somebody else about some very disturbing stuff. A couple years ago, there was actually a post on her Instagram talking about how she needs to be saved from her abusive father, and it linked to a GoFundMe page which raised like $17,000, alleging that the father was abusing her and a lot of other really disturbing allegations as well. It was started by her brother and alleges that the father is evil and abusing her and doing everything he can to control all of her money, and it also has like a bunch of pictures as well as evidence. It says that the goal of the GoFundMe is to free her from the life of abuse that she currently lives, and that they're going to be doing everything they can to get her away from the father, and I believe that's through the like court system, but I haven't been able to find any information on that or any updates on the situation at all. There's only one update provided on the GoFundMe, and that was like a week after it launched, where this is what was said. I want to take this time to personally thank everyone that believes the truth and supported Tay even through the conspiracy theories. Please realize the Supreme Court case directly involving a minor is not public information. All documents are sealed and will not show up in the registry. The truth will eventually come out. Chris Hope owes $400K in child support and has stolen millions. Just now speaking about this because I no longer am a minor and now have the right to do so without harming my family legally. All people alleging that I am stealing money through a GoFundMe, please look at the facts, look at the police reports and the abuse. This is a serious situation. I feel like if you raise $17,000 for a situation as serious as this, you would want to keep people updated on what's happening here, and people would want to know. But somehow, this has just flown completely under the radar. I can't find any follow-up to any of these claims or anything that's happened since this GoFundMe. The brother hasn't said anything on it, which is fucking weird. A lot of people apparently accuse this of being a scam, claiming that the brother was taking the money here from the GoFundMe for himself, just pocketing it. And I can see why people would think that, because he hasn't fucking said anything about it. He hasn't given any updates on anything here. It's just been complete radio silence for the last couple of years where no one knows what's going on with this. And that doesn't make any sense. Why wouldn't you keep people in the loop, especially because it's so serious and people are directly donating to try and do their best to help? The brother of Lil Tay has been a very controversial person since the beginning of Lil Tay's career, where there's a lot of accusations against him for a lot of different things. So the fact that all of this here, the hashtag Save Lil Tay movement, all of it that he was putting out there to try and get some steam behind has just vanished without a trace from him or anyone else involved here. It's all really weird. So the post out of the blue claiming that both Lil Tay and her brother had died is not the first time that something has popped up on her Instagram out of the blue with some very alarming stuff. So the whole thing is baffling. It's such a weird mess. I don't know why a hacker would take over her Instagram account to make that post, and I also don't see why anyone on her team would make that post either. There's just nothing to be gained from anyone, no matter what angle you spin it. Like, even the crypto angle, assuming that theory is even remotely true, there's nothing to gain there. Like, there's no one wins. Like, nothing makes sense about this situation. So, yeah, it's just been a weird, wild ride here with this whole story that I just wanted to go over. That's about it. See ya. I have definitive proof that there are just some people out there that thrive off arguing over nothing. Their body isn't powered by food or water. They don't need nutrients to survive. They just need fury of a nonsensical, worthless argument. It's like a plant with photosynthesis absorbing sunlight, but for them, it's absorbing anger.
I'm jogging, I'm trying to take my trash out.
Okay, and you can do that. I'm trying to go home. I just did work. Like, you don't need to swear at me because your dog, talk to your dog.
As a neighbor, you need to walk away.
As a neighbor? No, I don't. You should be able to control your dog. And I'm literally right here.
You're being weird. You need to exit the door.
Apparently right before filming, that woman's dog had like lunged at the lady filming or something like that. I don't think it was like aggressive or anything, but then the dog owner had a big ol' fucking conniption about the whole situation, and then it led to this.
You can go now.
I have a lot going on here. You need to be normal.
You need to be normal. You literally just told me to back the fuck up. I'm going to my home. Okay, and that's not how you speak to people. You could literally have said...
talking me.
No. I'm gonna send this to the office because this is ridiculous. I live here.
I am literally trying to go.
You can go.
Is he attacking you?
Did I say he was? You acted like he was gonna attack me. I said hi to him. He ran up on me.
I have 2 hands, buddy.
I love that she tried to play the I'm a woman card on a woman who's filming her. I don't know what the thought process was there. It's probably just one of her default tactics here, one of her ace in the hole type of maneuvers or anime finishing move with the I'm a woman, and it just clearly doesn't work in this situation. I can't fully even grasp what the fuck the problem is. The woman filming is doing nothing to impede the other lady's movement here. It's not like she's posted up like a bouncer to Lacrosse House asking who she knows and forbidding her from getting off the elevator or anything. She is inviting her to get off the elevator and go handle what she's gotta handle, take the trash out, do some whippets behind the dumpster of the apartment complex, whatever. And for some reason, this lady just keeps blocking the elevator for like 10 fucking minutes over nothing, just to sit here and screech.
Okay, and two hands.
And a door frame.
Okay, you can get there.
To understand
yes, and you started hollering at me and screaming at me, and now I'm recording.
I got a broken
Okay,
foot.
that's between you and your broken foot, ma'am.
Yeah, and then the legal office already knows that.
Okay, so you don't need to cuss at me. Okay, can you please go? I'm trying to go home.
You want me to go with the broken foot? You dumbass. There's stairs over there.
She tries to throw a pity party, but nobody shows up. Starts complaining about her broken foot in the wambulance with a side of French fries. She's already come down here with her goofy little broken foot, so clearly she's fine walking on it and has no issue standing on it for a long time blocking this elevator. So I imagine her plan was to walk and accomplish whatever business she's down here for, whatever her objective was. I don't think she's here waiting for a stretcher to carry her there, so she's clearly already walking on that fucking fractured foot. Even though I guarantee that's a lie, I know her foot's not broken, she's just making shit up. I'm surprised she didn't go a little harder though and say some shit like her kids have been kidnapped and now the lady filming is going to be responsible for their death because she can't get the ransom money to the kidnapper or something.
Please hurry up. I'm literally just trying to go home.
You want to fucking start? Go to the stairs.
I'm going to send this to the office because this is unacceptable. I will.
This hurts. You understand how much this hurts?
And you would continue
I'm a military
going.
fucking woman.
Okay, thank you for your
stairs now. You can what floor are you on? What floor are
you
you
don't
on?
need to know
You
that.
wanna fucking, I swear to God, we'll do this.
Okay.
I'm a single ass woman who provides for herself, and I would like to respect you, but you...
She's just diarrheaing every single... Hello there. You upset about that woman as well? I know. She's just vomiting out all of these useless platitudes. I'm a single-ass woman who provides for herself. What does that have to do with you blocking the elevator? Nothing. And I can't believe you're single. I don't understand what went awry there. I can't believe every man in the city isn't pursuing this absolute angel. That's weird. I also highly doubt that she actually did serve in the military. That just seems like yet another lie. So fucking stolen valor on top of that, most likely. And even still, that has nothing to do with you refusing to get off the elevator. That's the crazy thing. That is the wild thing. Her whole objective is off the elevator, which she can easily do, but refuses to out of just the principle and the love of the argument. Now, I know a lot of you are probably saying, why doesn't the woman filming just take the stairs and put an end to this madness? Just be the bigger person. Well, because fuck that. Patooey. That's a bunch of baloney. At this point, stay there, and if her foot really is broken, make sure that it is agonizing by the end of it, that shit swells up and doesn't heal properly. This lady is a piece of shit. I don't think the woman filming is in the wrong here for sticking around out of just sheer pettiness is the wrong word because it's not petty. She wants to go home and she might live on like a high floor in this complex and doesn't want to take the stairs, which is totally reasonable, especially after a long day at work. I think that's totally fine. This woman has no reason at all to be blocking the elevator for this long and refusing to let her go home. So, her taking the stairs is admitting defeat, and she shouldn't have to admit defeat in the face of such a fucking weak, useless opponent like this lady.
You didn't respect me as soon as you got off the elevator and told me to back the fuck up.
Dude, we're not doing this.
Okay.
You already know what you did.
Didn't do anything, but I'm definitely gonna record because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, you are recording. I'm aware of that.
Okay, I'm just letting you know that I'm sending this to the office.
You can wait all night.
You're the one
I
who's...
served my country. What the fuck have you done?
Alright. Well, thank you for your service, ma'am.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this all night.
You're the one complaining.
Technology? Yeah. Christ, no logistics.
Her brain's really starting to malfunction now. That double core brain cell really starting to fall short here with a bit of a hiccup. She just starts humbugging technology. You and your technology, just mad that technology exists now because she's being filmed like Sasquatch. She's just getting real upset. Oh, you bitch! How could you fucking film me? I know you're filming, you bitch! technology. Ugh. Also, I don't want to overlook that little zinger she slid in there about her service to the country. So she says, like, I served our country, what the fuck have you done? And it is eerily similar to an iconic speech from a legend from that viral trumpet fight video from a few years ago. You know the one I'm talking about, where, like, that goblin guy comes up and gets really upset because someone is playing the trumpet poorly. So he walks up to him and he's like, why are you disrupting the peace with this filth, this trash? I played the trumpet for 80 years. Who the fuck are you? I was first chair Los Angeles Philharmonics back when we still only had black and white television. Who the fuck are you? I played the trumpet on the night of Abraham Lincoln's assassination. Who the fuck are you? You know who I'm talking about. It's an iconic moment, and for a brief second here, this lady in the elevator was channeling some of his energy, and I appreciated the callback.
This foot is actually fractured. I swear to God.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for you, but the way you just disrespected me for no reason.
You're a piece. This is not happening.
I literally was just trying to go home. I literally got off of a long shift. I'm trying to go home.
Stairs. I have a fractured foot. Common sense.
Walk up.
It was around this moment where I was just completely lost and gave up hope of trying to even have a minuscule grasp of the situation. So it seems like the lady is now wanting to go up the elevator. So at first I thought she just wanted to go take the trash out and shit. But now it seems like they both wanted to go up the elevator, but the lady on the elevator told her to get off and take the stairs instead. Actually just making this whole problem out of thin air. All of this hoopla over nothing. And I guess the dog may have, like, approached the woman filming, which then caused the dog owner to freak out as if the person filming did something wrong because the dog came up to her. Like, that's now my understanding of it, though I think that could still be totally incorrect because none of this makes sense. The plot here is totally fucking lost. It's all nonsensical. I also like how she keeps going on about her broken foot, saying that it's common sense that someone with a fractured foot wants to use the elevator, so you should use the stairs. I don't even know where to start with that pile of shit statement. You're not wearing a boot or a cast or anything on it. It's not like it's immediately identifiable that you're injured, which I just don't think you are to begin with. You're just pulling things out of your ass. But regardless, how does that track? Like, how does that logic track? If your foot is broken or fractured and you use the elevator, why does that now prevent everyone else from using the elevator as well? It's not like you need the whole fucking elevator. You don't take up all that space.
How am I supposed to know that there's a person with a fractured foot getting on the elevator?
Exit signs all over here. Is your analysis
all I was trying to do was get on the elevator. You told me to back the fuck up. So I'm just confused. I'm definitely bringing this to the office because this is unacceptable. I should not be being treated this way in a place that I live by someone else who lives here too.
This lady's brain is trapped in Narnia. What are you talking about? What do the exit signs have to do with fucking anything about your stupid little boo-boo on your foot? Nothing! It has nothing to do with it! Jesus Christ! She is trying to find every possible thing to argue about because it is the only excitement she gets in her life. It's the only thing that keeps her going.
Can you move out of my way? And you started attacking me.
Are you serious? I really hope there's a camera here.
I am serious.
Oh my goodness.
What you're doing.
I'm glad there's stamps on this.
I already called them. I called them about it because there has been men who have been banging on my door.
That has nothing to do with me, ma'am.
I know, but I asked them for surveillance. Can you, because my door is up there. Men have been banging on my door and I've opened it.
And I'm sorry that that's happening to you, but I didn't do that. I didn't do that to you.
Psychosis. This has to be a psychotic episode here. What the fuck does men banging on your door have to do with anything here? Because she's using it to point out like there's security cameras or something? I don't know. I also, you know, maybe there are men banging on her door playing Ding Dong Ditch on the creepy witch lady that lives in the apartment like the fucking ghost that haunts the halls. Maybe, I guess. But even still, that has nothing to do with anything here.
Can I please get home? I'm just trying to go home. It's been a long day.
Walk up the stairs.
You can walk out. I'm not taking up any of your space or time. You have all the space in the world. Please go.
I'm a government agent.
That's okay.
On the stairs now.
No, I don't need to.
You do.
Now the narrative shifts again where it's her wanting to get out but refusing to get out because this lady wants to get in. And once again, the camera lady mentions she has all the space in the world to just get the fuck off the elevator. She could just go. Take literally 3 steps and be done with this whole thing. But now she tries like, I'm a government agent card and you need to go up the stairs. You're under arrest. Give me your badge and your gun. You're off the case. Get up the stairs now. Jesus Christ. It's so weird that people like her exist.
I don't. You need to get off the medication that you're on. Can you please go?
I am on 0 medication right now.
Okay, then put down the drink, please. Can you go?
There's no drink. What drink are you talking about?
The one that you drank before you got on the elevator. Your dog must want to go sit to the bathroom. You have trash to take out. Okay, you're not though.
I swear to God. Are we doing this?
Can you back up off of me? Because if you put your hands on me, I'm going to call the police on you.
Go on the stairs.
I'm trying to go.
That was a horror movie approach right there. She had that just shit her britches walk cycle coming at her, waddling up, getting right in her face. I really half expected her to dislocate her jaw and scream for a jump scare. That was some terrifying shit. Maybe her foot really is broken. And if that's the case, I'm glad that she's continuing to put so much pressure on it to make it worse. That is fantastic news here. Incredible strategy. She mentions that she's not on medication, but I think it's time they start exploring that option because there is something that's gone untreated here. This is not normal. This is not healthy. Or maybe the lady filming is correct in that she's just been hitting the alcohol hard and she's had a couple drinks already. Or maybe she took a stupid potion with breakfast. There's really so many possible explanations, but none of them excuse any of the behavior here.
Please back up.
I'm a government.
I do not care, but if you put your hands on me, I'm going to call the police. Can you see this? Do you see this? I just want somebody to. I'm just trying to get on the elevator.
She's crazy. There's stairs.
I'm gonna call the police if you do not stop.
Stairs in
if
this
you
place.
try to barricade me, I'm going to call the police.
Yeah,
I'm going to call the police.
Nobody's confused on how the elevator works. We're all just confused on why you're such an insufferable little asshole here. Just get off the elevator. Just get off the elevator. Go put the trash in the fucking dumpster. Oh my god. It goes on for so long. It just goes on for such an agonizingly long time period here. It takes like half the afternoon just with this random encounter NPC. It's fucking... like, I'm getting upset for her just having to watch it. It is the most annoying video I've seen in so long.
This is bad. This is really bad. This is super fucking bad.
You're causing a disturbance. We live here. Everybody lives here.
This is bad.
I'm just trying to go home. Thank you.
You're not going in there.
Yes, I am. And if you touch me, I'm going to call the police on you.
No. You want to go war?
All right. Well, I'm calling the police now.
Stay there.
Okay. I'm going to call the police now.
It's like when you try and leave Kakiri Forest in Ocarina of Time and that guy's like preventing you, just stopping you at all times. Even when you think you have the angle and you make a run for it and he stops you yet again. That's what just happened at the end there. The lady finally abandoned her post for a brief second, but then right when the lady tries to finally get on the elevator and go home, she storms over with her broken, useless foot and says, nope, and puts the kibosh on it. For no reason, again. Again, she just really doesn't want her getting on that elevator. And there's no explanation as to why. And then she eventually takes the elevator up and we don't see her again. So I guess her objective was to go up the entire time, which she could have done from the start. Even if her objective was to get off the elevator, she could have done it from the start. None of this had to happen. This is just one of those repulsive people that love to argue and make an issue out of nothing and cause an inconvenience to everyone around them. It's fucking sad. It's just downright pathetic. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. It is Just a Story horror game. Cool name. Mouse right click to pause. Interesting. It's Just a Story horror game. I'm excited. I've got a good feeling about this. It's like subliminal messaging. The story you're about to read... oh my god. Cool main menu, I can control the camera from here. And now I'm looking out of the map. This is quite a disorienting experience already. Eating would be done automatically. This is to get to know the game part. Let me try right-clicking. Nope, that does not pause. There are currently 2 types of enemies, the undead and the supernaturals as of now. You don't just run from them and try as much as possible not to keep eye contact, to keep the game is a straight to the it's written in broken characters, damn it. For some levels your lamp and flashlights run out of energy, so be sure to put them out when not in need of them. Your gun, footsteps, any form of noise you make is heard by fuck. Lastly, please survive and don't think it's not true. Because it's true. What? Oh. COD zombie sound effects, I recognize that. Oh. He gave up really quick. He said my job here's done. This is cool. Don't say it's not true, 'cause it is true. It's just a story. A true story. Well, what the fuck was the point of that? What the fuck? What do you do? There's nothing behind that door, so wait, what? What am I supposed to do? This is just false advertisement. It's just a story, more like it's just a scam. It's a single room and nothing else. Hold on. Let me try something. Oh wait, am ready.
1932. A few months back, just before the incident, there was a city called...
How could I have not thought of that?
...region on Earth. Team Gamma was in charge of brain preservation.
This is AI generated.
To store and transfer the brain of a person successfully into another body. Team Beta was in charge of mapping and converting the whole brain into digital form. And
this is a bunch of gobbledygook. This means nothing.
Of the blood cells.
This means nothing.
But they had the best of the best with them, so things should have been okay. They had Dr. Dan, the best scientist in biology, and more. Mr. Dan is a charismatic leader and family.
Wait, you just dropped his title. He's Dr. Dan, not Mr. Dan.
Skin color, dark glossy
he worked
hair,
hard for the PhD. Address him properly.
Blue eyes. In his late 30s, a body weight of 84 kilograms.
This is
fitted muscles and was always giving off the cold.
What does this have to do with anything? I don't care about Dr. Dan to this level. I'm not trying to date him.
Who barely speaks.
What the fuck is this?
At home, he was a totally different person. A man full of joy and love. He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife...
Wait, why did he fear his daughter? What? He feared his daughter the most. She was the only child at the moment, but his wife was on the move of bringing the second in. Is it his... Is the second one his child, or an affair, perhaps? Well, not on Dr. Dan, not with his fitted muscles. And a body weight of 84 kilograms. No one would cheat on that.
Dr. Dan doesn't fear threats made to him by higher-ups or anyone. In fact, he wasn't going to do this whole research to begin with if he was still alone like he was in the past. But now he has to protect the future his daughter wants and the peace his wife should be getting. As he is a highly valued person.
But he's afraid of his daughter.
His family is enjoying pretty much everything. So that made him take the offer, which was if they don't come up with a possibility, then the freedom the city has would be reduced each time they fail to meet the demands of the higher-up. And
what is going on?
Who have been dying to get in can finally get in and explore, destroy, steal things in the place.
Steal things in the place. What place? Man, this exposition is very deep. I imagine this is what it's like to learn English. Like when you're just given like a writing prompt or something when you're still learning the language and things just don't fully connect, but you can make out some of the words, but it's not coherent yet. That's what I feel like right now.
Now Dan wasn't liked by the other colleagues. They are very smart too, but they just don't like the fact that he is on another whole level and that cold attitude of his always gets on their nerves. They all were in the office.
This is so cool.
Of some chemicals.
It is just a story. Horror
a group
game.
Of them were discussing
True.
some possible tryouts with Cell's organism when Dan overheard a particular hypothesis and immediately interrupted their conversation, telling them they can't do that. They should not try it or think about even bringing those two substances together. Doing that would cause chaos on the world. They once again took their pride and felt that he was just trying to make them feel miserable and dumb, and indeed did mix those two substances.
Oh, you should have listened to Dr. Dan.
Before he came in, the safe lock of the lab was already activated and the people inside could not run out. So he, Dan, stood watching them from the door glass as they mutated into creatures and undead.
Damn it. Why wouldn't they listen to Dr. Dan? He was on a whole level.
Weeks later, Dr.
Oh, I thought it
Dan
was over.
has
I thought we were about to
been
play the
working on
game.
research to find a solution
If there is
to
a
what
game.
happened. The infected or exposed have been contained by the He saw the house garage open and carved, looking all damaged. He tried not to panic much. He got inside shouting for his wife, but no answer.
Oh no. Mrs. Dan. She's in trouble. Do something.
He broke down, shaking and lost. He was in too much shock he
That's
didn't
awful.
notice when he was beaten by the same creature who did that to his wife. He tried to look at the creature, but blacked out.
It's like a basilisk. If you look it in the eyes, you're frozen. It escaped the Chamber of Secrets, and it took Dr. Dan and his wife's soul.
His wife all in blood and dead with their unborn child before he was beaten caused his brain to safe boot. Back to an age before he met his wife. He doesn't remember much of
That's
himself
convenient.
anymore.
He's
not
safe
even
booted.
his name his wife gave him. The world should be destroyed by now or not. Help him find out, as you know what he doesn't.
I know what he doesn't? What do I know? I know nothing. This story is incomprehensible in the best way. This is gripping. Now I'm hooked. Rest in peace, Dr. Dan's wife. Mr. Dan and his wife. His daughter was the one who took the photo. Also, who was spelled W-H-O-O. Do you believe in the supernatural? I didn't long before, but I do now, as I am writing this to you. I can't get in contact with my husband. My home is being invaded by them. I hope we make it out all. Well, she wrote the dots. Why wouldn't she just finish the word? She wrote those dots. You imbecile. Dr. Dan's wife is a fucking idiot. How sad. What is this? Interesting lean mechanic. On the Y key, naturally. It's Y and X to lean. How do you even put your hands in a position where that makes sense? No! It's just a zombie. I don't have a weapon, do I? No, just some oil. Ouch! Bet he can't open doors. Pathetic. Oh god, he's smarter than me! He can go through them! Shit! Is that my wife's head? No, honey! What have they done to you? Oh. Why? Might not get out of this alive. Please save my daughter. She is still at school. Last I communicated with her, she knows the passcode to my husband uses for the safe of the solution. That means you must save her. I will not write it here because of wrong hands, and also ensure my daughter is searched and found. One last thing. BS. Good call too, not putting the passcode on here. Wouldn't want it to fall in the wrong hands. Now, assuming this did fall into the wrong hands, we know to get the daughter and get the information from her instead of just getting the information here and keeping the daughter safe. My wife is a fucking buffoon. Objective pre-completed. How did I pre-complete it? And I only have 1,193 seconds to find my daughter, I guess. I don't know why I'm on a time limit.
He got a last message to visit a school to find the girl. He has to find the girl to
Fucking whale in the sky? Why? Where? Oh. Okay. Just whatever assets they could find on the shop. Alright, makes sense. That was like some kind of pseudo cutscene. What does it all mean? Oh, actually, she must be in here, since I can grab these. There she is. Good to see you. I'm coming, sweetie. Where'd you go? Okay. She in here? Must be over here. Damn, she's popping and locking. She just hit me with that skibbity toilet. Jesus. This game is awesome. Cool. Maybe the countdown is for when I'm done with level 2. Like, after these 980 seconds, my daughter will just come up to me. Maybe not. Maybe that's just wishful thinking. Actually, I don't really want that to be the case. That means I'm gonna have to wait here for like fucking 10 minutes. I still have this fucking worthless key.
Screaming. Your blood tastes better in silence.
Okay then, I guess. Alright. Where is my daughter? Oh. Probably in here.
Great, I found you.
Daddy, I'm so scared. I don't
Betty!
know who was going to come to get me.
Don't cry, girl. Whatever. Just, let's go. We need a way out of this school. Like a vehicle.
What do you mean? We just walk out the front door.
He was the one who locked me to hide me. He's our maintenance man.
What's wrong?
My head, it's so painful. Dad.
Oh shit, let's get into a class to be safe.
No, Betty! Hang on! Oh shit. At least she gave me the codes.
Just in case it's 2, 1, 2, 5, 4.
Thanks, Betty.
After Dan left Betty, who died before giving him the full code to the safe, he now has 2 tasks in mind. The first is to find the maintenance man, because he should have
Betty!
or know where the car keys are kept. And the second
Blast!
is to get to the car,
Why?
parked along with all the other cars.
Hey, bub, you seen the maintenance man? This is where the whale's at. Did not know that did damage. Brother, where are you? Oh, here he is. You were a good man. This one's got wheels. That was the one. Level 2 to 3. On his way, few kilos from the school, it was dark when he got some memory flashback that caused him to have accident on the road, so he runs into the forest.
Accident on the road. So he drives into the forest, bumping into a tree. Now he has to walk as his only means of transport is damaged.
What a speed run. After being chased by zombies, he got into a sewage system to avoid them. He now finds his way out.
He got into a sewage pipe to avoid.
Why is the narrator subjected to the reverb of the sewer?
He must now continue his journey by foot and find a way.
Help! Are you okay?
Oh!
What can I do?
Oh, I like his breathing. It's very, like, full body. It's like a bobber in the water. This is supposed to be a horror game? To some extent. Yes and no. This has to be the right way. I just fell under the map. Yep. Oh, wait, I'm back? Nope. I'm falling again? That's huge. So when you save in this game, it doesn't do anything. Appreciate it. That's where the key was. What is this? What the fuck is this? How do I get out? Alvin and the Chipmunks kidnapped me. That was all just a fucking cutscene. That was like actually 2 minutes of incomprehensible nonsense. Just fucking gibberish. Where is the car? I'm now running out of time. If I have to go through that again, I'm gonna scream. That'll be the real horror. Where is the car? Let me out. Probably not out there. For some reason the beach is there. So. Nope, I found it. That is my office. He got into the office to fin the safe. Okay, they weren't lying. It's a little hard to find this safe. Where haven't I checked? Where is it? I just want to be done with the game. I want to just beat this. There's like some doors I can't go in though. Like this one, for instance, and I feel like it's gonna be in here.
Betsy,
oh.
What is that, Dad?
Very
I know what the code is. I mean, what is the code?
We got all his memories back.
My daughter afterwards. My daughter. Wife.
Yeah. Her too. Yes.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm. Just, can you open the door now?
I have no reason to leave.
Oh.
Yes, you do. Get up.
What?
You're gonna fix this since you're the cause of this to begin with. So live to fix it.
What is that? What was that? Dan and Mira, what the fuck was it? Was like a swamp monster with a submachine gun. What happened? What is going on? The story just keeps going. You got the Stupidest.
While the game ends here, the story continues and even gets more interesting. On their way out of the city, they had a car accident because of a meteorite which forced them to continue their journey on foot.
Another one?
Mira, who had an injury on her leg as they walked down the road. Dan himself was bleeding from his head.
This is the best story ever told in gaming.
He looks like he could fall any moment. Meanwhile, Mira grunted and looked at Dan, who was helping her. She realized this and activated her emergency suit button before they passed out.
her emergency what button?
The side of the accident.
The emergency suit button, huh?
Shaped object opened.
Oh my god, they're introducing aliens.
What could this be?
Oh.
What could happen?
This game has everything.
We know there is a virus outbreak, but could an alien be entering this situation to help or to kill?
Why would they be doing either?
An exciting more planned and developed part 2 filled with a rich story of new actors and companions joining arms together to save their city.
Fuck
or
yeah.
to destroy it.
Man, I cannot believe this game was free.
Thanks to my contributors, Kimmy Neen.
Well, that was fun. Well, I never thought this day would come. A YouTuber just made an apology video worse than Sienna May's iconic interpretive dance. For those that don't remember, Sienna May was a TikToker accused of sexual assault, and for some reason she marched into the mines of Mordor and hatched the most diabolical plan of all time, forged the worst video apology ever, where it was an interpretive dance apology. So she starts fucking boogieing out there, doing some of this, a little bit of these, and by God, I'm ashamed to say it, but she even did some of this. Just kind of downplaying the entire situation. And keep in mind, it was sexual assault accusations that also had a video as well. So there was a ton of evidence, and she still just tried to do like an apology interpretive dance. I did not think there would ever come a time that someone makes a worse response than that. But hooey, how wrong I was.
Hey, it's been a while since you saw my face. I haven't been doing so great, so I took a little break. So a lot of people are saying some things about me that aren't quite true. Doesn't matter if it's true though, just as long as it's entertaining to you.
That bleeding in your ears is normal. This is a ukulele apology video. She's turned her accusations and her response into a Disney musical number here, I suppose. She's got a whole little Broadway moment here to sing and talk about it. Now, before getting into it, let me give some context on what she's apologizing for. Colleen Ballinger is most known for her Miranda Sings character. If you've been on YouTube for a long time, you've definitely heard that name before. She was a massive superstar on the platform. She even had her own Netflix show. And recently, another YouTuber named Adam McIntyre has really started to spearhead this information about her past and everything that's happened to them, as well as the group chat that she used to have with a lot of her fans that were minors, and the way she conducted herself. She's been accused of like asking for ass pics from her fans, and again, most of these fans were minors at the time. She'd even send really weird videos to them. It's just, there's been a ton of evidence of very unacceptable shit, so she's been accused of like grooming as well as being a predator, and this video that she made is her response to those very serious allegations.
All aboard the toxic gossip train. You're chugging down the tracks of misinformation. The toxic gossip train. You got a one-way ticket to manipulation station.
Nah, she's giving us a one-way ticket to defecation station, because this is some shit here. I don't know how she thought this was a good idea at all. She doesn't even disprove any of the allegations, she just calls it the toxic gossip train, like it's some kind of little musical number out of Magic School Bus or something that she's not taking seriously. In the face of very serious claims, she decides to put on the entire clown outfit and grab her trusty ukulele and go to battle. But it's not really a battle because she doesn't even really tackle any of the claims. She doesn't refute anything or defend herself. She just makes a song.
Toxic gossip train. Tie me to the tracks and harass me for my past. Cause rumors look like facts. If you don't mind the gaps, I won't survive in the crash. But hey, at least you're having fun.
I'm sorry to keep pausing this so frequently, I just have so much to say, and trust me, I'm really doing you a favor with all of these breaks here to give you a brief, like, respite from the fucking unbelievable cringe. Like, this is some pure, undiluted, unhinged delusion here. This is so strong, I feel like it needs to be added to the periodic table, like the element of delusion that she is displaying here. Like, this song is fucking haunted, honestly. This is like that track out of Courage the Cowardly Dog with Velvet Vic, where like sucks you into the record player. That's this song, but it sucks you into her group chat where she's like asking about your first period and asking for ass pics or something. But the reason I'm pausing it here is because this is something she falls back on a lot in the song, and I don't want to just keep playing too much of the song. She seems to think that a lot of people are taking pleasure in watching all of this and says like, oh, it's all untrue, but you're just doing it because it's entertaining and you're having fun. I've never fully understood that perspective because I imagine most people don't have fun learning that people they grew up watching or people they were at least aware of being a big influence turned out to be absolute fucking scumbags. groomers, predators, all these horrible things. Like, no one has fun with accusations like that, I don't think. Certainly not the victims of it. The victims of Miranda Singh's Colleen Ballinger here definitely aren't having any fun here. This has been mentally damaging shit that they've carried for a long time. Now, I do think there is an argument to be made about, like, YouTuber apologies as entertainment. I made a whole fucking tier list on it. There is an element of fun to watching a completely disconnected from reality weirdo do something like Miranda Sings has done with this fucking singing apology. It's hard not to point and laugh at the absolute insanity of that situation. But in those cases, no one's laughing about the actual allegations. Nobody wants someone in a position of power like Miranda Sings, Colleen Ballinger, to turn out to be a groomer or a predator.
Hi everyone. I've been wanting to come online and talk to you about a few things. Even though my team has strongly advised me to not say what I want to say, I recently realized that they never said that I couldn't sing what I want to say.
Holy shit, she's done it. She's activating 100% of her brain. What an incredible loophole. Checkmate, lawyers. Her legal team must have been there like, no! She got us. How did we not think of that? We never said she couldn't sing it. Damn, she's good.
Many years ago, I used to message my fans, but not in a creepy way like a lot of you are trying to suggest. It was more of a loser kind of way, where I was just trying to be besties with everybody. There were times in the DMs when I would overshare details of my life, which was really weird of me. I haven't done that for years, you see, because I changed my behavior and I took accountability. Let's go on the toxic gossip train.
If you have anything to refute the claims, why don't you present it instead of doing your little talent show ukulele act? She's saying that this video, in the beginning of the song, she's saying that she's only going to be talking about the facts, and then provides nothing. The facts must have been out of town during the filming of this, because she does not present them at all. She doesn't provide anything to refute any of the claims. All she does is say, like, no, that's all wrong. Those aren't the facts. You guys are falling for the toxic gossip train. Misinformation super duper station. Whatever. Like, she doesn't actually provide any evidence, any counterpoints, nothing. All she does is just say that it's a lie. That's it. And I guess you're just supposed to take her at her word because she's singing it? Like, it doesn't make any sense. This is just invalidating to all of her victims. Like, she is, like, actually, like, laughing in their face with this video, I feel. It's pretty disgusting, actually. I don't understand how she thought this could possibly be perceived in any meaningful, positive way. Because, again, she doesn't defend herself. She doesn't refute any of the claims of all of, like, the grooming accusations. If she thinks that all of this is overblown or incorrect, why wouldn't she come forward with her evidence to support that and say, like, nope, this is where all of this is wrong, this is where it's false, this is where you've been lied to and manipulated. She doesn't do that. All she has here is this dumb little fucking song. I just can't even wrap my head around the thought process.
In all seriousness, I do think it's really important to hold people accountable for their mistakes. You know, we should hope that everyone can learn from their mistakes and grow and change their behavior and be a better person. And this is something that I've always tried to do when I make mistakes, and it's something that I will continue to try to do. What? Oh, you don't care? Oh, okay. I thought you wanted me to take accountability, but that's not the point of your mob mentality, is it? No. Your goal is to ruin the life of the person you despise while you dramatize your lies and monetize their demise.
Once again, this is just like shitting on the victims that have come forward. There are tons and tons of messages as well as videos, like just an overwhelming amount of evidence that's all pretty damning on Colleen Ballinger's behavior from these group chats, as well as just a lot of other things over the years. And in the song, she just reduces that to, it was just a weird loser sending cringe. It was just a goofball doing loser weird stuff. And then still has the audacity to sing about how she's taking accountability? What the fuck? That's the opposite of accountability. You're minimizing, downplaying the very real harm you caused to your underage fans through these group chats, these interactions, and all the shit that you said and sent. That's not taking accountability. You are literally doing the exact opposite by saying, like, it's really not that big of a deal, it's just kind of weird, that's all. And then she goes in to just say about, like, this is just directly shitting on the victims. She goes then into the next part saying that the reason there's a mob mentality is because they're coming forward with all of these lies to monetize her demise, because they don't like her. Well, Colleen Ballinger, let's supersize the McDonald's fries here. You're fucking insane. What are you talking about? How could you even, like, actually put this out there? I don't know how she could not only write this song, perform this song, and this is definitely not her first take, so go through this song multiple times, edit it, and then post this without realizing just how... I don't even know the right word. It's like almost downright evil she comes across. Because, again, this is like spitting in the face of all of the victims that have come forward with a ton of evidence against her, saying it's not a big deal, they're wrong, they're just doing it for clout. It's so sickening.
I feel like I can already hear the comments on this video. She's gaslighting, manipulating. Oh, she's a narcissist and a rat. I would never make a mistake like that. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that all of you are perfect, so please criticize me. Bring out the daggers made from your perfect past and stab me repeatedly in my bony little back.
This is gonna come as a surprise, this is gonna be shocking. But yeah, most people aren't making mistakes like this. This isn't one of those like whoops-a-daisy mistakes that everyone makes in their life. Most normal people are going to go through their life without ever doing anything close to what you're accused of doing. Talking sexually with minors in a group chat, sending used underwear to kids. The list goes on, and she beats this point home about like how she's just made like a little mistake here and it doesn't make her a bad person. But this is, again, one of those mistakes that like actually does make you a bad person. This isn't like a little mistake. Like, she makes it sound like, oh, you don't have the right to criticize me because you're not perfect, your past isn't perfect. But most people's past isn't exactly one that's plagued by degeneracy like this. So, no one's perfect, of course, but that doesn't mean that people don't have the right to criticize you for just how ridiculously awful the shit that you are accused of doing is, and also how terrible this response is.
I'm sure you're disappointed in my shitty little song. I know you wanted me to say that I was 100% in the wrong. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna take that route of admitting to lies and rumors that you made up for clout.
Once again, just hawking a big fat loogie in the face of every victim that came forward here. If these are all lies and just rumors, why don't you prove your side of it? Why don't you provide any evidence beyond just a song that says things without showing things or proving things? There is nothing presented here that refutes a single claim at all. She's just singing things. And that's it. That's not evidence. The video and song goes on for like another 4 or 5 minutes, but she just keeps saying the same thing about how it's all lies and manipulation, but she doesn't prove any of that. Why wouldn't you want to like actually clear your name? I don't know what she thought this song would do. It doesn't offer any kind of explanation for anything to clear up what she's calling lies and rumors. It's nothing. There is mountains of like actual messages and videos of her engaging in very, very bad behavior, very awful things, which has led to people labeling her things like a groomer and a predator, which she really doesn't like, but that's what all of these documents lead towards, point towards, and she does nothing to refute any of it, except make this absolutely embarrassing song out of it. It's baffling. I couldn't believe this shit today. So yeah, like I said, I'm not going to play the rest of the video because she just keeps saying, it's all lies, it's just rumors, it's ridiculous, I can't believe you guys fell for it. But doesn't provide any kind of actual counterpoints or evidence or anything, so it's fucking useless. This is, I do think, the new worst YouTuber apology video, and that's not an easy feat to have accomplished, so that's wild. That's really about it. So yeah. Who the fuck is Lil Xan? SunnyV2 makes these really great videos on a bunch of different topics that I always find interesting. Lil Xan was a rapper, I guess. I don't know if he does it anymore, but Lil Xan's biggest claim to fame was he was a guy who almost died from overdosing on Flaming Hot Cheetos. I remember he got sent to the emergency room because of eating too many Flaming Hot Cheetos, and that changed the way I approach snacks forever. So we have quite a few here that I've stockpiled, because I think all of these are pretty interesting. I don't know Jayus though, but I was talking to Sunny like a month or so ago, and he has been blowing up. And this Jayus one went wild. So I'm assuming Jayus must be a pretty big creator that did some fucked up shit. So I figured this would be fun to learn about, a little internet drama.
week. Despite having incredibly uncontroversial content,
if you're at a house party and you got a drink in your hand, don't hold it up here by your chest. Try to hold it more down towards your hip. This will make you seem more open and confident, and people will be more willing to come up and talk to you.
She's found—
Not true. You could just be a giant fucking loser and you could put that beer bottle up your butthole. It's not gonna help. So, bad advice. Stop giving people false hope. You might just suck. And you have to accept that.
You're gonna throw a fit because I didn't make you my priority?
After a petition to ban OnlyJS from TikTok garnered over 400,000 signatures, it'd be safe to say that she's a contender for the platform's most hated creator.
Did the petition work? Petitions have always, like, historically been incredibly effective. She's gone up 4,200,000, or nope, exactly 4 million followers. Bro, wait, these petitions are so effective. Not bad.
Did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on who you are as a person and the things that could possibly happen to you?
Yo, did you know that your birth month actually has a huge effect on you and the things that can happen to you in your life?
People born in March are way more likely to have asthma, and I can actually speak to this one because my little sister, the only one born in March, has asthma.
What the fuck are you talking about? What? Is that real? Like, these are things she actually believes in? Or is this like some kind of TikTok meme I don't understand? Who the fuck actually believes that? Why do people just, like, want to disregard basic reasoning? Jesus Christ. Astrology's one thing, like, it's harmless. Like, you can believe in astrology. It doesn't really matter or whatever. Like, zodiacs dictate who you fall in love with, or whatever, your lottery numbers. It doesn't matter. It's harmless. But do people parade it around as, like, actual real things? Like, your birth month changes you? Or has an effect on your life? There's no way people actually, like, believe in that shit.
Jonathan responded by stating that he'd simply found the information on Google, and as a result, OnlyJS was berated and mocked by her audience, with them stating that she was in the wrong. I have a hard time dealing with the negativity. I still don't know what to do. I don't think I've done anything wrong. Maybe you do, but honestly, I don't see it.
What are they talking about? It's not even, like, real anything. It's fucking nonsense. What is... You got this information from a Google source. Oh my god. Holy shit, yeah, it's like a full-blown Reddit post. Nice. Man, TikTok is just like its own little ecosystem of degeneracy.
With this in mind, it's barely surprising to find out that approximately 6 months later, an old message would be dug up in which OnlyJS had said the N-word, taking center stage as her brand new colossal-sized controversy.
I love you, no matter your sex. What the fuck was that? What is... Oh, yuck. Uh-oh. Ooh. The abortion didn't work. Oh boy, she's really going full-blown Xbox Live here. Even dropping the racism. Oh my, this is outrageous. On TikTok? Oh, come on now. This was a heated gamer message. Shit got crazy. She went fucking insano style. I wonder what the controversy was. Like, what sparked this message? Explain how I'm sucking up to Luna. Maybe, like, fanfic or something, maybe? I don't know.
You're a role model to 10 million people, bro. I hope things get better, and I hope you educate.
How did she respond, I wonder?
There were a couple of comments in support of OnlyJS, however, as a whole, and understandably, the response was mostly negative. The best way that JS could have responded to this expose would have either been no response at all, or a short, cool, calm,
oh my god, she's in a Rolls Royce. Is this where she did her apology video? This is a Rolls Royce, right? They're the only ones that do this Starlight thing, right? So she was born rich? That's nuts. It's not a Royce? I thought they had a patent on this. We watched the whole video on the dog shit Rolls Royce does. I thought they had the literal patent on being able to do this in the interior of a car. I don't think it's a filter. What the fuck? Now I sound like an idiot. It's not a filter. It's a custom Mercedes. It's a custom Mercedes top. Oh. Okay, I see. Alright, maybe I'm misremembering the video, but I remember Rolls-Royce made a huge deal about their ability to put stars in the roof of the interior and them being the only ones allowed to do it. They had if I remember correctly, they have a full-time star guy. His whole job is putting stars that light up in the roof of Rolls-Royces. I'm pretty sure they must have some kind of patent or like a stranglehold on the technology. They have one designated Grandmaster Star Lord for their vehicles.
Which would have actually
You're
been
right, but she
respectable
did
as
this
it's 100 times
DIY.
harder than simply
And there is no excuse, and there are no justifications for what I said, and you guys deserve better. And when I first saw the screenshots, I didn't even think that they were real, because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be.
All that suspense just for it to be trash. The worst insult you could tell somebody was liking black people. Wow.
With the scandal being shared across every platform imaginable.
Was that
only
in her
JS will also
apology
lose
video?
all the-
Alright, let me just look at the apology video. Hold on, let's get caught up to speed here. Alright, I don't like...
Because I forgot how hateful and how angry of a person I used to be. And
Why aren't you crying? And where's your dog?
No, I know that my words hurt people, and I know that my words have consequences.
Well, not really. The consequences were 4 million new followers, actually.
But I am so deeply
Seemed to walk away pretty strong.
for all the pain that I've caused. The first book that I decided to pick up was How to Be Anti-Racist by Dr. Ibram Kendi.
What?
And this will push readers that think that they're not racist into being something better.
To her credit, she did acknowledge that it was a grift in the title stating,
What?
I know it might come off as performative talking about this at the end of Black
Alright,
History.
I'm gonna hit you with the cold water. If you need to buy a book on how not to be racist, you've already failed. I think you're already too far gone. What the fuck? Hey guys, I just picked up this book on why murder isn't awesome, and it was a real eye-opener for me. Like, it made some points that I never even really stopped to consider, and I think if any of you are considering murder, you might want to check out this book. Like, it really might steer you in the other direction.
Message.
So I am sorry for basically ghosting you. I didn't mean to do that. I just have a very chaotic schedule and ADHD on top of that, so I genuinely just forgot. And it wasn't me trying to ignore you.
Oh.
You could have just hit me up again, but instead you decided to go public and try to add public pressure onto me, and that's not cool, so I don't want to collaborate.
Which will once again receive a response from Aunt Karen, explaining that she had emailed OnlyJS multiple times with no reply.
You're gonna put it on me? In your voicemail, you said I should have emailed you again.
Viral
April 4th,
Nation?
I emailed you. How many times?
That sounds like
do
a
you
scam.
expect me?
And in classic OnlyJS fashion, she'd post another emotionally charged response to the
Oh.
drama.
Today's episode of What Are People Mad at Me For Now? Not checking my emails in a timely manner. I was joking. Forgot to respond to an email from this creator that wanted to collab with me, and you know, instead of just like hitting me up again, they made 7 videos about it. Can you please leave me the f alone? I have a diet.
This is like a Chris Farley sketch.
That makes me forget things
I couldn't check my email because I was living in a van down by the river.
for days.
For example, she will post this video.
You can get your letters delivered for free without any postage if you just put where you want it to go on the return address instead of where it's actually supposed to be.
Which will get the post office activists involved with comments such as, yes, please encourage people to do activities that cause the already failing post office to lose more money. Or when she posts this
What a
video
strat.
saying nothing more than
Life
what
pro
she
tip.
did.
So-
However, it eventually got to the point where OnlyJS couldn't even make jokes anymore without being cancelled. Seriously. On the 23rd of May 2021, OnlyJS will post the following video.
If a service dog ever approaches you but they're alone, that means that their owner's in trouble and they probably can't move, so you should follow him, because you'll get a free wallet.
It was clearly a light-hearted joke. Can't believe this is still up. It's obvious that it's a joke, but some people may still do it. It could start a trend. What you post on the internet reaches so many people, and some of those people
What
may
are you talking about? How often is a service dog going to be approaching people and lead them to someone who is injured? That surely can't be such a frequent occurrence that it could start a trend on TikTok. What in the fuck is going on over there? Like, it's not a good joke or anything. Like, it's just a pretty generic one. It's like something that your grandpa would send you in like an old email chain. But like, why are they pretending like it's somehow like a terrible thing? It's like, oh my god, someone might actually do this. I see a service dog like once every 6 months, maybe.
She's been tested over and over and over, yet has been unable to switch off and let things go whenever she's been put under pressure. As an end result, there's not only a
Seems
loss
like
of
she's
respect,
only done
but also
2
a never-ending
apology
freight train of
videos.
negativity and hatred.
I thought it was gonna be a lot more. That was interesting. I never heard of any of that. Let's see how so she's gone up 4 million subscribers since this video. So she's doing pretty well on that front, or followers. So she's doing well there. What do the comments say? Do they still bring it up? Here, she posted 6 hours ago. No, just everyone being supportive. Yeah. Seems like everything's on the up and up. I was going to watch this one as well. This is about Sam Pepper. I'm sure a lot of you remember Sam Pepper if you've been on the internet for any length of time. Sam Pepper was an old prank channel who got notoriety when he did the kidnapping my best friend and executing his friend in front of him prank. I'm pretty sure it was faked. I'm not really sure, but either way, it was really disturbing and weird. And then he turned into just a full-blown scammer. So he's taken big part in a lot of the NFT scams over the last 4 or 5 months, however long it's been. He's been like an integral part to scamming people in all of these big crypto scams.
Surprise, as those who know the past of Sam Pepper, from his active persona on Big Brother to his fake pranks on YouTube, know that
hey,
his
that's the one I was
entire
talking
career has been
about.
built on lies in a similar fashion to Dan Bilzerian, who he unsurprisingly happens to be an acquaintance of, judging from an Instagram photo taken out the front of Bilzerian's LA mansion.
I think unironically, being Sam Pepper has to be truly miserable. The man's entire life, from everything I've seen, has been just living a full-blown lie. And I don't think he even has that much money to his name. I remember not that long ago, I think he was homeless. So he just lives a full-blown fake fabricated life and doesn't even make a living off of it because he has so many problems and just wastes all the money he scams. What a crazy cycle. What a absolutely, truly awful existence.
Sam Pepper had a prolific reputation on YouTube as one of the fakest pranksters on the platform dating back to the early 2010s.
So I worked out, oh, okay, I can do these pranks that these other channels are doing.
He was one of the first internet punching bags.
However, prior to even
YouTube
this,
punching
Sam Pepper
bags.
had already begun. The point at which Sam Pepper's audience discovered that his pranks were fake is pretty damn obvious. On his social blade, he went from gaining 100,000 subscribers every single month consistently between January 2013 and September 2014. However, 1 month later in October 2014, the growth not only stopped, but he began to lose around 10,000 subscribers every single month. The catalyst for this massive dive in viewership was a video titled Fake Hand Ass Pinch Prank, and after receiving a barrage of criticism from other
cool
YouTubers,
prank idea.
His most recent fake hand ass pinch garnered the most negative attention because he was grabbing women's bottoms without their permission.
as well as a trending hashtag on Twitter stating "Report Sam Pepper," he had no other choice but to admit that the video had been faked.
You know, another video, and that brings me on to making the best friend killing prank.
Yeah, that's the
best
one.
friend killing prank. Arguably one of, if not the most over-the-top insane YouTube pranks of all time. Certainly crazy enough to put Sam Pepper's name back on the map. Involved in the video was the fake kidnapping of 2 friends, after which one of the friends
I remember
was
this
killed
well.
right in front of
I
the
remember this
other,
very
with the premise
well.
of the video being how will someone react if they watch their friend get killed.
Let's see how he reacts to his best friend of 5 years being killed in front of him.
Obviously, the whole thing was
What a good
fake.
prank.
All 3 people were
What would happen if I executed your family?
Okay, cool. We'll help you out with
Would
this
he
viral
find
stunt.
it enjoyable when I reveal they're not dead?
Came up with the
Sam had some success as an IRL streamer in the CX network, however he was ultimately dropped after an argument with Ice Poseidon, which had partially been fueled by Sam Pepper's lack of integrity.
He's like, oh, it's okay to lie as long as it doesn't affect anything, and that's not okay. Like, why are you telling my girlfriend it's okay to lie to me as long as it doesn't affect anything? Like, dude, this is not your relationship.
After this, Sam Pepper disappeared from the mainstream. His
Until
was completely
crypto
and utterly
scams,
destroyed. He had nothing
baby.
left to offer.
3, 2, 1. Chris! Chris! You said Chris!
Oh,
This video, which
no.
was clearly set up and probably used a stack of fake $100 bills, racked up over 28 million views. Now, the most interesting part about Sam Pepper's TikTok blow-up is that it follows the exact same trend as his YouTube journey. He blows up with a genuine, heartfelt video about saving some duck eggs from a restaurant, then progressively makes his content more and more staged, and by the end he's claiming that he's won the lottery with absolutely zero evidence.
If I play you rock, paper, scissors and I win, can I like rip this down the street? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh my god, get fucked,
I
idiot.
want to get in the passenger, I'm scared.
Get fucked, dummy.
Instagram and an old forum post titled as follows.
That's just
Scam
TikTok?
Pepper
Yeah,
living a
man.
life of luxury
TikTok
after scamming
is
his
just-
followers for millions and fleeing
That's
the
a
US.
wild
He's claiming to
wasteland.
have won the lottery while. Although, in order to be buying an $8.9 million island in Thailand, you're probably going to need around 50 to 100 million in order for it to be a comfortable purchase. And while Sam Pepper has had a fairly successful social media career, I doubt he has access to that kind of money.
I
Obviously,
can
the
assure
easiest
you
way to
he
put all of
doesn't.
This to rest would be for Sam Pepper
He's
to
a
simply
serial
provide some
scammer
kind of evidence
who
for
is
either winning
also
the lottery or the
historically
purchase of the
awful
island.
with money.
However, with a track record like Sam's filled with
No
fake
chance.
video after fake video, it seems pretty obvious that like the rest of his entire career, this is nothing more than yet another
So is this what he
hoax.
does now, like full time? He just full-time pretends to be a lottery winner on TikTok? I mean, I guess it's better than the alternative of scamming everyone. Now he's just lying again. What an interesting loser. Yeah, that man's like an OG punching bag for the internet. Hey, thanks for the 10 gift subs, Cobalt. Appreciate it, man. Killing best friend prank is a timeless classic. It really is. Literally Dan Bilzerian. There's a huge difference between Sam Pepper and Dan Bilzerian. Dan Bilzerian was a massively rich kid from birth because of his dad. Sam Pepper pretends to be a massively rich guy from scamming. They're both, like, genuine, full-blown liars living a fake life. But at the very least, Dan does have a lot of money to back it up because of his family. Sam has nothing besides lying on TikTok and scamming 16-year-olds on Twitter out of crypto. Yeah, this will be the last one we watch here, and then we'll switch to something else. Sunny V2 just makes actual bangers, man. I love the way he puts out these things on topics I would have never even thought about. Like, Sam Pepper's someone I think about once in a while and remember just, like, how pathetic they are. But, you know, Lil Xan is a name I haven't thought of in so long.
It was just
So
three
what
and a half
happened?
years prior that on the very same podcast, Lil Xan was sitting back and bragging about owning 3 different Los Angeles apartments.
I have the same one 10 floors up now.
Really?
Yep.
What? And don't you have another one down the street
Yep.
too?
And another one on the same floor.
Why do you have 3 apartments?
One for my parents, one for
Aw.
me and Eli, my hacker, and then one for the hose.
The hose?
Despite once being in what seemed like an unlivable
My dedicated
situation,
thought
it was obvious
apartment.
That over the long run, Lil
That's
Xan's
where I
failure
send
was
the
not only
hose.
Inevitable, but work ethic.
They could never get Xan to do the shit that he
Yeah.
actually had to do for his career. Like, I remember
I don't think I ever
talking
heard
to
one of
Stat
his
about it, and he was
songs,
constantly
ever.
frustrated.
There are going to be numerous examples throughout this video of Lil Xan.
I only
often
know about
being
him from
unable
the
to
Flamin'
do
Hot
work whenever
Cheetos
it was
incident.
required. We already discussed him dropping out. Lil Xan kept missing the meetings, either as a result of being disorganized or because he thought the meetings were too good to be true.
It's
You,
LA.
you can't believe everybody.
It's LA.
It was a time when SoundCloud
What?
rappers were popping up left, right, and center to the
What?
point
What
that
does
it
that
was
even
becoming a
mean?
meme.
This meeting's probably not real, so I'm just not gonna even think about it. I'm just gonna go eat more Flamin' Hot Cheetos till I fucking die. What a just say that you're too fucking dumb to go. Like, no one's gonna look at Lil Xan and listen to him for more than a sentence and be like, yep, that guy is an intellectual. Like, just own it. Like, you're fucking stupid. Like, you are visibly stupid. Every word you say is like a caveman trying to speak while having peanut butter in his mouth. Like, just say like, yeah, I'm kind of fucking dumb, so I kept missing the meetings. There'd be a lot more respect to be had there.
Like, I remember when Lil Xan's album came out, right? And I remember having a conversation with Stat and being like, what do you think of the album? Because it was pretty obvious that the album was bad. Xan put in like no work for the album. And I remember having that conversation with him. And if it was up to Stat, Xan would have been sitting in the studio recording every night, and instead he was just doing drugs and having random ass girls come over every night.
The other issue might have been that after the insane success of his single Betrayed, Lil Xan might have been lured into a false sense of security about his future and talent
Poison
as
Bear?
an artist.
You have to keep working. What they don't tell you is that you coast totally fine. There's another hill. So you gotta keep going.
From Lil Xan's perspective,
God,
he would
I
state
love
that the poor
T-Pain.
performance of the
I fucking
album
love
wasn't his
T-Pain.
fault, and was instead the fault of his management.
I dropped like a mixtape. that
T-Pain
got
is the
way
actual
more,
goat.
Like, positive. Then
Why?
I'm like, I'm mad.
Laugh about ruining a $1,200 hoodie after leaving it on the floor,
So everything's on the floor. Expensive hoodies, $1,200 on the drain.
and then go on to purchase 2 copies of the game Destiny with the goal of showing the store some love.
Honestly, what? Copies of Destiny. Like, dude, let's play something else, you know?
Now, you could probably make the argument that
What
this was
the
just Lil
fuck?
Xan
It's like
spending
a-
big loss
it-
to camel
it's
in
like
his face.
Target.
However, there was plenty of evidence.
Hey, Target, this one's for you. 2 Destiny copies right now in this bitch. And I'm not a hero, okay? I'm just doing me. Alright, I am a hero. Fuck it, fine. Alright, you need an autograph? Okay.
I'll take all my homies. I'll spend $700 to take 7 of my friends in there.
Just to get Butterbean?
Just to get Butterbean, and we did. And I don't film it or nothing.
In addition to
Why?
this, Lil Xan would take out
That's
a loan
just
to
stupid.
purchase a
That's just
Mercedes-Benz
really stupid.
G-Wagon, the price of
That's
which
not even
starting
cool.
at
That's just
around
embarrassing. It's not a
$130,000
flex.
US.
It's sad.
I'm about to get a G-Wagon.
Nice.
My favorite car, dream car.
Now, if we ignore the fact that Lil Xan would go on to key his own car whilst angry at a later date,
I just did this to my car.
Why? What the fuck?
Scratched it, keyed it up. I just bought it. Keyed all the way.
The levels of stupidity for this purchase go pretty deep.
What
Taking
the
out a loan to buy a car?
fuck?
Moron. On the 21st of December 2017, just before he'd buy the car, Lil Xan would make a tweet which read as follows. If you live in the Inland Empire / LA area and want to meet me tonight, pull up to 100 to 110 North 5th Street, Redland, CA 92373, United States at 7:30. Now it's hard to call Xan an idiot for this
I
one.
can't
It was still early in
imagine
his
more
career and the
than
tweet
like
was made only 4 hours
25
prior to
people
the
showed
meeting
up and
time.
the
He
average
probably
age
expected
had to
just
be
a couple of
16.
people to show up.
I gave like a 4-hour notice. I was heading to my hometown, so I tweeted a location, and then I just expected, what, like 50 people to show up? That's just how I am. I got there, and this video's on YouTube. It's like 2,000 people showed up. What? But I got fined because a lot of damages to cars and streets.
To haunt him.
The industry just doesn't care. They just want you to pump out hit records, and when you're useless to them, just leave you in the dirt. You know.
In this video, Lil Xan would
That is
blame his
true. He is
sober
absolutely right
businessman
about that.
manager Stat Quo for
Very
fueling
true.
his drug addict gang member.
Oh, you're a snitch now, bro. He didn't make you do that, all this stuff. Like, bro, how am I a snitch? Did I go to court and rat on my gang? I don't have a gang. You can't snitch if you're not a gang member, bro. Miss me with that. I'm trying to help other artists in particularly my similar situation.
In the Instagram live stream, Lil Xan would
Help
also
him with
reveal
what?
that his manager
I paid literally, it's all my money in the car, and he won't give it to me.
without $30,000 to take full ownership of his G-Wagon, a declining follow count across each of his social
Pictures of
media
Nerdsworthy
platforms, and no new
and
music in
Panda.
over 7 months. It seems like this could possibly be the end for Lil Xan's career.
No, he's about to make a big comeback. I feel it. Man, I didn't know any. Why didn't he talk about the Flamin' Hot Cheeto moment? I don't even know Lil Xan from his music. Back in, it must have been like 2019, maybe it was 2018. There was a big story that broke about Lil Xan of how he went to the hospital in the actual ER because he ate too many Flamin' Hot Cheetos and it made his tummy hurt. That's the only reason I know him. He's pumping a crypto scam on his Insta story right now. That is the most like 2021, 2022 shit ever. Everything's going wrong. Hey, you guys see these NFTs? Like, what's up? It's finally here. A response more hyped up than the Avatar sequel. Logan Paul is addressing the massive 3-part investigation conducted by CoffeeZilla, exposing Crypto0 as a potential scam. Logan Paul was not too happy about that nomenclature, so he made a video pretty much doubling down on everything about Crypto0 never being a scam, while admitting to hiring criminals for the team and trying to poke holes in CoffeeZilla's credibility, but without ever providing evidence for why CoffeeZilla's no longer credible. It's not the best response, but it was enough to win over a lot of people's trust somehow, even though Logan Paul never actually addresses any of Coffee's claims with the evidence Coffee provides. Instead, he fixates on a couple of small things, none of which actually contribute to disproving anything from CoffeeZilla's video series or his year-long investigation, and instead just kind of serves to assassinate CoffeeZilla's character, and then throws the condom on the floor and says he's taken CoffeeZilla to court. I'll see you in court, bub. He makes it clear that he will be pursuing legal action against Coffee for this investigation, so overall, very curious to see how this all plays out from here. I'm going to show you his response video as well as me going over it, because like I said, he never actually addresses any of the evidence-backed claims that CoffeeZilla provides from his investigation. He doesn't do anything to prove his innocence. All he does is talk about Crypto0's coming. I'll make sure of it. What's he gonna give us? Well, so far it looks like he's given us just barely enough nutrients to survive. Like, I'm still hungry. CoffeeZilla released a 3-part series on an investigation that spanned the course of a year. Logan Paul gave us a 7-minute appetizer that he's trying to serve us as the entree. Like, come on, there's no meat on these bones here. Let's ride.
CoffeeZilla. I watched your 3-part series called Investigating Logan Paul's Biggest Scam, and like many on this platform, you have successfully used my name for views and money. While you're
I immediately already hate that start. CoffeeZilla's entire brand is all about exposing scams in the space. You yourself commended him for his work ethic and his, like, actual great content. And you have immediately wiped your ass with that phony statement. What an awful start. We are 7 seconds into this and it's already a terrible start. You've already exposed yourself for one lie already. You called yourself a fan and how Steven always gets it right. Until now. And now all of a sudden it's all about views because of your name. Yucky.
for views and money. While your work used to be impartial, your addiction to clicks has clouded your judgment and you've made very real errors with very real repercussions. Coffee,
Ooh,
you took a
like
shot
what?
at my reputation. So in this video today, I'm gonna be defending myself with facts, something that you have gotten in the habit of twisting as you continue to morph from an investigator to a gossip channel. You see,
Interesting, because he gets like the whole story even from the people he's exposing. He directly talked to like Amio Talio for Paradox Metaverse and stuff. I am curious which ones he's referring to. That's a bold statement. Do you have anything to back that up, Logan? Is that in here somewhere? Spoiler alert, no. This is just a plot thread with no closure here. He says that he's been making very real errors as he's morphed into more of a gossip channel, yet provides nothing to substantiate that claim. No evidence. He just says, he's getting things wrong now. Source? I made it the fuck up. Trust me, bro. That's the source. Like, that is laughable. You can't state that, you can't make that claim and have nothing to back it up. Besides this situation, which you're claiming is wrong, what else? You're saying that now, as he's gotten more popular, he's no longer impartial, he's more of a gossip channel that's completely fine with getting facts wrong. Can you show me something that proves that statement from you? You didn't. Do you have anything, or are you just pulling it out of your asshole?
you see, CoffeeZilla tried to work with law enforcement in the past, but his work was described as not anchored to truth and often speculative. He is a lopsided journalist with an agenda, and he's nothing more than the Keemstar of crypto and finance. But as opposed to just telling you, I'm going to show you some of the core discrepancies that I find.
Oh, that's such a big claim. Whoa, the legendary double fist into the butthole of wild claims with no evidence, huh, Logan? A bold maneuver. Now he says that he tried to work with law enforcement but was often deemed not anchored in truth or the work was speculative. Do you have anything to back that up anywhere? You making that statement piqued my interest, and I feel like I did more investigative work on me just being curious than you did for your whole response video, because I reached out to CoffeeZilla and talked about some of the claims here. And CoffeeZilla was as confused as everyone else when you talked about this one, about wanting to work with law enforcement. According to CoffeeZilla, he's never wanted to work with law enforcement, never has tried to, and in fact the only time he's ever had any communication with law enforcement is when they approached him to hand over some of his evidence on a case. So I don't know where the fuck this is coming from.
Code fled to Switzerland and held it hostage for $1 million. Well, his name is Zach Kelling. Surely, as the internet detective that you proclaim to be, you would know that he spent time in prison for multiple felonies, one for aggravated robbery, armed robbery at a liquor store, and the other for
sounds like a good member of the Crypto Zoo
obstructing the
team.
legal process. I can see why you kept him anonymous.
Who we'll be calling Z here.
I guess, among many things, had not only an agenda, but a fondness for orange jumpsuits.
Why is he on your team? In fact, him omitting that detail makes you look a little more competent. Now that I know you hired a fucking criminal to work on the project, I have even less faith in you to make good choices. This doesn't discredit anything. At all, actually. This just makes you look worse.
Or did you just hear what you wanted to hear and moved on? Because even if you're lying to yourself, Steven, you still have to believe it. And I know what you're thinking. What type of idiot would work with an unsavory individual?
That is what I was
Zach
thinking.
Kelling? I guess that's what I get for trusting the team that I relied on to vet and manage Eddie's hiring process, who has turned out to be a professional con man that I have since learned fooled billionaires, the Mormon Church, the owner of the New York Yankees, and—
Hey, who'd you learn that from, Logan? Which source did you learn that information from? Surely it wasn't Steven, since you're talking about how untruthful and how often speculative and wrong it is, so surely you didn't learn that information from Steven, right, Logan?
invest in a cryptocurrency, was allegedly responsible for 2 rug pulls before you interviewed him. So either you missed that or you knew it and failed to let the public know. Why? Because it was a clear sign that he was also untrustworthy. You seemed 1 second of research would prove that to be false, as you can definitely hatch eggs and even breed your animals.
Click on that. Oh, we got a duck.
And as you pointed out in your fine print, cross-hatching was available on ETH at one point, but you perpetuated the opposite as truth with your chest out.
Basically, nothing worked.
And by the way, Guy, almost all NFTs are just pictures.
No, it's just a picture.
And surely is...
So the project sucks. So it's nothing new like you proposed. It is just, again, JPEG on JPEG, and that's it. It's not a game. You're right, NFTs are all worthless pictures, but you were proposing a game. In fact, your friend was like, oh, you're not even talking about this like a project. This is like a game. And your exact words was, it's a game. It's a really, really fun game. But now you're just here saying it's just pictures, which is the point everyone was making. It's not a game. It's more just NFT JPEGs that are just stock images. You're contradicting your own sales pitch. So I don't know about this guy. This guy could very well be super untrustworthy. I'll take Logan's word for it here. These were interviews with alleged victims of the rug pull. Now, even if this guy, and I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here, even if this guy is a very shady character, he could have still been scammed. It's not mutually exclusive, because he's not the only one. So among the thousands upon thousands of people you scammed, one of them happens to be a douchebag scammer as well. That doesn't discredit the whole point, though. There was like 12 other people he interviewed as well, but even the non-interviewed people, there were tons of victims. Coffee used him as a spokesperson. No, he had like 12 other people there, and he just had his testimonial as part of it.
Right? So why have you allowed the illegal recording of Jeff's phone call without his permission? And then more like an internet criminal, post it online.
And it was interesting, it was like,
Crypto King Jake stole $6 million. True or not, we had already removed him from the team when we realized Conman Eddie, lead developer, stole $1.7 million. True or not, when we learned he was a bad actor as well, while myself and Jeff sold nothing and made nothing as verified through investigation and the blockchain.
Jeff, Logan's manager, to my knowledge, never sold. Neither did Logan Paul.
I repeat, and illegal. I suggest you use the money you got from pumping your Patreon to hire a good lawyer. You're gonna need it. And maybe we could have...
Oh, he's throwing it down! I guess to piggyback off that, why didn't you update the community on the project? Why didn't you talk to the community that brought all of this to light, who felt scammed for the last year and has lost tons and tons and tons of money on it? Why have you only ever sent 3 Discord messages, one of them right before posting this video? This is very easy to continue going back and forth with the finger pointing. If it's not a scam and you really are working on it, why the complete radio silence with your community? And even if he was, you can still say, hey, we're going through legal trouble, but we're still working on the game. We're not a scam. We're working on it. And what about the handmade asset, or the handmade art, which was proven to be stock photos? Is he going to address that? This is just too short to address all of the actual evidence that CoffeeZilla submitted.
Talked about this. If you had reached out to me, personally, not my manager Jeff, who is not me, Steven, but the first time you did was on Christmas Eve after you released your series so you could rely on false statements and unreliable people used recklessly. That's fine. You've denied my invitation multiple times. You're still invited. It can be a one-on-one. If not, we're going to handle this ourselves while we continue to build CryptoZoo, and I'll see you in court.
Amen. Damn, that was big. 7 minutes of fury, but not a whole lot of evidence on specific claims, just more broader things. So you hired 2 criminals because you didn't do any amount of background research. Why is there faith in CryptoZoo? Why should there be going forward? How about here? It's coming. How? Have you replaced the 2 criminals? But yeah, he did just he posted in the Discord for the first time in a year right before releasing that. So he has 3 messages in the Discord. One of them was yo, and then the other one was I'm sober right now. So he hasn't really been keeping the community up to date with what's going on, which is why for a year now everyone's felt like they've been scammed. 0 apologies, 0 addressing victims, and 0 accountability. Logan accuses me of not reaching out to him directly until December 24th, but doesn't mention I reached out over a year ago prior on Instagram. Not the optimal platform to get a response. But I also don't know how you're supposed to get in touch with someone like Logan Paul either if it's not through his manager. There's no direct means of communication that I know of. It was only after a year of not getting a response that he began calling his manager for answers about CryptoZoo and got comically stupid responses. So now you're admitting like you just didn't see it. Which, I mean, it's through Instagram. It's not optimal, but like, it's not hard to believe that he wouldn't know how to get in contact directly with you if it's not through your manager. That's the whole point of a manager. He could have used Twitter. He's blocked on Twitter. Logan blocked him. Plus, Logan Paul's DMs are closed. I can't DM Logan Paul. No, I don't expect you to see every DM, which is why I reached out to your manager and explicitly said I was trying to reach you because I hadn't gotten a response. I mean, them's the receipts. I mean, yeah, Jeff read it. So, oof. What kind of people is Logan Paul hiring? Literal criminals. He admits to it. He hired a fucking criminal. Well, 2 of them, actually. Well, 3 if you count Crypto King. 3 criminals. He had Eddie, the professional con man, who is just a blatant con man. I don't know how anyone on Logan Paul's team could hear this guy's story and think for a second he's real. He claimed to have won the fucking 2018 Super Bowl at the Philadelphia Eagles and claimed to be like a hacker responsible for AOL hacking. And also a CIA operative. And also works closely with billionaires and shit. Like, it takes minutes to deduce that this guy's probably not the real deal. And then, I don't know why he ever teamed up with Jake the Crypto King. That guy is just an actual serial scammer. I hope that he does talk more on Impulsive because, like I said, he didn't tackle specific claims with evidence such as all of the text messages and all of the actual statements from the group meetings that I believe Jake the Crypto King provided, where it showcased his, like, the whole team's motives behind the project, as well as market manipulation and then everything falling apart behind the scenes. He doesn't tackle the handmade art assets being just blatantly false and provably wrong. Apparently, I didn't do the research myself, but from all the evidence seems pretty cut and dry. He didn't tackle the actual specific claims on the project. He's going more big picture with it, but he focused in on some really small ones, I think. Again, this guy being a scammer and also getting scammed by Crypto0 doesn't really prove a point other than this one guy is a piece of shit who also got scammed by my project. He lost money on it just like everyone else. You shouldn't have been in your video. And that's fair. Definitely not a good spokesperson giving testimonials if he's also not a good person. But it also doesn't discredit all of the true victims that are there. But he doesn't prove his innocence here either. This is still a project that should have no backers. He hired 3 fucking criminals to run it with him. There's no amount of background checking, there's no communication, everyone did lose money on it. There is no reason that this should continue to exist. What he should do is apologize to everyone that lost money and just fucking refund their investments. Just eat shit on it and move on, if you want to continue to try and have a good reputation. Even if it wasn't designed to be a scam, which, again, all of those group chat messages as well as everything provided from Jake, I believe, seems like from the beginning it was designed to just be a money-making exploit. But even if that wasn't the point, everyone did lose money on it. It is still in a non-functional state overall for the majority of your users. Do you think there is anything Logan can actually take legal action on? I don't think so. I don't see how he could, if I'm being honest. I don't really think there was anything necessarily defamatory about CoffeeZilla's video, and I don't think that's what he's going to go for. He's going to go for the unethical record, like, I think it is, like, actually illegal to record a private phone call conversation. He's going to go for that angle, talking about an illegally recorded phone call with his manager. So if he is going for something legal, I think that's the angle he'll take, because he does have a leg there. But as for defamatory, I don't think so, since it was part of just like an actual open investigation that was publicized. Plus, I don't really think you're going to win as a crypto company that actually did have tons and tons and tons of victims that lost money on it. Not in Texas. It's not illegal in Texas. Is that right? I didn't know that. CoffeeZilla's in Texas. Well, yeah, that's why that would be relevant to this. No, it's probably not about winning. It's probably just about strong-arming, because Logan has significantly more money to hire a legal team and bully for a long, long time. You're definitely biased, though? I would have been super open to Logan Paul somehow figuring out, like, how to prove all of that wrong. It's just the evidence was, like, pretty tight. It wasn't just, like, circumstantial nonsense. It was, like, very thorough investigation, man. That's not bias. That's looking at evidence and seeing, this is, you know, not a lot of wiggle room, but I'm open to hearing. And I heard a couple of decent points. Granted, I don't think they're that strong overall, like, CoffeeZilla omitted that one of my core developers is actually a criminal. Like, okay, he didn't say that. You are right. CoffeeZilla probably knew this guy was a criminal and didn't bother mentioning it. Though I don't think mentioning it makes you look better. In fact, I think it really makes you look worse. You hired him. You did no amount of information gathering or background checking. But you're right. CoffeeZilla didn't mention that. That was omitted. Or CoffeeZilla not doing his research enough on this guy being a scammer. Fair enough. That is correct. He is not someone that should have been in the testimonials as one of the victims, though, even though he probably did lose money on it. It's a scammer who got scammed. It doesn't discount the rest of the people who gave testimonials that did lose money, but you focused on one who is a bad person, apparently. That's fair enough. Yeah, CoffeeZilla probably shouldn't have had him in the testimonials. And then the egg hatching thing. I believe there was evidence about the egg hatching not being functional fully when the game launched. And I think in CoffeeZilla's video, he did say, like, they did eventually try and get that working, but it's still not in a fully functional state. But those are, like, the only points. And then this call being illegally recorded, which apparently is not illegal in Texas. And then he confirms what CoffeeZilla confirmed about Jake stealing, Eddie stealing, and Jeff and Logan never selling. He confirmed that. So CoffeeZilla was right. I think that was it, right? There wasn't anything else. Yeah. And then it was just about him, like, saying, we're working our ass off, it's gonna come out, it's not a scam, without providing any information on what exactly they're gonna do differently. You're gonna hire more criminals? It's just scammers scamming scammers. Yeah. That's exactly what it was internally. Again, another thing he didn't address was all of the group chats that are now public. He didn't deny them either, he just legitimately didn't even bother talking about it. Or any of their internal memos about market manipulation. It's enough for his fans who didn't watch the coffee video, though. Yeah, it is going to be enough for the fans, and it's going to be enough for the CryptoZoo backers who are still holding on to that, like, false hope, but... Here, just going through Twitter takes real quick. This seems kind of representative of most of the hive mind on it, so I'm just going to read it. Though this is just one person's opinion, kind of echoed in different ways. Logan and his team need to be held accountable for picking horrible partners, but to say he scammed when he didn't sell is insane. Just because he didn't sell doesn't mean that it wasn't a scam. Tons and tons of people lost money, and his internal partners did sell, making millions. Who's to say Logan Paul wouldn't have sold if it kept going? Plus, all of the group chat that is now public seems to have confirmed that this whole thing was just all about making as much money as possible and as quickly as possible on a bad idea. Still a scam. Just because it didn't sell doesn't mean it's not a scam. You 100% was going to sell if it didn't happen. Yeah, but that's just speculation. I don't know. I don't know if he would have sold. I will say the reason, one thing that definitely contributed to not selling is after Jake sold and made $6 million, the price right in the shitter. So obviously he wasn't going to sell too. And then Eddie sold $1.7 million and then deeper into the shitter. So clearly he wasn't going to be selling regardless. I don't know if his intention was to sell, but it seems like the intention with the project, based on all of the group chats, was to make as much money off the audience as he could for the whole team. Didn't he make money from the egg sales? That I still don't really know. Even in CoffeeZilla, I was scratching my head because I don't know. I don't think you can say for sure whether or not he himself pocketed money off of the egg sales. That, I think, is still just kind of tough to say for certain. Watch the CoffeeZilla video now. It's a lot different with his context. What the fuck? He didn't context? What are you talking about? I guess in this one part where this guy giving his testimonial is untrustworthy. But other than that, it doesn't change the lens. The evidence is still there. He didn't tackle any of the evidence other than saying that one of them was unethically and illegally gathered through that recorded phone call. And that's really about it. Or that Z that he was talking to was actually a criminal that Logan hired. Like, it doesn't change the lens. How the fuck is Logan still sticking with Jeff? That I don't know. Jeff just sounds like an actually observable stupid man. Like an actual stupid idiot. I don't know why he keeps Jeff around. I don't. I really don't. I actually think Logan had no idea who was being hired. It was all Jeff, but Logan's gonna still take the fall for it because he just let Jeff run rampant like a dog off the leash. Hired 2 criminals, and then those criminals hired a criminal. So then eventually they hired all 3 fucking criminals. Like, I don't know why he keeps him around. He didn't say how it was a scam. I actually think a lot of children have too much easy access to the internet. What do you mean, explain how it was a scam? Like, what do you mean? The method of scamming was gathering as much money from people, talking about how fun this game is and how you can play to earn money on this game. And then the game comes out, The game isn't in a functional state for a while. Maybe it is now, perhaps. Logan seems to insinuate that it is functional. But regardless, it is worth nothing, meaning you did not play for a while, and now when you do play, you don't earn. So you just lose money. However, his team made, in total, $7.7 million off of selling. It's called Pump and Dump. Now, Logan and Jeff didn't sell. That is true. That didn't happen. But just because they didn't sell doesn't mean it wasn't a scam. There is a group chat where they were talking about money-making ways through the crypto space and copying a certain project that was very lucrative, and the entire conversation was always about making money off of Logan's audience. They then even get into market manipulation tactics, talking about what's an acceptable amount to sell on any given day to not influence price too much. It's a scam. That is a scam. I don't know why I needed to break it down into the Cliff Notes for you. I don't see why that was necessary. But I hope we're all on the same page now. Now, Logan Paul is denying that this was ever the case. So he's not, like, apologizing to all of the people that lost money or anything. He's saying that with this guy stealing the code, it was a huge setback, and there's just been so much going on behind the scenes, and then Jake tanking it, and then Eddie tanking it. It's just been hard to rebuild, but he's been working super hard to bring it back. But he still is missing the big problem. Nothing was communicated to the buyers. They have been left in the dark for over a year. Logan Paul has made 2 Discord messages in a year. One of them was, yo, and the other was, I'm sober, shake my head. He made a 3rd Discord message 2 days ago, right before posting this video. There's nothing being conveyed to all of those people that lost a ton of money. So even if it's not, even if Logan Paul never thought it was a scam, there were very real victims that lost very real money on this project, all because of him. Do you think Logan will actually follow through with his court thing? Yes. I think 100% Logan Paul will follow through with the court thing. He has significantly more money than CoffeeZilla. He doesn't even need to win in court. He just needs to bully him. And I think that's exactly what he's going to do. 100%. Why do you think Coffee declined Logan's invite to the podcast? Because you got invited right before Christmas. And then again, right before New Year's. Who's going to want to fucking fly to LA for that on his podcast? Of course he's not doing that. CoffeeZilla also reached out saying, hey, let's just do it over a video call. Why did Logan decline a video call, which is significantly easier and more convenient? So he could try and intimidate him. There's plenty of reasons not to go on Logan's podcast to talk about it. I think the obvious one, Logan completely controls what actually makes it into the final cut. Like, there's nothing to be gained there. Why not just do it over a video call on a stream? Literally anything. CoffeeZilla offered just a full video voice call so they can talk about it, which is very convenient for both parties. Logan Paul didn't even mention Dink Doink. Like, yes, I know. We all know Logan Paul has had some very shady shit. But this was focused on CryptoZoo, and he didn't address the evidence-backed, all of the evidence-backed claims from CoffeeZilla. He focused on just a couple of nitpicks, really. And then the broader picture of, I didn't sell, and CryptoZoo's not supposed to be a scam, and I'm committed to making it real and work and fixing it. He just posted the CryptoZoo's Twitter for the first time in a year. Yeah, the timing is really weird. That is so odd that now all of a sudden he's all in on CryptoZoo despite radio silence for a year. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. You seem pretty biased. I'm so tired of that word losing all meaning. One side had evidence, the other side didn't. It's just that simple. I was very open to hearing how Logan Paul would attack the evidence, like maybe there was holes in it, maybe things are misconstrued or misrepresented, but he didn't. He didn't even address the things with actual substantial evidence. That's the whole thing. The word bias has lost all meaning right now. He discredited a witness, and that doesn't discredit him from being a victim of the scam, by the way. How many times do I have to say it? This guy, Emilio, can be a scammer himself, have a shady past, and still have been one of the many victims of CryptoZoo. It's not mutually exclusive. But yes, I agree. He should not have been in the testimonials for the victims. In fact, if he wasn't, Logan Paul would only have a single point in this video. which is you recorded my manager being a fucking idiot without his permission, and it's illegal somewhere. There would be absolutely no grounds at all for defamation. Plus, as he even mentions, he never made any money off CryptoZoo, allegedly. And he even says he never plans to make any money off CryptoZoo. When it comes to a defamation case, you have to prove damages. What was damaged? A reputational damage, I guess? Kind of a stretch, though, because the reputational damage is from the project failing, not so much CoffeeZilla's video. You would easily be able to argue that the actual reputational hit came from delivering or never delivering a product. I just feel like that's going to be tough. I like how he calls CoffeeZilla's videos an oversimplification when it's 3 parts of a year-long investigation and you release 7 minutes and don't debunk any of his claims. Yeah, he was the one that oversimplified the situation. Before being done with the topic, there is one more thing I'd like to say, and it's right here.
I can help understand. For years of personal reform, going through trials and tribulations, and busting my ass to evolve into a person that I can say I'm actually proud of, you led the charge to drive and monetize a narrative telling millions of people that I'm a fraud or I tried to scam my audience.
So, even before CoffeeZilla made this video, every single one of the investors of CryptoZoo felt like they had been scammed by a fraud named Logan Paul. CoffeeZilla told their story. They are real victims, lost real money on your project, and CoffeeZilla told their story and tried to give an explanation for what happened. This was not CoffeeZilla that started this. Even if one of those victims is shady himself, that doesn't discredit all of the other very real, normal audience members that lost money on your shit. Jake did nothing wrong, he was screwed over. There is no such thing as a Crypto King meat writer. There's no way I just read that. That has got to be a bot, no shot. That man is a serial scammer. Do I feel bad for Logan Paul and his team getting used by Jake? No, it's scammers scamming scammers. But Jake, the Crypto King, is legitimately one of the slimiest men the internet's ever had. He bounces from Pokemon scams right into NFT scams, CryptoZoo, like, the guy sucks. But at least in this case, he scammed scammers for the most part, but that also did have the impact on normal, real people who also lost money. So fuck him. He's not some Robin Hood who stole from the rich and gave to the poor. He stole from the rich and the poor and kept it for himself. Welcome to the splash zone. I'm just going to cannonball into the pool right away here because this story's got me heated. I am boiling right now. On YouTube, there is one unforgivable sin, an unwritten rule that every creator and user is aware of. It's kind of like a treaty, a truce that we've all shaken hands on and accept because it is inexcusable, slimy, and anytime someone tries to take a bite of the forbidden fruit, they rightfully get their cheeks disciplined. A very firm spanking from the whole community, and most of the time they end up pretty much losing their career from it, from their own self-destructive narcissism and greed. That is false copyright strikes. And unfortunately, that's what we're talking about today. A big YouTube channel named Magnates Media is facing termination because he received 3 fraudulent copyright strikes from another YouTube channel named Business Casual, aka Alex Edson. Now, Alex Edson is a special fucking malicious goofball. You see, this guy didn't even build the Business Casual channel from scratch or anything. He bought it when it was already extremely popular. So he didn't even put the fucking work in, which is an absolute goober move off rip, but you've probably heard of this channel recently because he had a viral video talking about why he's suing YouTube. And while there is some compelling points and evidence, there's also a bunch of dirty barnacles in here as well, with some shady claims and some claims that were just absolutely wrong, like provably false. But overall, like, the video did have a lot to it, which is why it was so popular, and it was well put together, it was high production, and made some good points and some not so great points. But overall, it was kind of odd. And a couple YouTubers actually pointed out a lot of it. In fact, Upper Echelon made 3 videos kind of covering all of it, which I think make very good points. Overall, the whole thing was odd, if nothing else. And now Alex is back from the septic tanks, he's risen from the sewers like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and he's bringing bad news. he's striking down Magnates Media with what I and anyone with a functioning cerebral cortex will classify as blatant abuse of the copyright systems. So, he's issued 3 strikes to Magnates Media, which sets his channel up for termination in the coming days. He's already received a notice that his channel will be taken down because of these strikes from Business Casual. Let me just lay down the brass tacks here with the level of lunacy we're dealing with these claims. So, Business Casual is basically taking away Magnates Media's entire livelihood because he believes that some of his content looked similar to his based on an editing technique called parallax editing. So he struck him 3 times for 3 separate videos. The total content time of those 3 videos is over an hour and a half long. And of those 3 videos, in total, 10 seconds, roughly 10 seconds worth of footage, Alex is saying belonged to him. So in one of the videos, it is actually just a single image that lasts for like 3 seconds, and he's saying that he stole it directly from his video because the parallax editing technique was a dead giveaway. But Magnates Media has proven beyond a shadow of doubt that not only is that image a public domain image, because they were covering a similar topic, so of course they're going to have similar images because it's a fucking public domain image. So he proved it's a public domain image and that the parallax editing technique was done by his editor. And he has like a 16-minute video showcasing his editor doing the editing on that photo to prove he didn't take it from Business Casual. And they don't even look similar in any of these cases, but this is how outrageous Alex Edson's claims are. In total, about 10 seconds he has a problem with, saying that it looks similar to his work, thus it must have been stolen, and he has a right to terminate this channel. And Magnates Media channel will be terminated because of these 3 strikes as of right now. He's already received the notice that it's coming. It's right around the corner. That is fucking frightening and just downright evil from Business Casual. Upper Echelon made an incredible video going over this entire subject from top to bottom, inside and out. I highly recommend checking out that video. I'm going to put a link to it in the description. He does an amazing job breaking it all down thoroughly, as well as some other incredibly fucked up things Alex has done.
If you read the other provisions of the DMCA Safe Harbor, Section 512, it's clear that Congress did not want parties to have to sue to enforce their rights. So while it may be that the system could be gamed on the other side, that's how Congress intended it to be. End quote. That right there is Business Casual arguing that simply because he filed some strikes, it therefore means that YouTube needs to terminate the entire channel without him proving anything in a court of law. That's what we just read, and that appears to be precisely what he's doing now to a channel named Magnates Media.
What he was reading there comes from a completely different case, but just hearing that is beyond alarming. That is fucking chaos. That is the opening of Pandora's box in the worst way imaginable. So Alex Edson is an actual villain, and what he's doing here is completely unjustifiable. This is beyond fucking tragic. There's absolutely no argument he nor anyone could make on his behalf that would justify him taking down an entire channel, ruining the entire career and livelihood of that creator based on similarity of public domain images. Now, they made videos on similar topics, obviously. They did do that, but there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like Alex owns that whole topic or anything. And Alex even made a bold claim that Magnates Media stole his scripts from his videos, which is so laughably delusional. I imagine he was twirling his little evil mustache when he made that claim, because Business Casual's videos on the same content as Magnate Media is like 19 minutes, 20 minutes long sometimes. Magnates Media coverage is like 50 plus minutes long. So Magnates Media does a much more thorough breakdown and deep dive on everything than Business Casual, so how the fuck would he have stolen any of the scripts? But even still, Magnates Media played ball with it. He tap danced with the claims and still proved his innocence by showing all of the timestamps of the editing done to his script from fucking start to finish. Alex tried to claim that he stole his scripts and plugged it into ChatGPT to generate a somewhat different script while still maintaining his video's DNA. He doesn't even know what the fuck he's talking about. He's just using random buzzwords in his stupid little smooth brain. That's so laughable. What a fucking joke of a person. And it's sickening to see him do this to someone he views as competition. That's the only explanation I can think of for why he'd even target this channel. There is absolutely no justification or argument someone can make that would convince me that what Alex is doing here is just, and he has a right to do so. If there really was an issue where he felt like these images were stolen, like, oh, you took this image that my editor worked hard on editing, He could have reached out to Magnates Media. And Magnates Media has said multiple times on Twitter that he has tried to reach out to Alex himself to try and resolve this whole situation amicably. But Alex isn't responding. He's giving the cold shoulder, fucking full radio silence. But you could have reached out and said, hey, can you remove that, or some other different solution that doesn't involve striking. That is the nuclear option. That is the harshest punishment that you can dish out. And it's highly unnecessary here when all of the offending content that you believe is too similar to yours only accounts for 10 seconds out of over an hour and a half worth of content. That makes no sense. It's fucking ridiculous, and it's shameful. It is beyond shameful. Another YouTuber made a great video covering this situation as well, which I'll link in the description too, and he leads to a bigger conversation to be had about what this could mean for the entire platform going forward, as well as he talks about something that I think is important we mention as well, that if Magnates Media tries to push back and defend himself, fight back against Alex Edson legally, Alex Edson may very well just turn around and sue him. He has shown he is more than willing to do that, and it just seems like he is vaguely alluding to the fact that he would be open to doing that against Magnates Media should he try and defend himself against his claims here. So, just an actual piece of shit. Now, what Scott highlights and something that I'd also like to talk about is what it could mean for the whole platform should this behavior continue. It would mean that if you, let's say, are doing a, video essay on a topic that another channel has covered, you might be at risk of them striking your channel down because you used the same image they used. You were covering the same topic and you may have used the same image, and maybe you just used very standard editing techniques like, TV static effect, or a very common one you see in all video essays these days are the crumpled paper backgrounds. A lot of video essays today use the crumpled paper background. I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. So, should this kind of shit continue, you could very well be next on the chopping block for someone who said, hey, I have a right to use the crumpled paper background. You have lifted my editing technique. This work is too similar to mine. Here's a strike for it. I think it's pretty obvious how that would be absolutely awful to the platform overall. So really the whole thing is terrible. This whole situation is really bad for YouTube entirely. I've only scratched the very tip of this iceberg with how disgusting this whole situation is, so I do encourage you once again to watch the Upper Echelon video as well as Scott Schaefer's video. Mudahar also just posted something about it, and all three of them are far more knowledgeable on all of the nuance to this subject than I am. I just wanted to give a general overview of everything, and I'll just quickly try and cover my own ass before Alex Edson tries to stick his tongue in it. I'm just giving my opinion on everything. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't pass the bar. I can't say for sure if these are fraudulent claims or if it's an alleged abuse of the copyright system. I'm just giving my dumb, stupid caveman brain opinion on it and saying that I think you suck, Alex. I think you are a revolting, stinky piece of dog shit that not even the flies want to be around. That's all. I'm just here to kind of make fun of you and point out a problem here with your behavior. So yeah, here's hoping Magnates Media doesn't lose his channel from all of this absolute mumbo-jumbo. That would be extremely upsetting to see. Hoping for the best for him and his channel and a good outcome from this whole situation here. That's really about it. So yeah. All of you know how much I love fun, bad movies. To date, Moonfall is still the most entertaining film I've ever seen because it is a beautiful disaster of a movie. $100 million budget and not a single thing about it is even close to being good. It's amazing for all the wrong reasons, and it is one of the most entertaining films ever constructed by our species. So I have a huge passion for fun, bad films, so I was very excited to see Meg 2 today because I watched the first Meg. It's nothing special, but it's enjoyable and it's very silly and it's, of course, a bit stinky. It's a movie about Jason Statham hunting down a megalodon shark, so of course it's going to be a bit goofy. And Meg 2 was rolling around and I expected it'd be a lot of the same. Some stinkiness, some silliness, put him in a pot and create a wonderful stew out of it and put a smile on Charles's face. And to a certain extent it did. But it's also legitimately one of the stupidest movies I've watched in quite some time, and in a lot of ways, it's dumber than Moonfall. And I don't say that lightly. To say something is stupider than Moonfall is a bold claim that you need empirical evidence to back up. That's a claim that's bordering on insanity to say out loud. But I mean it, and I'll prove it here when I break down Meg 2 for you. So, of course, there's going to be spoilers here. I'm just going to rip the Band-Aid off right now. I don't think you're really going to watch Meg 2 for the story. I don't think anyone's going to this film for the narrative. You know, no one's watching porn for the plot, and no one's watching Meg 2 for the character relationship and the overarching plot. A plot that is so fucking simple, I legitimately think Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy made it after eating 5 slabs of buttered toast. It is baffling that this actually even made it into the film. It should have just been a montage of shark carnage and Jason Statham going, "What's up, chum?" and then kicking people into the shark. That's an actual line from the movie, by the way. Like, it would have been better if that's the direction they went, but unfortunately, the biggest sin this movie commits is it is boring for about 80% of it. 80% of this movie isn't spent on megalodons or action or characters fighting against megalodons. For some reason, they made the first 80% a fucking soulless, garbage, poorly written, embarrassing, corporate corruption conspiracy mystery movie. And that's using a very generous term for it, because calling this a mystery in the first 80% is an insult to the English language. It's more like a pistory, because it belongs in a toilet. So, the first 80% is dedicated to explaining the world now. There's a very expensive expedition group that's led by Jason Statham, and they do these deep dives into a trench that has these megalodons roaming around, and they're separated from the rest of the ocean thanks to this barrier that they can't cross. There's a very strong jutsu, and the megalodons aren't allowed to either enter or exit. But this team that Jason Statham is a part of is financially backed by tons and tons of doubloons. So many clams. They have so much money. They have a lot of very powerful people financing it. And they also have a megalodon in captivity that they're training and raising like a pet to understand a bit more about megalodons as a whole. Now, the team is about to go on a routine dive. They've done, I think, 26 successful missions or something like that. And this was supposed to be just another standard trip, but things went a bit awry. Now, there's another passenger aboard this ship, this giant, complex, and it's a child that Jason Statham is raising and teaching, and she's a genius. She's a 14-year-old super genius, fucking Jimmy Neutron level intellect, and she sneaks aboard the expedition vehicle with Jason Statham and the team, which he's very upset about. He's like, "This is very not good. I'm very disappointed that you've done this. We're turning this ship around." But then they're like, "No, we'll just press forward." And so they do. He didn't take a whole lot to convince them. But while they're doing that, that megalodon they have in captivity breaks out. And do you want to know how it breaks out? Well, because there was like a single metal grate, like a single metal cheese grater that was supposed to stop a fucking megalodon, an absolute monster. So it just easily breaks through with literally no effort, and we're supposed to be shocked that it did this. I don't understand how, because it was basically just a single piece of construction paper that separated the megalodon from the rest of the world. So that right there was already extremely lazy to me. They could have had some kind of cool plot, like showcasing the megalodon being really smart, like, the megalodon set a trap, it played dead, it went belly up. So when they went in there to check on the megalodon's heartbeat, it fucking mauled them all and then escaped. Maybe it grew wings and flew away. I don't know. Just anything besides it went through a basically open tunnel that we didn't think about. So as they're going on this dive, the megalodon that they had in captivity starts chasing them, and they're like, "How is that possible? We've got to dive deeper. It's the only way to escape it." So they dive deeper, then they eventually go into the very deepest part of the trenches, and they're speculating on if they should just abandon the mission because this is already not going according to plan. So Jason Statham's like, "Should really abort mission." And even the main, base is like, "Yeah, probably a good idea. This is already totally off book here. Let's just get the fuck out." But the actual owner of the company, the whole enterprise, is like, "No, this is a really good opportunity to explore. We're explorers, god damn it, this is what we do. And our megalodon came down here because she wants to mate. It's mating season for megalodons, and I'm fucking horny. We're gonna go watch." And they're like, "Well, if you say so, shucks." So they continue to go deeper into the trenches, and then they stumble upon an underwater base. And I shit you not, for about 10 minutes, I really thought they were about to bring Atlantis into this. They were like, "Oh my god, there's an underwater base here. This is so weird. wait, I'm getting heat signatures. There's living creatures on that base. And I was like, oh my god, they're going to do Atlanteans here. Oh, this is going to be incredible. But they don't. It turns out there was a different company, a shadow organization that had the same access to the technology they did, and they had this underground base that this team of good guys, the explorers, stumbled upon. And this is where the corporate conspiracy starts to unfold. They start wondering, how is that possible? We're 25,000 feet deep. No one has access to this kind of shit except us. What's going on here? There's fishy business, and I'm not liking the smell. So then we get to go into one of the bad guys' submersibles, and he's like, oh, they stumbled upon us. There's only one option. And then the guys, there's like a team of 3, and 2 of the guys are in these like underwater, you know, fucking Gundam suits, and they're like mining away at barnacles, and they're like, no, don't do it, wait, no, don't do it. He's like, I've got to do it. They've seen us. I'm like, no, please don't. And he just blows everything up, including himself. He doesn't die from it, spoilers, but he blows everything up in the trenches, which blows up the barrier, like the genjutsu that keeps all of the megalodons in the trenches. So he blows that shit up. He blows up the heroes' submarines and everything. And then they're in a big scramble because they can't escape now because their submarines are fried. So they get into these high pressure suits and they start making the walk on foot from the crash site of the explosion all the way to that base that they identified. Now, just to put you in the right headspace here, it's a fucking snooze fest. And it's already been like 30 or 35 minutes by this point, so it's a slow burn. Meg 2 puts the Megalodons in the back seat. It puts them as like sidekicks. Like they have cameos in this movie, basically, because they spend the first 80% with this garbage here. It's so fucking boring. But anyway, the explorers with Jason Statham and the child and everyone else get in touch with the main base, like, hey, we're gonna need that rescue submarine. Shit went tits up down here, and we need a little help. You know, this one lunatic blew us to kingdom come. You know, blew us to high heavens. Our submarines don't work anymore. Come get us. And they're like, we're on it. Actually, scratch that. We can't. Somebody sabotaged our rescue sub. And now you can see all of the complex narrative plot devices coming into play. So then they have to figure out who sabotaged it. So naturally, they check the surveillance cameras. But it turns out our culprit was smart enough to turn off all of the surveillance cameras. But what they didn't realize is they had built in a fail-safe security camera system. So they go and check that. And it's revealed that our man on the inside, our evil person on the good guys team, is a girl named Jess. And she's evil because she wants money. She says that she's doing it because she wants more money than she could ever possibly care about, where money loses all meaning to her. So it turns out what they were doing down there on that base is they were mining rare earth minerals. And I shit you not, when they go into the base, one of the main guys is like, what is this? And he's like, oh wait, this is rare earth minerals. He literally says it's rare earth minerals. And it's like, they're probably using this for superconductors, which is good for quantum computation devices as well as all kinds of transportation. This is very important stuff. No doubt, this one crystal I'm holding in my hand is worth $1 billion. And Jason Statham's like, billion? With a B? Like, I think I'm actually quoting this verbatim. I'm pretty sure I've got this right on the money if you check the script. And he's like, yes, with a B. And then that's when Jess is like, billions of dollars are at stake here. And then it gets even bigger because it turns out Jess isn't the only person working on the inside. The main girl who's financing all of this, the big CEO super powerhouse who gave a speech in the very beginning of the movie about how proud she is of this company, she is the one who's pulling all of the strings. She's the puppet master and everyone else is just the marionette on the strings dancing for her. And she's like, why aren't they dead yet? What's going on? So, I want to pause real quick because I'm probably overstimulating your brains right now. I want to point out a huge plot hole that I can't believe no one on the team recognized. The way that this is conveyed is that this is all part of the plan. What they wanted to do is kill everybody on board that main base, or rather, they wanted to kill everyone on board those subs. That was the plan from the get-go, I believe, unless I missed a crucial detail. But even Jess, who was one of the core team members, advised that they pull out of the mission when the child was on board the submarine. She's like, okay, yeah, things are a little off course, should probably pull out. So if their plan was to kill them, why would she advise that? Plus, there was no plan in place. The only reason this went so wrong is because the Megalodon unexpectedly broke out. None of this was planned or orchestrated. And the only reason there was ever an explosion in the trenches is because they accidentally stumbled upon that secret base and mining operation because they were trying to watch some sharks fuck. Like, all of it was pure happenstance. None of this was planned, and yet every step of the way, that evil lady CEO's like, you know, why aren't they dead yet? We've talked about this. You sabotaged the rescue vehicle, did you not? How could they still be alive? As if it was all part of the plan. Even though there was clearly no fucking plan. The whole plot falls apart, like, if you think about it for more than 3 seconds. And another thing, why the fuck would the owner of the company that has the access to the technology, is actively doing dives and everything, why would they even bother having a separate shady organization that's doing the same thing but then collecting rare earth minerals? Like, they're making billions of dollars off the rare earth minerals, but they could also still be doing that with the explorer team. They could just say like, hey, we're also going to send a mining team down with you. Like, I don't think anyone would care. This is a completely separate from the rest of the world region where they're just mining rare earth minerals no one else has ever seen or had access to before. The explorer team would actually probably be pretty excited about that because it's more information and more knowledge for them. Like, they get to take in these things and learn about them. So I don't even understand the nefarious need to have, like, an evil group alongside your normal group. You could have just merged them together without any of the evilness. You could have just been like, alright, and now bring me back some fucking barnacles. They're super barnacles. Those are turbocharged magic barnacles. So let's just get a few of those and we can sell them and continue to finance these expeditions. And I don't think anyone would bat an eye. Like, I don't understand what the conflict even was to even have them as a group in this movie in the first place. There's a single throwaway line that I think is what they tried to get across, and it's from Jason Statham. He said that you're doing this for money. So I guess that's what made it inherently bad and needed to be split away from the expedition group, even though all of their expeditions are also for money. Like, they were also a profit-driven organization too. So it was like a really weird dynamic there. And then there was one line from the evil CEO who said, we can destroy the planet from underneath the trench and no one would ever know. We'll destroy all of it and sell it all for billions of dollars, is basically what her monologue said. And it's like, okay, but also, we never had access to that before. So you're right, no one would know, and you're not really destroying the planet. They were literally chipping away some of the, like, crystals on the side of things. It wasn't like deforestation underwater. It was like actually a very small scale operation with only like a handful of crystals. Like, it wasn't that big of a deal, really. So they did a horrible job of showcasing why the bad guys are doing what they're doing in the first place. So now let's get back to the plot. So they're walking from their destroyed submarines and their high-pressure Power Ranger suits to go to their base that they found and then take escape pods to get to the surface. And along the way, things get messy. There's like some deep-sea creatures with some sharp teeth that start biting them. So our people start shooting back with their spear guns. One guy gets abducted by a giant squid and he dies. You don't see it, it's all off screen. Another girl gets eaten by a shark, a megalodon. You don't see it. This is a PG-13 movie, so they don't show any of like the carnage or anything. So pretty much every death in this movie is either off screen or cut away from right away, which doesn't make any sense for a fucking movie about sharks killing people and killing sharks in return. Such a huge blunder. I understand why it's PG-13 because it's more profitable to do that because it's more accessible to people, but it still takes all of the wind out of the sails of every single action moment, of which there is very few in this movie. So they're going on this, you know, journey from their subs to the base. They lose everyone along the way except for 4 people. Of course, the main 4, Jason Statham, the kid, the main guy behind the operation, and then another girl who was a big part of the team. So they make it to the base. Then that guy who blew everyone up cements himself as like the primary antagonist who's going to keep clashing with Jason Statham. So they end up fighting on this base. Jess reveals herself to be the person on the inside who's pulling on the strings. She traps them in that base and tries to drown them, but Jason Statham swims, I shit you not, swims with no gear from the place where they were drowning outside of the base to hit the emergency override button and save everyone. He is swimming with no gear at 25,000 feet. Nothing, very few things rather, can fucking survive at 25,000 feet under the sea. And at the very bottom of the list of things that could maybe survive, humans are there. Humans cannot. Fucking everything blows up under that immense pressure. We have never even seen something that deep. And yet, Jason Statham, powered by testosterone and a deep voice, is able to just man mode it and fucking swim like a goddamn angelic mermaid. Just Olympic swim at 25,000 feet deep to save the crew. And they try and give an explanation for it, but I swear to God, I had to wiggle my finger and say, no way, that's horseradish. No shot. Their explanation was something like, as long as he inhales enough water into his sinuses, it will equalize his internal pressure to resist the water pressure and he'll be able to be just fine. I don't have a degree in marine biology, but there's no fucking way, right? Like, there's no way you can inhale enough water into your sinuses to somehow resist the pressure at 25,000 feet deep. There's just no fucking shot, right? Like, I just don't think so. But anyway, he does. He saves everyone. He then fights the main bad guy again down there, who, for some reason, lets Jason Statham live. Jason Statham passed out after saving everyone, and the main bad guy saves him, and he's like, I was in jail for 2 years because of you. I've been waiting for this moment to kill you. And it's like, brother, you could have just let him die in front of you. Like, I'm sure that probably would have been fulfilling for your revenge arc. Or, you know, if you wanted to be more hands-on, you could have, like, stabbed him while he was still passed out. But instead, he, like, wakes him up and then challenges him to some fisticuffs. Like, it's time to get pugilistic. Only he immediately cheats by bringing out a knife. So if you weren't going to actually, like, throw down with honor, why not just let him die? It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, they have, like, a really lame fight against each other, which, of course, Jason Statham wins. They then get into a backup submarine and escape to the surface. And in the meantime, the main base is being raided by the CEO's cleanup squad, who's come like they're a military group who's come to kill everybody so they can keep the secret that they're mining rare earth minerals in the trenches. But because of that explosion kind of poking a hole in that, you know, protective barrier over the trench, 3 megalodons and the Kraken escape. A giant squid, basically the Kraken escapes to these 3 megalodons and like, uh-oh, we've got a problem. But it's not that big of a problem. So instead the military just keeps like shooting people and taking over the main base. And then there's 2 main people there that escape that are friends of Jason Statham. One of them's very cool. His name's DJ. He's got like a fucking Desert Eagle and he's got like pepper spray and a taser. And he's really cool. I think he's probably my favorite character in the movie. So he has some cool moments where he unleashes some martial arts and he starts shooting his Desert Eagle. Like, it's fun watching him. And this whole sequence is kind of enjoyable because finally it's snapping out of this tedious corporate conspiracy narrative that they were trying to drive home. Now we're just getting into some fun action. We have some megalodons that are now finally starting to do something like eat people. We have the Kraken who's on the loose now. So finally, you know, like an hour and 10 minutes into the movie, we're getting something entertaining. So anyway, I'm just going to press fast forward real quick here. Basically, all of the good guys escape the the main base. The Marines are still chasing them. And Jess, the woman on the inside, turns out was the lover of the bad guy in the deep sea. So he comes back, he gives her a kiss, and then the main evil CEO calls Jess, and she's like, Jess, we're going to need to give you a promotion. We're going to make you a hero here because the public's going to hear about this. Somehow. I don't know how, but they're like, we need to make you the hero here, Jess, so we're going to write you a story about how you saved everyone and saved the world and saved the planet. And Jess is like, that sounds great. And then she gets eaten by a megalodon who comes through the glass and kills her right in front of her boyfriend. And her boyfriend runs away. He's like, oh no, no, no. So that's how they get Jess out of there. She was a very important person in everything going wrong, and she probably only had like 4 scenes in total in the entire movie for maybe like 3 minutes of screen time. They killed her off in a really quick, comical way. That was self-aware, though. I'm very certain that was an on-purpose gag to kill her like that. So I don't have a problem with that. But anyway, now we're getting off the main base. We're towards the end of the movie. So the good guys are in a little boat, and they're going towards something called Fun Island. Didn't put any real effort into this, clearly. This movie really feels like it's the first product of the writer's strike. Like, this had to have just been written by people on their off time during lunch that weren't on strike. Like, there's no way an actual team of writers wrote this one. I really don't think so. Or if they did, they intentionally made it as unappealing to everybody as possible, because up until this point, it is a snooze fest, and they fucking called this place Fun Island. Didn't even bother to give it a name. So they're approaching Fun Island, like, everyone get out of the water! There's fucking megalodons coming, and it's a giant squid! And they're like, oh, it's a load of hooey. You're stupid. We're vacationing. We're having fun. We're not getting out of the water. And then all of the bad guys arrive to Fun Island as well, because they all deduced that it was going to Fun Island, so they go to Fun Island. And for some reason, the fucking evil CEO flies in on a helicopter to the island as well. The central point of the conflict, with all of the fucking prehistoric killing machines and all of the gunfights against the good and bad guys. For some reason, the evil CEO, who is totally safe and comfortable at her penthouse suite, flies here and just sits in the helicopter. She just wanted to be boots on the ground, like feel like she was part of the team, you know, part of the crew, part of the ship type shit. So she flies there in a fucking helicopter just to sit there and whine. Why? Why? Like, it doesn't even make sense in the context of the narrative. She has no reason to be there, but she goes out of her way to be there. And she's there like this, too. She basically fucking teleports there. Like, I don't know how she got there so quick. But she's there, and then she immediately dies. Because also escaping from the trench wasn't just Megalodons and the Kraken. It was like not turtle monsters, lizard monsters. So they're these like four-legged little lizards with big teeth that crawl around. And they bite and kill her. They drag her away. So she does nothing. She flies to the island just to sit in the helicopter and die. But not before she has like 5 other horrible scenes where she's in the helicopter and she hears a noise. And she says to the pilot, she's like, Jenkins, go check on that. And it's like, lady, open your eyes. So like he turns off the helicopter and he goes out there and he dies eventually. But it zooms out from the helicopter, and there is a dead body right next to the helicopter, right next to the evil CEO, that somehow she didn't see? Like, she didn't know? And she's like, Jenkins, I don't know what that was. Go check on it. And it's like, if she just looked to her left, she would have seen a dead body. And how the fuck did someone die there without her knowing about it? Who was it? Sam Fisher on a stealth mission killed this guy? Like, it makes no sense. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. And it's not just that body either. There was another body as well right next to the helicopter. So multiple people died around her, and she didn't know? Was she asleep? Is she lobotomized? Like, what the fuck? And then eventually she gets ambushed. Ambush is the wrong word, because the thing literally just slowly crawls up to her, jumps in the helicopter, and drags her away. And we never see her again, so she's presumed dead. So she had nothing to contribute to this fucking movie at all. The entire corporate conspiracy plotline has no real conclusion to it. It's all such trash. It's such trash. I'm kind of jumping all over the place now because the movie itself jumps all over the place. It becomes like an actual fever dream. So trying to remember anything from this film is a Herculean task. So the good guys are on the beach. They see the megalodons coming, and the megalodon starts eating people, starts killing people. The giant squid brings down an entire ship and starts, strangling people and killing them, drowning them, eating them. And I shit you not, 2 of the good guys go off on their own side quest, like into the jungle, because there's like a jungle on the beach there. So they go off into the jungle, and Jason Statham and another good guy and the child are still on the beach coming up with a plan. And for some fucking reason, Jason Statham tells the child to go to the lifeguard tower, which overlooks the water. You know, the place with the 3 megalodons and the giant squid that we're trying to escape from? He tells her to basically go into the fucking water. I'm surprised he didn't tell her to get on the surfboard and, like, start shredding some waves to have a little fun to take her mind off the stress. Like, what is that plan? Like, just tell her to go into the jungle. Like, the only thing that I can maybe try and rationalize here is I'm giving such a charitable fucking goodie bag to the team here, is that maybe Jason Statham thought it'd be more dangerous for her in the jungle because there were some gunshots from the bad guys fighting the lizard monsters. But even still, it's significantly lower odds of getting shot out in that jungle, which is a huge jungle, than it is putting her over the water with the megalodons and shit. But anyway, he basically just sends her to her death, like, as a prank. She doesn't die, spoiler. but he sends her to the most dangerous place possible. Meanwhile, he himself made little spears with bombs on them, which is something that we've seen him do before. And his plan is he's going to start throwing the spears with bombs on them at the megalodons, and he's going to save the day and be the big fucking hero. So the side quest that two of the people go on is to find the helicopter. They find the helicopter, no problem, lickety-split. And then they say it's out of fuel. How could it possibly be out of fuel? They just landed that bitch. It has been fucking planted on the ground and nothing else. How is it out of fuel? Did it just barely make the trip here? Did the lizard monsters, like, siphon the gas out of it because they're addicted to the gas? Like, how is it out of fuel? So then there's an intense moment where they're, like, scrambling to get the fuel hose, which is right next to the helicopter, conveniently. And they're like, all right, fill it up. And then the lizard monsters are, like, charging them. It's like, no, our precious nectar. We need the fuel. It tastes so good. So the lizard monsters are crawling after him. He starts spraying them with the gas, and they're like, ooh. So he's like, holding them off with that, and then he fills the chopper in between, sprays them, and he's filling the chopper. And then they get on the chopper, and then one of the guys throws a match and blows up the lizards, and then they fly the chopper away for literally 3 seconds before he immediately crashes. So, chopper crashes. One guy jumps out, one guy stays in, and you think he's dead, but he's not, because the helicopter, like, basically fucking explodes. The helicopter literally, like, fucking explodes. So you're like, oh, man, that guy died. Rest in peace, man. Godspeed. What a fucking patriot. But no, he's not dead. Like, somehow he survived it. So he's just, like, hanging out in there. So the guy who jumps off is like, I need to save him now. So he, like, swims over there. And he saves him, no problem. But anyway, let's just I'll just finish up. I've been going on for so fucking long here. This is like an actual moonfall incident here, trying to explain this absolutely disgusting, degenerate plot. So Jason Statham is throwing spears at the sharks, and this is when the movie is finally good. Watching the sharks actually kill people, well, as much as they show, which isn't much of anything, is enjoyable. It's fun. You know, shove popcorn in your face, turn your brain off, and just enjoy the silliness of it. It's fun. Jason Statham fighting the megalodons is fucking great. Him throwing these homemade spears with bombs on them is really cool. Blows the brains off of one of them after riding a gnarly-ass wave. So a megalodon jumps up, it misses him, slams down, creates a huge splash, which creates a huge wave, which Jason Statham fucking Tony Hawk ramps off of, throws a spear down beneath him, blows the brain off of one of the megalodons, bang, checkmate. Then Jason Statham crashes his jet ski. Oh, I forgot to mention he's on a jet ski, by the way. Actually, that's a very important part. I don't know what you were picturing without me saying jet ski, but yeah, he's on a jet ski. He's not, like, running on the water, you know. He's on a vehicle. But he crashes, and then he's on the dock, and then the bad guy is there as well. And the bad guy's got a light machine gun, and he's, like, shooting at him, and Jason Statham gets the edge. He stabs him in the leg. He takes his gun, and this is where we get our really cool one-liner moment. The bad guy's like, you've got your gun, you gonna shoot me? And he's like, don't need it. So Jason Statham drops the gun, which is so fucking dumb, by the way, because these are just sharks. You can shoot them, and it will hurt them. That gun would be invaluable as a resource to have. Having that gun would be so fucking helpful to protecting that child you care so much about, and everyone else on the beach that you seem to care a lot about. But for some reason, it's like, yep, don't need it. I also forgot to mention that the child who went to the lifeguard tower for some reason decides that she wanted to try and save one person in particular, so she gets on a surfboard and swims out to her because she was drowning, and then she, like, leads her to the shore. So that was, like, a tense moment because, like, oh, is the megalodon gonna kill the kid? No, didn't happen, but just wanted to point that out. So he drops the gun, the bad guy's like, I knew you were too soft to shoot me, and it turns out this sneaky bad guy had another gun in his belt pocket or holster. So he rips it out, and as he's going for it, Jason Statham kicks him into the mouth of a megalodon who's going by who eats him. And Jason Statham's one-liner is, see you later, chum. So that was awesome. Yeah, and then I'll just go ahead and wrap up the synopsis here. Jason Statham starts banging a helicopter blade against the surface of the water to get the attention of the megalodon to get him away from his friends. The megalodon charges him. The megalodon jumps up, about to eat Jason Statham, but Jason Statham drops back, points the helicopter blade straight up, and impales the megalodon, killing it. Now, astute observers will have, well, not observers, astute listeners will have heard me mention that there were 3 megalodons in a giant squid. So what happened to the other megalodon, the giant squid? Well, that third megalodon ate the giant squid, mauled it because it wanted to. So that's how the giant squid dies. And then the third Megalodon is actually the one that escaped from captivity that they were trying to train. So the main trainer had his like clicking tool, and he gave it clicks to try and let the Megalodon know, hey, it's me, we're buddies, we're pals. And the Megalodon's like, ooh, geez, pardon me, you're right, I didn't recognize you, you know, out here in the water like this. I'll be on my way now. So after a couple clicks, the Megalodon just swims past them and then leaves. That's where the movie ends. So, yeah, that was Meg 2. It was a fun, bad movie at the end, but everything before it was insufferably boring bad. So I didn't love it, basically. But yeah, you know, probably the stupidest movie I've seen in a while. Definitely up there. But I do like the last, like, 20 or 30 or so minutes, because finally, it's what the movie should be. Fucking silly action with sharks and a giant squid. It's fun. So, yep, that's about it. See ya. I don't even know what to call this video. There's just been a couple things I've seen over the last week or so that have just actually made me laugh, like a hearty belly laugh, like Santa Claus, ho ho ho, just by the absurdity of it. So this is just going to be like a full dump of just a bunch of random things, stories, and videos that have just been on my mind as something silly. This first one is fresh off the press. This is a bun straight from the oven here. It's still piping hot. So Take-Two CEO is defending the outrageous idea that a Red Dead Redemption port is worth $50, and he calls it commercially accurate. Commercially accurate, my left foot. You're telling me that that vampire in a sweater, the CEO of Take-Two, was the one out there crunching numbers and collecting data, and he's like, well, actually, pushes up his glasses like Poindexter. This is a commercially accurate price point for the Red Dead Redemption port, and, well, all of you gamers just seem to be way off base with all of this outrage. Can you just please consume without thinking, please? Can you go back to just buying blindly and just give us money? Thank you. Now, for those of you that don't know what this whole situation's about here, I'm going to break it down to its bare bones. I'm going to feed you the apple from the tree of knowledge, so that way you, too, can take part in this common Take-Two L here. Rockstar Games made Red Dead Redemption, and it is an outstanding masterpiece. It's a game I'm sure most of you watching this have played, or at the very least heard of. But it's also 13 years old. It came out in 2010. It's a title that fans have been salivating at the thought of a remaster for. Even though the game still holds up extremely well today, in my opinion, it is a game that could absolutely benefit from a nice coat of paint and a lot more quality of life, attention to detail, and just general improvements. A remaster for Red Dead Redemption would go hard as fuck. So fans were really excited that there was some Red Dead Redemption news around the corner. But man, those hopes and dreams soon turned to nightmares when Rockstar confirmed that it's not a remaster, it's not a remake. What they're doing is they're doing a Red Dead Redemption port to the Nintendo Switch and the PlayStation 4 for $50. 50 doubloons, and you'll get Red Dead Redemption on Nintendo Switch at a crisp 30 FPS, so you can feel like you're back in the goddamn Stone Ages. And you can feel even worse about it because you paid $50 for the experience. Naturally, this was a slap in the face to every human being with a heartbeat reading this, because there's nothing hype about this. No one cares about a Red Dead Redemption port for the fucking Nintendo Switch or PS4. That's meaningless hoopla. Now, you might be wondering, why did the Take-Two CEO opine on this? What does he have to do with anything? Well, they own Rockstar Games. That's super simple. Take-Two owns Rockstar, and Take-Two is no stranger to L's. Common Take-Two L here, per usual. They are a greedy, evil corporation that has done so much shady shit over the years, it is gross. And, of course, if you're a fan of Rockstar Games, you're also no stranger to Take-Two spitting in your mouth. Take-Two is more than happy to dump excrement in the mouth of their fans like it's 2 girls, 1 cup. For Take-Two, it's anything in the name of profits. I don't want to open up an old wound here and pour salt in it. This is a scar that any fan of GTA bears, but I must remind you of the absolute catastrophe that was the GTA Vice City, San Andreas, and GTA 3 remastered from a couple years ago, which was basically a demaster. Fundamentally, it was like a fucking mobile port of these titles. It was abhorrent. That is a affront to God what they tried to pull with that whole collection they did there. Lord have mercy. Yeah, this is just a horrible idea here to charge $50 for a port of a 13-year-old game, especially in the modern landscape of things when you can emulate it and have a much better experience, like in your own home. Not that I'd ever advocate for emulation, of course. Take two lawyers if you're watching this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying there are some hooligans out there that may dabble in emulation that will recognize just how silly this whole idea is for a $50 port of a game that is 13 years old with no remaster, remake, or like significant improvements at all. It's just greed for the sake of greed. Like, you know, it's just a very misguided idea here. I can't imagine what the actual fucking thought process was here other than just dollar signs in the eyes and hoping for the best. So yeah, just another big L here from Take-Two trying to say that a $50 price tag is commercially accurate for this product. I couldn't help but just slap my knee and laugh about it. Now the next thing that had me giggling was actually an advertisement from Mike Pence. I'm not here to get political or anything, but this ad was bafflingly awful.
Hey everybody, Mike Pence here. Remember $2 a gallon gas? I do. And then Joe Biden became president of the United States and launched his war on energy. Since that time, gasoline prices are up 60%. Electricity going to MikePence2024.com. We can lead the world once again to a more prosperous and a secure future for America.
Someone needs to lead Mike back to Doofus Town. Man is an escapee from Stupidville. That is not how pumping your own gas works. Clearly, Mike has never pumped gas in his life. I trimmed down his speech because that's not what's important here. He is literally a child playing pretend right now at this gas pump. He looks like me playing with Hot Wheels toys back in the day, having no understanding of how filling up a vehicle works. He has clearly never done this in his life. And throughout his entire campaign ad here, you can hear the beeping from the pump, which is telling him to please insert card. That beeping you're hearing is the sound of the pump that's trying to let you know that you removed the nozzle without putting your credit card in beforehand to pay for the gas you're about to fucking pump. This absolute goober didn't even realize for a second that everyone can hear that. And anyone who has ever pumped their own gas, which I imagine is most people, will know what is going on here. You can't just roll up to the pump, scoot in sideways, get out, grab the nozzle, and put it in. You absolute goofy son of a bitch, you didn't even select what gas you want to pump. It's not just a one-size-fits-all here. You choose what gas you want put in your car from your options at the pump. He clearly didn't know that. This little rapscallion just zooms into the gas station. He's like, hey, record me. I've got a good idea. This is going to be candid. This is going to be strong. Hey, Mike Pence here, which, by the way, is a wild introduction here. Actual Billy Mays shit. Like, he literally stole that from Billy Mays, but rolled a 1 on the charisma check and delivered it with zero enthusiasm. He just sounded straight up sad. He sounded just downtrodden. He sounded like Matt did when he told me that our package got stolen from his house. But anyway, yeah, he rolls up, he's like, hey, Mike Pence here. My fellow Americans, do you remember when gas was $2 at the pump? Because I don't. I've never seen gas in my life. Why is no gas coming out? I'm starting to panic. I'm pressing the trigger, but nothing's happening. Jeeves, where's my butler to help me do this? Jeeves, come fill up my car. Oh my god. And what's even wilder to me is that the person filming didn't know either. Or he did know and didn't say anything. Which is actually a pretty hilarious joke, by the way, if this was a calculated decision from the guy filming, making Mike Pence make a fool of himself. It's just it's so disconnected from reality. Like, everything is wrong about it. Literally, everything that could go wrong with this ad went wrong. Because I imagine most people know how to fill up their own car at the pump. Although, I have heard that there are some states that actually have gas station attendants that'll fill up your car for you. But even in cases like that, I still imagine the driver understands the protocol behind filling up their own car if they had to do it. I don't think it would go like this. Or at the very least, you would at least hear the beeping and be like, what's gone awry here? But anyway, the next silly thing that I've been thinking about a little bit recently is the cocaine shark epidemic. I guess I'm kind of overselling a little bit. It's not an epidemic. There's just been an instance of sharks consuming cocaine and getting a little wacko mode off of it. There was an Inside Edition story even run on this, and it's a pretty entertaining segment.
How about sharks hopped up on cocaine? Experts say
what a
sharks
disaster.
Are gobbling up bales of drugs which have been dumped off. Had sharks swimming into dumped packages and biting into them. That gave them what the scientists call crazy brain. They behaved erratically.
Who named that? What scientist came up with that terminology? Are we sure it was a scientist and not a 4th grader? Crazy brain, huh? She hyped it up like it was going to be a real scientific term. The sharks bit into it, and scientists have claimed that it caused a phenomenon known as crazy brain. I feel bad for the sharks. Yeah, now they're going to become addicted. The first one's always free, that's how they get you. And then the last little story that's been on my mind a little bit recently is the ongoing lawsuit against Taco Bell for misleading consumers, saying that the food you get at Taco Bell isn't exactly how it's portrayed in their promotional material. And they used like the Mexican pizza as an example. And they're getting sued for it because they're saying that there's significantly less like beef and shit in it than the pictures lead the consumers to believe. I actually went over that one on stream. I learned about it in depth. It's a wild case. You see, Taco Bell just sued for false advertisement over the amount of meat. Don't tell me that Taco Bell's been nothing but W's recently. What's this? Oh no. Taco Bell, why? What have you done? Taco Bell is sued for false advertising of Crunchwrap's Mexican pizzas. Frank Siragusa was not happy that the Mexican pizza he paid $5.49 for to Taco Bell in New York last September appeared to contain only half as much beef and bean filling as the photo in the chain's advertising, so he sued. Can you do that? Because ain't nothing looking like the actual advertisement photos. If so, we're opening Pandora's box here. Because I'm ready to ride. In a proposed class action filed on Monday in Brooklyn, Siragusa accused Taco Bell of deceiving consumers by falsely advertising its Mexican pizza, veggie Mexican pizza, Crunchwrap Supreme, Grande Crunchwrap, and Vegan Crunchwrap as containing at least double their actual content. Based on what? Your eyeballs? How would you know? How would you be able to like actually prove that? Let me see. You know what? I'll start doing some super sleuthing. I'm gonna fight a little battle here for Taco Bell because I've been so fucking pleased with their food recently. Their Mexican pizza is like legitimately their worst item though. So this one I can take or leave it. I'll be honest. Don't care. Agreed. I've never got a Mexican pizza from Taco Bell that looked like this. It's usually just this messy fucking plate of mush. And there's like a little bit of flavor particles in there, really. I don't think it's like a crazy amount less. He took pics, look it up. He took pics? Are they in here? And who's to say he didn't tamper with it? He'd need videos. If I was Taco Bell, the first thing I'm saying is, you took out all the filling, you scoundrel. To consume it for yourself, you glutton. Taco Bell was sued today in a false advertising class action. Consumers allege that Taco Bell misrepresents the amount of beef in the Crunchwrap Supreme by at least double the amount. Did our Crunchwrap Supreme look like that? I don't think it did. Same with this. There's no beef in this one. Let me see. Let me see what ours looked like. Let's go back to Exhibit A, our Taco Bell tier list. It's more so than what they had, but nowhere near what that picture looks like. But I feel like that goes for like every restaurant, especially something like McDonald's. I think McDonald's would even be more egregious than Taco Bell, but maybe Taco Bell's like an easier target, perhaps? Okay. But yeah, these are, assuming these are untampered with, these are pristine, PSA 10, fresh out of the wrapper Crunchwraps, then yes, that is a problem. I will agree with Frank Siragusa on that. Taco Bell, a unit of Yum Brands, did not immediately respond. Last year, one of Siragusa's lawyers filed a still pending lawsuit in Brooklyn accusing McDonald's and Wendy's over the actual versus advertised size of their burgers. Over the actual versus advertised size of their burgers. I was wondering what the fuck happened to that sentence. So he's done the same thing before for McDonald's and Wendy's. He's out here chasing ghosts. He's hunting every fast food chain that's guilty of this and has been for years. I'm guessing it never wins. The other lawyer, Anthony Russo, filed a similar case last year in Miami against Burger King over its Whoppers. That lawsuit went to mediation where it reached an impasse. Just close Burger King. Just close it. Just get rid of it. Just fucking close it for the good of the world. For heaven's sake. Taco Bell does not adequately disclose the weight of the beef or filling. Plaintiff did not make any purchases of the product based on any weight disclosed, but solely based on the picture of the product, as we believe most consumers do. Today I watched a video that was physically painful for me to sit through, which is pretty uncharacteristic because I'm not really the kind of guy to cringe at anything or find it hard to finish a video. I've never failed a try not to cringe challenge or anything like that. I'm the kind of guy that could watch 2 Girls, 1 Cup while eating chocolate ice cream and not feel a thing. But I saw a video today that was just hard for me to watch because it reminded me so much of me. A while ago I made this video telling an embarrassing story from my life where I hyped myself up in the mirror for days leading up to this climax where I would go to GameStop and tell the girl that worked there she was beautiful, and then I finally did it. I panicked and ran away from her, just sprinted out of there as if the building was on fire. It was basically a ding-dong ditch with a fucking creepy compliment attached to it. To this day, I'm still shocked she didn't report me to authorities, just call the police as I was running away. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a police sketch of my face posted on all the wanted posters or something looking for the creepy GameStop guy. But anyway, this is relevant because the video I want to share with you today, it's a video of a guy who did almost exactly what I did, but without running away. And my god, it's bad. It proved to me that I made the right call sprinting out of there that day, because it could have been much worse. It could have been as bad as what you're about to see here. It's very clear that under no circumstances does this ever really work, because real life is just not like anime.
What?
Are you in high school?
No.
Graduated?
Yeah.
So you're in college?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Kent.
That's around.
Yeah, it's about 40 minutes.
This guy's smooth, the small talk is going well, you can see that she's really engaged in the conversation and enjoying every second of it. This is, I think what the pickup artist community calls the Shogun method. It's like a forbidden jutsu because it's deemed too powerful. It makes women just want you all the time and you drown in sodden panties. So the Shogun method is just outlawed in most countries for being just too strong. But this guy, he's breaking all the rules. He's busting out the Shogun method right here, right now, and you can really see just how effective it is.
19. I think you got it. Yep.
What city is Kent in?
Kent.
I really do wonder how long he'd been here trying to flirt like this for, because she stopped and started the recording multiple times and he was still going. She also started this video like in the middle of a conversation that he was trying to start. So I have to imagine it'd been like 10 minutes of him just unsuccessfully fucking diarrheaing out bad small talk. Like, I don't know why he'd continue when it's very clear she's not interested. She's giving one-word answers. Yeah, no, Kent. And he's like, yes, fuck, nice, jackpot, bang.
There's a city called Kent and the college is called Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Is that like East Cleveland?
No, it's Kent, Ohio.
So it's not even part of Cleveland?
No.
It's part of Northeast Ohio?
I guess.
I'm gonna take this.
Okay.
My country.
My man's been stun-locked by Kent. He's on like a whole side quest with the Kent lore here, and it's not really doing him any favors. And then he gets a little quirky and takes money out of their tip jar, I guess. I don't really know what that is about, but, you know, all power to him. You know, if I can't get this girl's number, I might as well take the money from the tips over here. So that, she'll remember me then as a bad boy.
321.
Can I pay with this? And oh shit, it's already in there. Is both these mine?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, You wanna know my pin?
I'm good.
Damn. Shucks, I can't believe that one didn't work. You know, they say chivalry's dead, but come on, this guy's doing his best, offering to give away his PIN number to her. I mean, that's sweet, There's no doubt in my mind this guy doesn't give a fuck about stickers. He came in here because he must have seen her when he was walking by. I think this is a hot topic, I'm not sure. And he's like, oh my god, I've got to go in and at least try. So he just sat there for a little bit. He's like, I can do this, I can fucking do this. He went in there, panicked, and grabbed a handful of fucking Adventure Time stickers or something. He's like, oh my god, shit, I have to commit to this. Maybe that's what ruined his chances. She thought less of him because he was buying stickers. He should have just done the Always Sunny in Philadelphia method. Should have just went in there and just, hey, where do you keep your Magnum condoms for my Magnum dong? Also, what's the deal with Kent? You know, he really likes Kent, I guess, because he's treated this lady like she's the goddamn tour guide for Kent. So, I mean, I feel like there might have been a better play if he had only just grabbed the better item. Because there's no doubt in my mind he is not here actually shopping for stickers. He just happened to pick those up because he needed some excuse to be at the cash register.
Do you want your receipt? Alright, you're all set. Yep.
Are you sure about that? Do you have Instagram?
No.
You're too cool for Instagram?
I don't like social media.
Why not?
Perpetuate some bad vibes from people.
You're cute.
Thanks.
I didn't even know it was this possible to look so uninterested and uncomfortable in a social situation. She is like actually collapsing into herself from the fucking cringe of this guy right now. It's unbearable even from an outside perspective. I can only imagine how awful it must have been to like literally be there. I bet other shoppers in the store, if there are any, also haven't forgotten this day if they overheard this conversation or saw this from a distance, because my god. So this is when he finally drops the "you're cute" line, which in my case was beautiful. You know, mine was a little better, I'd say. And then he didn't run away. He sat there and just fucking waited for a long time. He should have just ran away, honestly. Like, he should have taken a page out of my playbook from my embarrassing fucking history of trying to talk to girls, because it would have saved him at least a little bit more embarrassment.
What hacky sack?
No.
You ever go to the beach?
Not really.
Lake Erie?
No.
On a boat?
It's not really a beach, is it? It's a lake.
You can start to feel the desperation setting in as he knows that he needs to get out of the store quickly before security gets called, so he just starts talking about items he sees around the store like a game of I Spy. Hacky sack. You like hacky sack? Fucking feet? Do you like feet? I'm wearing shoes. Do you like my shoes? You know, you can really see that he's trying his best, but knows that, you know, the clock's kind of running out here. It ends kind of in a bit of a cliffhanger because you can hear him sigh, so you know he's still there. And I have to imagine that he probably just walked away after this because there's no follow-up or anything. So hopefully that's like the happy ending here. She didn't have to continue being bothered. And hopefully he learns a valuable lesson. I know I did when I did something similar. So I can only pray that he also learned the same lesson. Just don't really bother people while they're trying to work. You're not the main character in the world, so stop acting like it. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. The desperation for online attention on TikTok is a poison more potent than cyanide, but it doesn't kill you instantly. It's a long, drawn-out, painful, and embarrassing death. And today I want to talk about someone who's got a very severe terminal case of toxic clout goblin. It's a TikTok psychic named Ashley. You might have even heard of her by now because she's made a name for herself in the national headlines. She is a self-proclaimed TikTok clairvoyant who uses her psychic abilities to solve murders. And she recently took on the case of the University of Idaho killer who killed 4 students. The real killer was arrested, however, before Brian Koberger, the actual killer being accused here, the main suspect, was taken into custody. Ashley made a long series of videos accusing someone else named Rebecca Schofield of being the killer. It was based on nothing other than tarot card readings, and Ashley's own gift of tapping into the universal consciousness. A YouTuber named Detozy recently made a great video covering some of her unhinged videos, but there are so many more. She basically just made a fan fiction about this completely innocent lady named Rebecca and framed her as the killer, and even convinced some brain-rotted individuals on TikTok that she was correct and Rebecca was the real killer. And even though Bryan Kohberger's been taken in with a ton of evidence against him, she is doubling down saying that they got it wrong and that she was right, and that it's the authorities' incompetence that's letting Rebecca get away with it. It's disgusting, really. Like, it's straight up just fucking deplorable. And now Ashley, the psychic superstar, is being sued by Rebecca for all this shit. And rightfully so. She completely deserves to get slapped around in court for this kind of garbage. And I just wanted to go over some of this with you because I truly was blown away by what I was hearing from her. It's a really interesting look into just pure delusion. Ashley really thinks she's like Mob from Mob Psycho, like some kind of crazy, powerful, psychic, like, hero. But in reality, she's just dangerously dumb, and then accusing innocent people of horrible crimes.
TikTok psychic.
I'm sure he'll set the stage, but just in case anyone doesn't know, TikTok investigator made a claim that they found the University of Idaho murderer responsible for the death of those 4 students, and they said it was their professor. And when, you know, asked about evidence, and the evidence they presented was tarot card readings, I believe. So, you know, not the most bulletproof of investigations out there. But yeah, who's to go against tarot cards, right? You'd be a fool to bet against the tarot cards. But you know how that story played out? The actual killer was caught, thanks in part to a Reddit post that they made. And now I believe this lady is getting sued.
TikToker by the name of Ashley, she started creating some pretty unhinged TikToks claiming that she knew who was behind all of this. And this is with zero proof, just visions. So disclaimer here.
Hey, and look how far Raven got with those visions. I wouldn't be shitting on that so heavily if I were you. You never know what she might envision next.
Before I begin this Who is Rebecca Schofield series and her motives for the University of Idaho students, let's just dispel the rumors. No, I do not know Rebecca Schofield. I'm not connected to her in any kind of way. I'm not emotionally tied to her or any of the victims. I'm not connected to anyone. I have no reason to lie on her. No,
But then, you know what? Who am I to chime in so early? She's still going over the process. I'm sorry for the interruption.
I did not just see her picture and name on the University of Idaho history page and then automatically feel it was her. This is not a feeling. This is knowledge. I have no feeling.
Knowledge from where?
I did a reading when I saw Rebecca Schofield on the history department's page on Rebecca Schofield and her connection.
Pardon me, detective. Wasn't one of the first things you said, I didn't just see her on this university page and start accusing her. And then immediately your process is, so I saw her on the university page and I decided to do a reading. Well then, this is quite watertight knowledge we're gathering here. Please continue to cook, I'm sorry.
Rebecca Schofield and Kaylee connected because she needed an advisor. She was about to graduate.
How does she know this?
She wanted advice on personal growth.
It's called fan fiction. Get with the times.
She needed resolution for anything or anyone that was getting in the way of her ability to graduate about her sexuality. During this time
what is that?
Rebecca Schofield.
Oh my god, this is so much longer than I expected. I thought she just did like a single tarot card reading. It's like, look at this. She pulled the murderer card. So that's how I know she's guilty. She's just going through an entirely made-up story of fucking nothing.
Schofield is in a dreamlike state. She's opened up that passion that she has suppressed for women that was now placed on Kaylee.
What?
She's explaining it like it's some random fanfic. There's fanfics written about me that are like have similar
about her desire for her, but also her desire for women and how she suppressed those desires because of tradition and societal viewpoints.
She wanted so badly to write the next 50 Shades of Grey, but wasn't able to actually find success on any of those erotic adult fan fiction sites. So instead she went to TikTok to try and do it, but she's using an actual case of murder. And then accusing a real person of being the murderer.
She said that she was so introspective that she lost her connection to her husband and that she needed to focus on her finding her truth in her.
Speaking of truth, I want to see a little bit more about the lawsuit first. This is far more wild than I expected.
I feel like
I thought for sure this was just going to be a quick cut and dry, hey, tip Fedora, I pulled out my tarot card readings today, and look who turned out to be a murderer. This lady. Case closed. Thank you for attending my TED Talk. But man, she went with like fucking 15-minute audio book of like a girl-on-girl sexual erotica. What was her name? Warlock Holmes. That's pretty good. I like that. Oh, here it is. Professor sues TikToker who accused her in University of Idaho murders. It's a defamation lawsuit. Here, let me just pull it up. I don't know why I'm just going to read it to you like it's story time. Has she not said anything like public? Hold on, let me go to her TikTok. Is she doubling down? How old is this? This is 6 days ago. She's in here. She's still going. Rebecca Schofield, not the murderer, by the way. Just a completely random person she did a tarot card reading on. Rebecca Schofield's Alibi, Part 2. Murder of 4 University of Idaho students. This would still be after they caught the real murderer. And she's still going.
It seems to be an impossible task set before me.
Because it is. You did a tarot card reading. It is an impossible task. This is after they caught the murderer, though.
It was fresh, you know, and I laughed at it. Didn't take it too seriously. But they keep saying the same thing because they lack creativity. They lack spirit. So they don't have the creative mind to say something different.
You accused an innocent elderly woman of being a murderer. What do you mean creativity and having fun with actual dead college kids and trying to pin it all on just some lady? Oh my god, what the fuck? The lack of remorse. The lack of shame.
So I'll wait till I post just to say the same thing over and over. It's demonic, and it should be embarrassing. That's why a lot of them have fake pages. They're embarrassed to do it on their own page.
I will give her something. The lack of shame is refreshing. She's putting her whole face in here, saying it with her whole chest. Being blatantly wrong. I appreciate that. That is nice to see. At this point, it's obvious. Rebecca Schofield silenced Kaylee through her ex. She wanted to silence me, so she contacted my ex. She needs like a legitimate psychiatric evaluation. This is like dangerously stupid. Holy shit, this is actually nuts. I thought for sure she'd be like, oh, it looks like I may have been wrong. The tarot cards were off. Like, try and save some face. But she's just doubling down on it.
Wants to be with Kaylee. She had a deep desire for her. It feels like love. Infatuation.
I understand why this Rebecca Schofield person is suing her, because this is just insane.
We're satisfied physically.
No, like actually true. I totally get it.
Imagine you're a professor.
To make sure he has plenty of resources so that he can accurately put the energy in to manifest his dreams and his best life. She said his dreams are worthy of living. Said that he wasn't too old to learn, and that his
this is like a plot to an anime.
Discovered. She didn't ask.
And then he learned to do the Kamehameha wave, and then he trained on King Kai's planet.
I haven't been sued, so that's why some demand letters you take serious.
Man, it's looking a lot like Christmas over there.
Wrong. But the ones that are used as a scare tactic.
Yeah, that video aged very poorly.
I think that's how y'all want me to feel about a measly ass $75,000 lawsuit that I'm gonna win.
That's such a good filter. I thought it was real at first. That filter gets me every time. I love that fucking filter. Though I mean, $75,000 lawsuit's not great. Like you don't have to pretend. I know that hurts. That hurts anyone. That's a lot of fucking money. I don't know why we're like posturing here. That shit hurts.
Oh my god. Discovering things about her. Because now everything I find out about her crime she committed of ordering of the 4 University of Idaho students, I have to save it.
You don't have to save it. There's no point in saving it. Just say whatever you have now because it's going to come out in court anyway. So, oh my goodness.
I really
don't
hope
think
this
she
is a
has
public
anything,
trial.
because you're really
Holy
sitting on
shit, I
so
need
much
to see
information
that.
from, what, a tarot card reading? Oh my God.
Like, I have physical evidence against Rebecca Schofield that validates everything that I've said about her, but I can't speak on it now because
I would love to see the physical evidence she has to confirm that Rebecca Schofield was trying to get into a romantic relationship with Kaylee and that Rebecca Schofield was struggling with her own internalized lesbianism and all of that wild shit. And then talking about like how she had plans to leave her husband in order to spend the rest of her life with Kaylee and then having to hire an assassin to take her out. I would love to see the physical evidence she had for those claims. Oh, true, the tarot cards. That doesn't lie. That's a good point. I didn't even think about the tarot cards. That is going to be a crucial piece of evidence. She has an alt account, Ashley is God in the flesh, and she posts there frequently, updated 3 hours ago and said the investigators are wrong and she did the right thing using her gift for right reasons. Oh, yeah, good, there's still more. Ashley is God in the flesh, huh? That's like a major sin, by the way. She seems to be very religious. To claim that you are God is like a major no-no. It's like she never even read the Bible or knows anything about it for some reason. God fucking smited an entire town for making that golden statue of whatever it was.
then they took the bait with Brian Kohlberger. Brian Kohlberger he didn't make the smartest decision regarding the murders, but he didn't commit the murders. So the people that they should have been arresting is Rebecca Schofield and Jack DeCour. So stop blaming me for other people's ignorance, incompetence, or negligence. Y'all.
That's amazing. Holy Lord. What in the world? What a load of horseradish. This is fascinating. I also want to keep up with some of the commenters. They know what's up. That's why they issued the gag orders. Not to mention Brian is 100% sure to be exonerated. I want to keep up with every commenter as well and see what happens when it turns out Brian is most likely the murderer. I hope, Rebecca, if you're watching, I hope you will make the trial with Ashley live streamed. That would be one of the most entertaining fucking things, because I know Ashley's going to represent herself. Absolutely. She's going to bring the tarot cards. She's going to bring some incense. Maybe a Ouija board. 100%. She's going to be like, watch this. I'm going to prove that it's Rebecca. I'm going to communicate with the dead students on my Ouija board. I have no doubt she would. Oh! Oh my god. Maybe Ashley does have spiritual powers. Holy Lord. Oh! I'm under a psychic attack. One of my little Warframe figurines fell over. Okay, never mind. Ashley's powerful. I take it back. Holy shit. She's got gifts no mortal was meant to wield. How are you jump scared easily? I'm not at all. I didn't expect an entire fucking Warframe figurine to fall over. What the fuck do you mean? That's like the exact opposite of being jump scared easily. It was a loud noise. Could you not hear it on stream? She's got the shungite now. Oh no. Her staff of shungite. She has a whole blog on her website of her solving the case. No way. So she calls herself clairvoyant, saying she's blessed with the ability to access and interpret information from the universal consciousness. Huh. I use my ability to help solve mysteries and see beyond the surface of people, places, and things. Oh, you're right. Yeah, here's an entire blog. Solving the mystery of the murder of the 4 University of Idaho students. She's been tracking this whole thing. This is just horrible. Because it's real people that she's accusing of being the murderers.